I am just really excited about this today. One of the vivid memories I have of engaging in a conversation is I was in a Bible study a number of years ago, well back before social media, before all of how the dynamic of the public interaction has changed. And in our Bible study, we decided to have a debate, quote unquote debate, about a contentious topic. We were going to talk about abortion. And this was in a group of Christians here. And in the midst of the discussion, I was trying to get people to be a little bit more verbose or heat the room up a little bit, if you will. And I made a comment. It goes, all right, just, you don't have to worry about getting the floor, just kind of say what you want. Don't have to worry about raising your hand or anything like that. And what was fascinating is that after that happened, the discussion just went entirely downhill. Because we quit worrying about thinking well and started thinking about how to make a point and how to win. And what I love about the topic today, and I know what Ken is passionate about and Mark is passionate about, especially because I've talked with Ken enough to know, is just that there's a way to think well in the midst of a very messy world. And so I'm just excited to see and hear not only the how do we learn to think well, but how do we now apply that well in talking about the contentious topics that are going on in society today. So I'm hoping everybody has a great time. I'm really looking forward to what all the speakers have to say. I've got a chance to look at their notes a little bit, and there's just some really good information just based on that. I am going to bring up Ken Samples here in just a second. Ken is a philosopher and a theologian. He is the author, one of the co-authors of the book that is the genesis of our meeting today, Clear Thinking in a Messy World. He's got a Bachelor of Arts in Social Science from Concordia University with emphasis in history and philosophy. He has also got a master's in theological studies from Talbot School of Theology, and you may not know, if you don't know already, that for a while he was working at the Creation Research Institute, regularly co-hosting the Bible Answer Man. So we're going to have Ken Samples, the former Bible Answer Man, come up and give us an introduction to Clear Thinking in a Messy World.
All right, well, let's take a look. As Jeff mentioned, this workshop is kind of modeled on our book, Clear Thinking in a Messy World. I would actually encourage you to take a look at it. It may be a book you want to get into your public libraries. It's a textbook, but it's more than that. So let me talk a little bit about a superpower. Our resident superpower person is Fuzz Rana, and he told me that a superpower is a special or extraordinary ability far greater than what is considered normal. Now, I don't know that I can say having skill at logic would actually give you a superpower, but I think it comes close. And to be perfectly candid, I've taught logic for more than 35 years. And the class that students always came to me and said, it's studying logic where I felt empowered. I could actually take an argument apart and I could put it back together. I could identify fallacies. And that's a very powerful thing about logic. It gives you that capacity. Now, of course, we live at a time where we have feelers and we have thinkers. Many skeptics view Christians as emotional feelers instead of analytical thinkers. Don't get me wrong, I like feelers. God made us as beings that have emotions. I like warm Christians, not purely analytical Christians. But I think that we need more thinkers in our time. And I'm going to quote for you Yaroslav Pelikan. He taught at Yale Divinity School for more than 40 years, an expert on various areas of church history. He has this marvelous quote that I present. He says, "The church is always more than a school, but the church cannot be less than a school." And I think that's one of the biggest problems that we have today. Our churches are many things, and they need to be many things. They need to be a place where people hear the word of God proclaimed. It's a place where we go to receive the sacraments. It's a place where we enjoy fellowship. But I'm afraid that far too many of our churches are less than schools. And I don't mean a K through 12 school that's connected to the church. I think many of our churches, it's not a place of learning. It's not a place where people are encouraged to think deeply about big issues. So we hope to do that. And of course, what I like to tell people who struggle with logic is that it's about loving God with your mind. And that comes right from the Lord Jesus. He says, love the Lord your God with all of your heart and with all of your soul and with all of your mind. And I don't think Jesus is chopping us into parts there. I think what he means is we should love God with our entire being, with everything that we are. And logic, according to the great philosopher Aristotle, can be defined as ordered thinking. And I appreciate this line from my colleague Mark, ready, fire, aim. Well, most of you, or really all of you, have a good mind and a good brain, and that's been given to you by God. And so I'll bet all of you reason quite well. But what logic can do is it can help us order our thinking. It helps us to be careful. And it teaches us to be aware of mistakes that people can make in reasoning. So a fallacy is an error in reasoning. So that's what logic does. It helps us to order our thinking. And a logical argument, well, I think that there's very few things in life as important as how you think. One of the most important skills to master, particularly if you intend to share your faith with others, is how to form a logical argument. How do I form a logical argument? Well, an argument, while it may appear complex, a logical argument is really fundamentally straightforward. Let's first talk about what an argument is not. In logic, an argument does not mean a verbal fight, a bitter controversy, or a heated disagreement. That's the way we often think, but you could engage in a rigorous argument without your jugular vein popping out, without raising your voice. I remember my dad used to say, don't raise your voice, bring up your argument, right? So an argument is not a spat or a fight. What is a logical argument? Well, here Ed Miller, I think, puts it very, very well. He says a real argument is a carefully devised piece of reasoning involving premises, what is reasoned from, a conclusion, what is reasoned to, and an inference, the connection which yields the conclusion from the premises. Three things there. To have an argument, you have to make a claim, that's your conclusion. You have to support it, those are called your premises. And there has to be a reasoning process that takes you from the premises to the conclusion. And we call that an entailment, or we call it an inference. So an argument is a claim plus support plus an inference. To have an argument, you must make a claim called the conclusion, provide support called premises, and supply the reasoning process called an inference that moves the mind of the reader or listener from the premises to the conclusion. I remember the first time I ever read the cosmological argument, and it just hit me really hard. The premises led me to a conclusion. And so a claim with support and an inference. And so here we have those three essential components. Your claim is always your conclusion. That's what you want to persuade someone of. That's what you want to prove or to validate. Your premises are the support, and the inference, of course, is the reasoning process expressed by the argument. Now, I like this image here. I like it because you want your premises to support all sides of the argument. I like this image because it indicates that a well-supported conclusion comes from all different angles. So premises provide support, and they come in the form of reasons, evidence, facts for accepting the conclusion. You want your conclusion to be well supported with a variety of premises. A good argument, and what we mean by a good argument is that if it's deductive, it's sound. If it's inductive, it's cogent. And your premises at minimum must meet three goals. All your premises must be true. A false premise can invalidate or weaken your argument. Your premises need to be relevant, pertinent, connected to the central claim. Lots of fallacies fall under the category of irrelevance. Like, suppose you and I are arguing a point, and you make an argument, and instead of me responding to your argument, I attack your character. Well, your character is irrelevant to the argument at hand. So there are many fallacies we call the fallacies of relevance. But you also need to have adequate and sufficient support for the conclusion. That means enough. Enough. I need enough support. But I need to think broadly about what kind of support would make it. And I like this image too. Premises hold up the conclusion. So you have a house here. I want you to take a look at that dog. That dog looks so much like my dog, Gracie. She's an Anatolian shepherd, and she got ears like that and a tail. So in logic, just as the walls of a house hold up the roof, so the premises hold up the conclusion. So if I knock holes in your premises, it's possible your conclusion's going to come crashing down. Or we could put it this way, your conclusion is only as good as the premises that support it, right? Deduction. Three forms of reasoning. Deductive reasoning plays on certainty or necessity. So here is an example of a famous deductive argument. The first two are premises followed by the conclusion. All humans are mortal. Mortal means you have the capacity for death. All humans are mortal. Second premise, Socrates is human. Therefore, Socrates is mortal. Notice in deduction, I start out with a general statement about all human beings, and then I move to a specific statement about an individual, Socrates. That's generally how deduction moves. General to the specific, but I can make the same argument inductively. I can focus on probability rather than certainty. Deductive arguments are marvelous. The weakness of them is they usually have a narrow application. Most of our arguments will probably fall into the category of induction, which deals with probability. So the following serves as a classic example of an inductive argument. And notice here I start out with particular people, and then I move to a general conclusion about all human beings. Socrates is mortal, Plato's mortal, Aristotle's mortal, I'm mortal, you're mortal, therefore all humans are probably mortal. I think I'd be willing to go further than that, but it can be presented that way. And then a third form of reasoning that almost no logic textbook ever talks about, but I'll bet you, particularly if you are in a STEM field, you appreciate, and that's the inference to the best explanation, IBE. I think that this is a very powerful way of reasoning for the truth of Christianity. I've asked myself if I had one argument to make for the truth of God's existence and for the truth of Christianity, I think I would reason an inference to the best explanation. Here's the logical pattern reflected in the Christian theistic inference to the best explanation for the world and its meaningful realities. And so I'm going to argue abductively. I'm sure you've heard that Aristotle was abducted by aliens, and when they finally brought Aristotle back to Athens, his followers said, well, what makes these space people so different? And Aristotle said, instead of deductive and inductive reasoning, they prefer abductive reasoning. right? Being taken. That's terribly funny. I don't know what's wrong. Now, take a look at this argument because I think it's a very powerful argument. The first premise is the universe and life exhibit diverse, complex, and meaningful realities. Put the universe in there. A universe that is fine-tuned, a universe that had a beginning. All of the things that go with our universe. Premise 2, the Christian theistic God and worldview revealed in the Bible best explains these realities individually and cumulatively better than naturalism, mysticism, other forms of theism. So I draw the conclusion the Christian theistic God and worldview is the most plausibly true explanation of reality. So deduction plays on certainty or necessity, induction trades on probability, abductive reasoning works in terms of plausibility. And anybody who is involved in a diagnostic reasoning is going to engage in abductive reasoning. When I go to my doctor, I'm always asking him, how did you come up with that diagnosis? I know you've looked at the tests, the blood tests, the urine test. I know that you've asked me questions about my family history, but I would say to them, but how much of your diagnosis is educated guessing? And my wife always told me, don't say that to a doctor. But I'm trying to figure out, how do you get at this? Well, there's nothing wrong with educated guessing. In that kind of context. Okay, so I want to move in this talk because it's an introduction to what we'll be doing here today. When I give a talk or write an article that includes a logical argument, I consciously ask myself 5 questions. These 5 questions serve as a checklist, and the older I get, it's easier to remember them if they all begin with the same letter. So these questions serve as my checklist to ensure that I'm on the proper logical track. The 5 C's of logical persuasion, I call these that very thing, the 5 C's of logical persuasion. And I want to begin with the word clear. Clear. Is the claim that I'm defending sufficiently clear? Dennis Prager, religious Jew, has a radio program for decades here in Los Angeles. Prager would often say, I prefer clarity to agreement. And I think what he meant by that is if we come away understanding our positions, we're in a much better position. But just kind of dropping everything and saying, can't we all just get along, that may not work all that well. So the first thing that I ask, is my argument clear? The claim or the conclusion of my argument is what I aim to demonstrate or validate. Consequently, I wish others to embrace. So my claim needs to be clear. I strive to be crystal clear in presenting the central claim. When I go to philosophical meetings and scientific meetings, it is just filled with jargon. And when I bring lay people, they have no idea what's being said. In fact, I took Jeff Swearing to a philosophy conference, and halfway through he said, the only thing I've understood is the question you asked. Clarity has a certain type of persuasion, right? So I strive to be crystal clear in presenting the central claim. Let me go back to that. So clarity, is my argument clear? My second C is concise. Is my argument adequately concise? What's the problem here? Lengthy arguments often lose their focus and their impact. As a result, I aim to make my arguments as concise and clear as possible. I want everybody to know this is the conclusion I'm drawing. And this is why I think you should agree with me in my premises. I want to make them clear. I want to be concise. There's something about a succinct and crisp argument. The word simple is not a bad word. It can be very powerful. Presenting an argument in its simplest form is often quite powerful. I came across this because for 25 years, I taught a Sunday school class. And in that Sunday school class, I had quite a range of people. Some in the class had PhDs in academic fields. But there were also kind of junior high kids who came. And my challenge was to address a substantive topic in an accessible way so that people who had a terminal degree as well as young minds could get something out of it. And so clarity, conciseness, these are very powerful. My third C is cogent. Is my argument well conceived? Is it well evidenced and therefore logically cogent? You want to be thinking you want to look at your argument and ask the question, is it internally ordered? Is it well conceived? Do I have good evidence? Do I have the right kind of evidence? That tends to make our arguments cogent. So good arguments demonstrate careful thought and logical structure. Again, all of you reason well. The problem with us is that sometimes we're lazy. Sometimes we take shortcuts that we shouldn't take. Logic is about ordering our thinking, and these C's can be very helpful. Sufficient and relevant, proper support for the conclusion should be sufficient and logically relevant. Sufficient, do I have enough evidence to support my conclusion? Relevance are my premises pertinent and connected to my conclusion? These are so many of the informal fallacies fall into the camp of lacking sufficiency or lacking relevance. A cogent argument reflects well-ordered thinking. Again, the mistake we make is we take shortcuts, or we're kind of lazy, or we're not consistent, and logic has a way of ordering our thought. Number 4 might be the most important C. Have I considered the possible counter evidence? I think lots of people neglect this. When they make an argument, they know they've got to have strong evidence, and they want their conclusion to be powerful, but they often do not consider what is the evidence against my position. And there the issue is, if you haven't looked at the evidence against your view, you haven't looked at all the evidence. So I tell my students, write your paper, defend your thesis, but at the end of the paper, I want to hear what the best argument is on the other side and how you work through it. And I have students that come back to me and say, Professor Samples, I didn't know, but there is a good argument on that other side. And it made me think. Some evidence could serve to weaken or falsify an argument. And thoughtful individuals reflect on the possible shortcomings of their argument. You take the cosmological argument, the teleological argument, the moral argument, the ontological argument, the argument for the resurrection. Virtually every argument that you would utilize for the truth of God's existence and for the validity of Christianity has comebacks, has weaknesses. You want to anticipate what those are. You want to consider what is the best argument on the other side. Forethought, anticipating potential criticisms of an argument demonstrates intellectual foresight and consideration. So when I'm thinking of arguing for God, I'm immediately trying to search my mind. What will people say in response to it? And how do I sort through that? So I want my arguments to be clear. I want them to be concise. I want them to be cogent. But I want to consider the alternative, the best argument on the other side. And then 5, compelling. Have I used skillful language and powerful metaphors that can serve to compel the will of my listeners? You know, when it comes to persuasion, Aristotle wrote the book on logic, but he also wrote the book on persuasion. And interestingly enough, Aristotle doesn't start with logos in terms of persuading people. He starts with ethos, your character. A person has to trust that you have character to listen to you. Then he moves to pathos. Is there a good reason why I should trust you? And why is this so important? And then he moves to logos. So persuasion frequently encompasses more than just logical reasoning. Rhetoric and imagination. There's a reason why the Chronicles of Narnia have sold more than 100 million copies, and why The Lord of the Rings has sold more than 150 million copies. I wonder if Lewis and Tolkien were alive today, would they be billionaires? J.K. Rowling is. Engaging rhetoric, creative narratives can also inspire the human will toward conviction. And so we move back to ordered thought. A great benefit of studying logic is that it serves to order a person's thinking. Order helps protect a person from crooked or fallacious reasoning. And there's my checklist. Inquiring about the 5 C's of persuasion ensures a valued order. Is my argument clear? Is it concise? Is it cogent? Have I considered alternatives? And is it compelling? Furthermore, logic is a beneficial tool that aids individuals in uncovering the truth. Think of that. Logic is a tool that can help you discover the truth. If that's the case, logic's a tool you'll want to be quite skilled in using. And I will close with a quote from C.S. Lewis. Lewis says, "I have come to the conviction that if you cannot translate your thoughts into uneducated language, then your thoughts were confused. Power to translate is the test of having really understood one's own meaning." Lewis taught the cream of the crop at Oxford. These are the elite students he taught. During World War I, he was a combat soldier in the British Army, wounded in battle. World War II, he went on the BBC and gave these lectures. They were so successful, those lectures became Mere Christianity, his marvelous little book. But after the war, Winston Churchill said, "I'd like you to receive a medal. Your speaking was so powerful," right? Well, here's the point. Lewis says, when I went to the RAF bases, I couldn't use my Oxford speed. I had to break it down. I had to communicate it. That's what Mark and I attempt to do in this book. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Ken. Looking forward to what George has to say today. I really appreciate hanging out and talking with George. He's another philosopher ethicist. How do you say that? That's 5 times. Yeah, okay, I'll work on that. I'll do my exercises there. He's also our Scholar Community Program Director. He's one of our staff scholars here at Reasons to Believe. He's got Masters in Philosophy of Religion and Ethics from Talbot School of Theology, Masters in Philosophy, Claremont Graduate University, and what I love talking with George about, he's been a pastor for 20 years. And so this isn't just, let's talk about this in the classroom. He's had this very practical, real-world experience of how do we help the church deal with this? And I'm really looking forward to what he brings today, because he's going to be talking to us about Jesus, the sage logician.
I want to say that we live in a Jesus-haunted culture. A Jesus-haunted culture. Real quick, when I say the word haunt or haunted, what comes to your mind? What feeling? What thought? Ghosts, spirits. Fear. You have fear. The what? Yeah? Oh, that's right. I worked for Disney, so I knew a lot about the haunted house there. I won't tell you stories. There's some odd ones. Yeah, you think of fear and trepidation, a little uneasiness. If Tracy said, you know, the RTB building is haunted, certain images or feelings would come to mind with you. We can also talk about it as being haunted by an idea or an event from the past. A number of years ago, I fell in my house and I broke my left humerus. And I'm still haunted by that event today. I can remember the pain. I'm really careful not to trip again and break something else. We can also talk about our different feelings that arise, what happens to our imagination. If we use phrases like, his haunted imagination gave him no peace. So we have an understanding, an intuitive understanding of what haunted means. How does it apply here? We live in a Jesus-haunted culture. Just a couple of days ago, you might have seen it on the news, a group in the Philippines celebrating a mass they see up in the clouds, and you can watch the video as an apparition of Jesus appears in the clouds. People start worshiping, other people are a little haunted by what's going on. And I zoomed in on the picture, and on the front row, it almost looks like there's a question mark on it. I thought that was a little interesting. We live in a Jesus-haunted world, maybe, but we certainly live here in North America in a Jesus-haunted culture. Ben Witherington, a New Testament scholar, puts it this way. He says, in America, listen to his words closely. He says, in America, we live in a Jesus-haunted culture that is biblically illiterate. Jesus is a household name, and yet only a distinct minority of people, only a distinct minority of Americans have studied about Jesus, right? We know the name, we're haunted by him, but we haven't studied about him. In this sort of environment, he says, almost any wild theory about Jesus or his earliest followers can pass for knowledge because so few people actually know the Bible. Now, this is just not his view. A number of other people have made this observation. Take Dr. Stephen Willem. He had a great book, a comprehensive book called God the Son Incarnate. He says this, that Jesus has been and still is an enigma to many people, even though he has been the dominant figure in the history of Western culture for almost 20 centuries. Think about it. A majority of people are still confused, though, regarding his identity. So I have two aims with you today during my time, two things I want to accomplish. Number one, I want us to press into this idea of being in a Jesus-haunted culture. Explore it a little more, paint a picture for you, give you pieces of a puzzle that sort of show what our culture is like. And for those of you who know this reference, and like a good Scooby-Doo episode, at the very end, I want to unmask the villain and see who it really is. And in this case, it's not a villain, but it's Jesus who's behind this hauntedness. And I want to reveal to you some aspects of Jesus that we don't normally think about. And also, I want to remind you of the brilliance of the historical and biblical Jesus. In some ways, I'm echoing what the Apostle Peter said in 2 Peter chapter 1. He puts it this way, and I like how he says it. He says, so I will always remind you of these things, even though you, what does it say? It doesn't say believe. It says, even though you already know them and are firmly established in the truth you now have. That's an interesting psychology that he's bringing right there. You can know something, but it can be put to the recesses in the back of your mind, and it has to be called back to the forefront. Any parent knows this, any boss knows this. Right? I told my kids, say please and thank you. I know. Pick up the towel. I know. Take out the trash. I know, right? We as human beings have to be reminded of things, even when we know them. He says, I think it's right to refresh your memory. And he says, and I'll make every effort to see that after my departure, you will always be able to remember these things, right? You'll be able to call it to the forefront of your mind. He says elsewhere, so when people ask you questions, you can give the reason for the hope that you have within. You're ready to talk about it. You can bring it to the forefront. And I think he's implying he wants to share it in ways that would make you remember it and bring it to memory in those very moments. And certainly the Holy Spirit is a part of that. So we live in a Jesus-haunted culture. Let's press into this idea a little bit. A few years ago, I was with my boys at Evo. And you might think this is an evolution conference, and it is, but it's called Evolution Championship Series. And it doesn't have to do with evolutionary biology, Fuzz, so just calm down. No, it has to do with, it's a gaming conference. And thousands of people go to this. It's the largest one in the world. And what they do is they gather, and on huge screens, like a football stadium, they play fighting games. Usually it's one-on-one, different characters that they fight, and they go through all these tournaments, and then a champion at the end. So we were there, and they also have a number of smaller tournaments. It's actually quite humane because it's not like WWE or boxing. People don't get beat up. It's the characters on the games that get beat up. So it's kind of a fun event, and I was there with my boys, and we were passing by watching some people play games, and I see this one particular game that kids are playing, and it's called this, Fight of Gods. And I just love that title, Fight of Gods. And in this particular 1-versus-1 fighting game, what you do is you select a god. Vishnu, Zeus, Poseidon. One guy, he picked Buddha. And I'm like, wait, in Buddhism, Buddha's not a god. And I'm going crazy because I have a comparative religion background. And my kids are having to hold me back. Stop, Dad, stop. It's not time to correct people. So I'm watching them pick different characters. And usually what happens, you pick a character, and then it gives you a cutscene to tell you about what this character is like. And then I see a person pick a very particular character, and it's this guy. And in the cutscene, Jesus is on the cross, and he rips himself down, and you can see the wood on his arm still. And he uses the wood to pummel his opponents. And there's poor Buddha, and Jesus is just walloping him. Don't even get me talking about Vishnu, what happened there. Jesus can shine holy light. If he takes too much damage, he can resurrect. It's great. And I was just fascinated, and I thought to myself, we live in a Jesus-haunted culture. It's throughout the gaming world. You do card games such as Magic, Yu-Gi-Oh, and others. People make up cards, Jesus, human god cleric, human avatar, legendary creature. And this is just in the gaming world. What about the world of movies and TV? About a year ago, a show was released on Netflix called Chaos. This isn't an endorsement, but being a comparative religions major, it piqued my interest. And it really is what some people call a Christ-haunted television show. Now, why is it Christ-haunted? Does it have to do with Jesus? Is it like Fight of Gods, Jesus with the other gods? Well, no, Jesus is not a part of it at all. And Jeff Goldblum, the actor, plays Zeus. And he's a god who has a family in crisis, a squabbling. They're dealing with humans. And what you begin to realize is they're trying to depict actually how the gods would act. And there's some fun stuff that they do with that. But what makes it Christ-haunted is the viewer and how the viewer reacts to what's going on. Let me give you one particular scene. Zeus is walking around the feasting table, and he's talking with his son, Dionysus, and he's holding a knife. And as he's walking around the table, he's exhorting Dionysus. And Zeus in the show is worried about a prophecy where he might die. And so he's reflecting on this, and he sort of really lays into Dionysus, and he says, "We do not bring people back from the dead, Dionysus. We do not do it. And love? Well, human love, that needy, cloying, unsophisticated stuff that those humans experience, it is not something to be admired." Do you know why? Do you, Dionysius? Because it's weakness. It's weakness. And then he looks at the cat. And Dionysus has kind of fallen in love with the cat. It was one of the humans. And Zeus takes the knife and he plunges it into the cat, killing the cat. And he says this. Zeus says, I suppose you think you loved that cat. Well, you didn't. We're gods, Dionysus. We are gods. We don't bleed, we don't die, and we don't love anything lesser than ourselves. Now, why is that Christ haunted? Because the viewer is going, well, first they're going, what in the world did you do with that cat? Right? We have a sense that we want to care for animals. Remember book of Jonah, the very end, the last verse, where it leaves us? It's about the people repenting, and he says, and what about the animals? God cares about the animals. Not Zeus. Your reactions to it are actually Christ haunted. You want to love. You want to help things that are lesser than yourself. In fact, that actually is a mirror back to the Jesus story, if you think about it. It's a Christ haunted series. Now, do one of those pesky searches on the internet. You do these things. I don't know about you, but now I turned off the, how it populates when you start to write something in. Yeah, auto-populate. It just bugs me. It's like, you can't anticipate me. I get mad. But this is an actual screenshot of my computer over the years. I have a number of them. But if you type in, was Jesus A, what do you get? Now notice the list of what people are searching. I like some of them. Was Jesus a real person, a communist, a magician? I really like the last one there, a vegetarian. That's good stuff. But notice what doesn't come up. Was Jesus a philosopher, a logician, someone that we can learn from, someone that we can learn reason and logic from? That doesn't seem to populate as easily. Let's look at that one just briefly. Remember, we live in a Jesus-haunted culture. Let's look at Jesus the vegetarian. Was Jesus a vegetarian? I hear silence. I know, well, I just have to make a comment. Hugh right now is looking at those vegetables, and he's ready for lunch. I just want you to know. That's a great picture. You might say, well, does it really matter whether or not Jesus was a vegetarian? Well, our friends over at PETA, People for the Ethical Treatment of Animals, actually ran a campaign a number of years ago saying that Jesus was a vegetarian. Show respect for God's creatures and follow him. And I love the halo, which is an orange slice, right above him. Now, a Jew who ate the Passover, probably had lamb, was not a vegetarian, right? But the chief marketer of PETA at the time said this, that this campaign, quote, has been perhaps our most successful ever. Why? Because back here, Jesus still has moral authority for us. A model. If he's a vegetarian, maybe I should think about being a vegetarian. Follow him. What would Jesus eat? I have that bracelet, right? Now, we could populate it with other things. Was Jesus a baby? Yeah, well, what do we do at Christmas, right? And we can ask the question, well, does it really matter? Well, you can probably articulate, if you're a Christian, why that really matters. We sing glory to God in the what? Highest. But the story is about glory to God in the lowest. God becomes human, takes on the form of a baby, and there's some serious implications about it. Christ-haunted culture, we get this. Ricky Bobby from Talladega Nights. And when he goes to pray, how does he pray? He likes the baby Jesus. And he prays, dear 8-pound, 6-ounce newborn baby Jesus. Don't even know a word yet, just a little infant, so cuddly, but still so omnipotent. He likes the baby Jesus. Others at the table say, but he grew up, he was a man. One of his sons says, no, I like the ninja Jesus. We don't live in a polytheistic world, we live in a poly-Jesus world. that's haunted by Jesus. Perhaps the writer who has talked about this best, but through art and literature, is Flannery O'Connor. And in her work, she talks about the Christ-haunted South, about her being Catholic living in the Protestant South. And then a lot of her characters express Jesus' hauntedness. And here's how she puts it. She basically says this means, to be Christ-haunted means that even when people reject or misunderstand Christian belief, its influence is deeply embedded in the culture, shaping their thoughts, actions, and even their weirdness. It's shaping their thoughts, their actions, and even their eccentricities. Glenn Scrivener wrote a book called The Air We Breathe. In there, he says something similar. He writes in the introduction, the extraordinary impact of Christianity is seen in the fact that we don't notice it. It's there, but we don't notice it. It's like fish swimming. We just swim. There's been a spate of books, a host of books over the last few years talking about this. Authors attempting to remind a Christ-haunted culture where their values and some of their deep-seated beliefs come from. You can look at Tom Holland's Dominion. You could look at Bullies and Saints, the dark side and the light side of Christianity through the history. Or take even Rodney Stark's work. There's plenty of them talking about how monotheism, and particularly Christianity, affected the world and profoundly. Values that we have, like equality, compassion, love, and he goes through a list of, I think, 7, are deeply impacted because of a person who taught us these values. Now, was Jesus a philosopher, and does it matter? We live in a Jesus-haunted culture, but what is this identity of Jesus? This Jesus that we're haunted by? If we unmask him, what kind of person is he? Well, we get all these kind of weird answers in the culture, but if we really look at him, what do we get? Now, it's interesting. This goes all the way up to the presidency. You may remember George Bush. He was, at this particular time in 1999, running for president, and he was a part of a debate. Some of you might even remember this. And in the debate, the moderator turns to Bush and says, "Who is your favorite political philosopher?" And who does he say? Well, Bush responds, "Jesus, because he changed my life." Now, Bush is really criticized, mocked for giving this answer because they're saying, well, he's pandering towards a certain group. Others said, well, it's just his own personal piety is what's going on here. But could you not get some substance about looking at Jesus and how he interacted with the political authorities? Yeah. I was thinking if we could go back and interview Plato, he would probably, if you asked him who was his favorite philosopher, he'd probably say Socrates. Or himself, he might say. If you looked at Aristotle, he might say the same thing. Socrates. I learned from Plato, but Socrates. In fact, Aristotle says he's going to flee Athens so that Athens doesn't sin against philosophy twice, killing Socrates and then killing him. Now, I think both of them would have said, Socrates changed my life. That doesn't make him any less of a philosopher. And Jesus certainly fits that. Changed many lives. This is Professor Douglas Groothuis. Am I saying that right, Ken? Is it Groothuis? Yeah. Myself as a philosopher with a name like Haraksin, students are always messing it up. It's usually like Haraksin. And I said, no, I have skin in the game, but I have sin in my last name, Haraksin. And so I have to, one time I was introduced as George Harassment. That's not good. Not so good. Maybe Groothuis and we should change our last names because there are philosophers. One is called John Wisdom. That is so cool. Another guy is JJC Smart. It's like, yes, Man, a woman philosopher, Eleanor Stump. I stumped you. These are just great. Haraksin? No. Samples is cool, though. So I like that name. So Professor Grutheis wrote this book right after, in the early 2000s. I had started teaching philosophy at a local university. And he came out with this book on Jesus. It was part of a series helping people to understand different kinds of philosophers, from Plato to Descartes to Wittgenstein, Blaise Pascal. But they actually permitted Doug to write this book on Jesus, about Jesus. And in that book, he raises this question: was Jesus, whatever else he may have been, a bona fide philosopher? And he gives some conditions, as a philosopher would, on what is a philosopher. Having to have, pursue truth, use rigorous human reasoning, and do it with skill. And then he goes on to say, and Jesus fits this label, fits this criteria. In fact, Jesus affirms all these things. I wish we had time to talk about it. He affirms the life of the mind. Ken said that. Rational inquiry. He thinks truth is knowable. He's not a strong skeptic. He believes in testable evidence, testable faith. Questions that lead to truth. He invites questions for people to draw in. Answers questions from actually all the major branches of philosophy. What I want to focus in on is this idea that Jesus was a logician, and he affirmed rationality and, believe it or not, logic to a great degree. He was very, very skilled at it. But let's see him at work. Now, you may remember the passage in Luke 13. This particular passage is about a healing on the Sabbath. Jesus is teaching at the synagogue, and there's a woman there who's been crippled for something like 18 years. And as she's bent over, she has some sort of infirmity caused by a spirit, the text says. And he sees her and he calls her over and he says, "Woman, your infirmity is healed." But then he walks over and he touches her, straightens her up, and she praises God over it. But you'll recall that the synagogue leader is furious. He's indignant, the text says, because Jesus healed on the Sabbath, violating the rule. And so the synagogue leader says to the people, he says that, look, there are 6 days for work, so come and be healed on those days, not on the Sabbath. It's like you get to the hospital and they close the door. We're on break. Now, what does Jesus say? Notice he goes, "You hypocrites. Doesn't each of you on the Sabbath untie your ox or donkey from the stall and then lead it out to water? Then should not this woman, a daughter of Abraham," and in the Greek it says, "behold," whom Satan has kept bound for 18 long years. Interestingly, that 18 years is how long Jesus was in the blue-collar sector working as an apprentice. And he comes into his ministry and he starts doing these things. He says, then should not this woman who's been bound be freed on the Sabbath from what bound her? This is what's called, and Ken writes it in his book, an a fortiori argument. And it means literally from the stronger. Now, if you did the structure, Ken went into some structure, so I won't do a lot. But it would look like this. Premise 1 would be you accept the truth of A, and then you would give premise 2 and support it, but it's relevantly very closely similar to A. But it is even stronger than A. Therefore, if the truth of A must be accepted, then you must accept the truth of B. It follows logically. Okay? We intuitively catch the pattern, but this isn't written out. So let's plug in Jesus' content. The Jews lawfully release animals from their confinement on the Sabbath out of concern for the animal's well-being. Premise 2, a woman's well-being, that is being freed from a terrible illness, is far more important than watering an animal. Interesting set of values there. Well, therefore, if watering an animal on the Sabbath is not a Sabbath violation, then Jesus healing the woman on the Sabbath is not a violation either. You see, and the impact is amazing. In fact, when he said this, all of his opponents were what? Humiliated. They were put to shame. But the people were delighted with all the wonderful things he was doing. Now, what were they delighted in? Well, you could say the healing, that's amazing, and we can almost hyper-focus on that. But they were also, I would argue, amazed and in wonder about Jesus' logic, about his reasoning skill, how he could interact with these people at the synagogue. In fact, we now have evidence that Jesus teaching his disciples, passing this idea on to the church, we have found in archaeology an early church depicting Jesus in a certain way. This comes from a 3rd century church in Syria. Before it was destroyed, they were able to rescue the drawings in that. And this is one particular drawing with Jesus teaching the people. It's a little hard to see, but what you will notice is that he's dressed in a philosopher's robe. Even the early church portrayed Jesus as a sage, logician, someone who needed to be listened to, who had wisdom to live a happy life, a life under God. We see this not just in Luke 13 and Matthew 13, especially in Matthew. Matthew presents Jesus as one of those sages. The Sermon on the Mount is set up in such a way to talk about happiness, right? Blessed are those. And this is exactly what other philosophers would have done. Now, Jesus is more than a sage as you get through the gospel, but he is certainly that. Coming to his hometown, he began teaching with the people in their synagogue, and they were amazed. What were they amazed at? Well, you can say, well, his miraculous works. Well, yes. But notice it says they were amazed at his wisdom, his skill in reasoning, his practical abilities to come to the truth. Go a little bit further down in Matthew 22. You know this famous story about paying the empirical tax. Jesus is put in this sort of horns of a dilemma. And in this story, Jesus asks for a denarius, and they bring him a coin. It's not a denarius, but you get the picture. And you can almost see him holding it and looking at it and showing the people. He says, whose image is on it? Whose inscription? And of course, they say, well, it's Caesar's, they replied. And he said, well, then, give back to Caesar what is Caesar's, and give to God what is God's. And notice what he does. He drops it. He just leaves it there. You can almost imagine him after he says it, give to Caesar what is Caesar's, and he throws the coin. What was the response? They were amazed again. Now we actually have, John, you're an archaeologist, we actually have coins from that era, a denarius depicting Caesar that have been uncovered. We can look at them and see them. Recent archaeology has also uncovered a picture of the crowd when they heard this. Here they are. The guy that looks like Joe Rogan back in the 1st century. We look at it, and the people are amazed once again. And this is due to an intellectual challenge, a politically hot potato. And notice it says, so they left him and went away. How many times have you argued so well, were so good in your rhetoric, that your challenger just went away? I mean, wouldn't that be cool? Yeah. This happens to my wife all the time. She argues, and I'm like, wow. And so I walk away. She's that smart. Jesus is really good at reasoning. In fact, in this particular passage with the coin, he uses what's called an anthememe. It's not where we get our word meme, but it's a Greek word of reticate that means when you have an argument, a syllogism, you leave out a premise or the conclusion. And remember, Jesus says, give to Caesar what is Caesar's and give to God what is God's. And you're thinking, well, he just leaves it. What's God's? And you can just imagine people talking with one another. What's God's? What's God's? He's talking about images. Well, whose image is on you? God's. So the implication is you're to give your life to God. Baylor University rhetoric professor Martin Medhurst observes this. He says, when using an anthememe, now listen to him, he says, an anthememe helps you to involve people psychologically and helps to persuade them by having them persuade themselves. It's a wonderful tool. Willard puts it this way, in his article, Jesus the Logician, Jesus' aim is to utilize logic, is not to win battles, but to achieve understanding in his hearers. He says, Jesus presents matters in such a way that those who wish to, who want to know something, can find their way to, can come to the appropriate conclusion as something they have discovered, whether or not it is something they particularly care for. You have to decide whether you're going to accept it or not, to lean into it. If we had time, there's the imperial tax discussion in Matthew 22, but if you just continue on in that chapter, the next encounter is with the Sadducees. And Jesus has this discussion with them about marriage and resurrection. And there what he does is he skillfully goes to the books of Moses that they trust and shows them that they misread it, that their theology is bad. He could have gone to other texts, but they don't accept those. And so he meets them on their ground and critiques their theology. The very next story is about the expert in the law who asks, what is the greatest commandment? And of course, many of us remember that. What does Jesus say? Well, love the Lord your God with all your heart, soul, mind, and strength. And the other is similar. Love your neighbor as yourself. And he sums it up. I mean, this is 2,000 years before AI. I made up a word for Jesus, Chat GP Jesus. He can summarize the whole law that quickly. And then all of a sudden, he pulls the I'm the captain now posture. And he says, he goes over to some others and he says, whose son is the Messiah? And he makes an argument for why that's not David. So Jesus is skilled in his law. We can learn a lot from him. But I want to point out a couple of things as we close up here. What kind of sage logician is Jesus? I think he's pretty distinct, actually. We usually think of philosophers being discussion-oriented, the Socratic method, Plato's dialogues. And they discuss, and there's an old phrase about philosophy, that philosophy bakes no bread. It doesn't get anything done. It's just a lot of talking. You may even remember, if you're a fan of Monty Python, they have the famous soccer or football sketch where they love to make fun of philosophers, where they have the Greek team come out on the field, Pythagoras. They have the German philosophers come on the field, Wittgenstein, Leibniz in the bunch. And they're all there getting ready to play. Confucius is the referee. The ball's sitting right there on the field. They come in, they shake hands. Confucius blows the whistle, and they begin to turn around and think. No one kicks the ball. They just talk. They discuss. What is a ball? Its form, its circularity. Nothing happens, and nothing happens, and nothing happens. Until someone thinks, Eureka, I'm supposed to do something with the ball. That's the picture that we have of most philosophers, that they're discussion-oriented. However, Jesus is different, I would argue. He is what I would call an obedience-oriented philosopher. In his philosophy, in his use of logic and rationality, he expects people to make some type of a decision on the claims that he makes. Some try to trap him more, go after him, even try to kill him. Others draw in and ask questions. Ben Witherington, who I mentioned earlier, likes to call the disciples the disciples because they don't get it. But at least they go in, they lean in, and they try to figure out what's going on. Jonathan Pennington wrote a book recently called Jesus the Great Philosopher. He's a theologian. But I like what he wrote here, and he picks out another aspect of Jesus that we should give some serious thought to, especially today. Jesus, he points out, and I'm going to use some of my terms, but is the philosopher with feeling. He's just not cold in his logic. He's warm, as Ken said. He's a philosopher with a distinct understanding of feelings, emotions, or passions. You might call them affections. That is very different from Plato. It's probably more like Aristotle's view, but it's different from the Stoics, who were popular at the time. So I call him the philosopher with feeling, or the logician of love, because he gives logical hugs. He knows how to be tender towards people, but towards others who lack compassion, he uses this logic, and he gives them sort of this logical hug. Don't you see what's going on here? I also call him the sage of supplication. He's a logician, right? He's a sage, but he teaches us something more. How to go to God in humble prayer. The Stoics they talked about self-sufficiency and controlling your feelings, or even feelings might be bad. Not Jesus. He helps us to petition God, to share our feelings, to lean into God with all of our reason and emotion. Emotion isn't irrational, but it needs to be rightly ordered. So it's not reason over emotion, like the Stoics. It's not emotion over reason, as we see a lot today, but it's reason with rightly ordered emotions. And Pennington does a good job going into Jesus and the church's long-time reflections on this, which should impact how we understand psychology. That Luke 13 passage it's one that engages me. I suffer from a disease called ankylosing spondylitis that fuses your joints and eventually makes you hunch back over. But notice Jesus, the logician, also walks over, touches the lady. He's tender. He shows that she is not unclean. What am I trying to do? For us, I think we should we should help Christians see a new dimension of Jesus. Jesus, the philosopher, sage, logician. I've tried to do this in my own ministry, in philosophy. I've hired some teaching assistants. I'd make them read on Jesus so they could correct the papers. And one time, a neighbor, and he walked over, he knocked on my door. He said, "George, I finished the papers." And he handed me the papers. And he said, "Hey, how about that Jesus?" And I'm like, "Yeah, how about Jesus?" He's wicked smart. I'm like, "Yeah, he's wicked smart. I have to take a look at him." I'm like, "Yeah, you should. Change this view." I think we also know that Jesus is more than that, but we want to try to show non-Christians a new dimension of philosophy, a new philosopher, a new sage, a new logician to learn from. Yes, he's more than that, but we should show this. Doug Grutai says this is a powerful apologetic tool to help show non-Christians just how rational Jesus is. If the founder of Christianity is a great thinker, his followers should never demean the mind. One time I was giving a sermon. A young man, a Buddhist, was in the congregation. I said, if you can find anybody better than Jesus, smarter than Jesus, then follow that person. And I borrowed that from Dallas Willard. Christians came up to me afterwards. They're really nervous. What if you find someone better? I'm like, he's not going to find anyone better. And if he thinks he has, well, let's talk about it. Later, he came to me. He said, "You know, George," he had become a Christian. He said, "You said that during the sermon, and I took it seriously. And I went out and studied, and I couldn't find anybody better than Jesus." It's literally what brought him to Christ. Look, would your life be better off if you reasoned as well as Jesus reasoned? I think so, whether you're a Christian or not. Now, we can take it further. Would your life be better off if you knew the things Jesus knows about the world and then acted upon them? Would it be better? I think the answer is yes. Willard was fond of saying, Jesus is the smartest man who's ever lived. He was really smart, really good at logic. I think we should do our work and follow him in that way. Thank you.
Thanks, George. Really appreciate that. We have our third in our trifecta of philosophers today. We got Mark Perez, who's a philosopher. He's also a co-author of Clear Thinking in a Messy World. He is our Chief Operating Officer here at Reasons to Believe, and he's also got an MA in Analytic Philosophy of Science, and I would love to learn what those terms mean at some point, because I know the words, but I don't know what they mean in that context. I got it from Cal State University of Los Angeles. He also has, might not know, a Master's of Public Administration from American Military University. And one of the things that I love interacting with Mark about, it's not all he does, but it's a fascinating component of who he is that he served as Deputy Chief of Police for the LAPD. And somebody who has to use logic and thinking well all the time. And so he's got not just the credentials to speak about it from a philosophy, but he's had to live it in life. And so I'm going to introduce Mark here as he's going to talk about mental mirage, how cognitive bias clouds clear thinking.
When we're looking at what obscures clear thinking, that is the focus of what I'm going to be talking about today. And when we look at a mirage, what a mirage is doing is, in addition to a whole lot of other things, it's obscuring reality. We're looking at something that looks like it's really there. For example, in this particular image, familiar with everybody, is that it looks like there's water out there when there really is no water. That refraction is obscuring the reality that there's nothing but desert. It's dry. And so when we look at that mirage, that's an analogy to what happens when we think. I'll get more into that in a second, but the bottom line is that we're going to be looking at how our thinking can be obscured, the way a mirage obscures the reality of that desert. Now, look at this image for a second. It's familiar for a lot of people, but one of the important things about this is what it does. So you look at this diagram and you'll see two red lines. One of them is to the right, one of them is to the left. The one on the left looks like it's one box tall, and the one on the right looks like it's 3 boxes tall. But the most important thing is it's hard to look at that and not see the line on the right as longer than the line on the left. And the truth is that the line on the left and the line on the right are almost exactly the same, to probably within 1 pixel. So they're the same length. But when you look at them, I'll go back, let you look at it again. It's hard to look at them and see them as the same length. Now, what does this have to do with clear thinking? Well, what it has to do with clear thinking is that there are ways that we are using to figure out that these are illusions or mirage. And we have the same thing to be able to use for our mental mirages. So our senses are really easily tricked by physical mirages or illusions, and our minds can be tricked by non-rational mental mirages in the same way. But we have what we'll call rational standards, or in some respects, they're rational procedures, some of which have already been discussed earlier, and I'm very happy that they have been. The first one that I'll talk about is deductive logic. So we've had an intro to deductive logic earlier, or it saves me some time. The bottom line to the deductive logic, and what makes it a rational standard, is that it's a rule-based system, where if you follow the rules, you get the right results. The same thing with mathematics. There's no obscuring of anything. When you do your mathematical operations properly, you get the right outcomes. Inductive logic is very much the same thing. It has a different kind of outcome. But the bottom line is there are rules for using it. And these rules are what we would call rational standards. If you operate within those domains, you will come out with a rational conclusion. We also have something else that helps us to avoid obscured reasoning, and that is what I would call a distraction catalog, a distraction detection catalog. Now, Ken mentioned earlier about fallacies and what fallacies are and what they do, and so I won't get into that. But what I will say is that when we understand what informal fallacies are and what they do, and how they obscure what we're trying to get done, in other words, they will distract us from the clarity of an argument in a way that the structure of the argument won't. Then we can see how understanding this detection catalog will make it far easier for us to reason well and to reason clearly. So in a perfect world, we'd always use these rational standards. We would spot and avoid fallacies, our judgments and decisions would always be rational, and we'd always think clearly and decide well. But the world is not that way. Why? Because applying logic is complicated. Try going through some of these deductive inferences the way you saw them earlier, and you try doing that all the time. If you tried it often enough, your hair would look like mine. You'd be pulling it out. It requires a lot of focus, a lot of time, a lot of energy. And part of the problem too is that we just want to decide quickly. We want to get this over with. Our minds are lazy. And that's a good thing in some respects. But we use mental shortcuts, and this is going to be a theme that we're going to really need to focus on in a couple of minutes. We use mental shortcuts, and we look for what's most obvious or what's easy to recall, and that too is a problem. That does contribute to our ability, our penchant's tendency toward irrational thinking. So I'm going to give you an example of a shortcut. Many of you have seen this, many of you haven't. And so I would ask that those of you who have, please be quiet and don't tell everybody else the secret. Let everybody figure it out for himself. And when we do it, we're going to do it very quickly, but we need to make sure everybody gets a chance at it. So here's the first shortcut example. This problem is the bat and the ball together cost $1.10. The bat costs $1 more than the ball. How much does the ball cost? Well, that's really, really easy. It's very, very simple to figure out. And the problem, though, is that about half the population or more won't figure it out, no matter how easy it is. They'll get it wrong. And that's 50% minimum. In some populations, it's up to 80%. When I was doing some work teaching management school, I had a total of about 1,000 people that I was doing in cohorts of 30. And over the course of a decade, I did this same test with them, and it was a 90% failure rate because I pulled out the people who had already seen it. So it's somewhere between 50 and 90% people get that wrong. Why is that? Why is it such a simple problem? People get it wrong. Well, there's a number of reasons, but the number one reason is something that we'll call a fluency bias. And the fluency bias is that the mind often mistakes a feeling of ease of mental processing for confidence or for truth. So if that's easy, it seems like this is an easy thing to think through, I'll be confident in the results. Now, some of you are probably wondering, what is the answer? And the answer is 5 cents, not 10 cents. So the reason it's 5 cents is that if you add 5 cents to $1, you get $1.05. And if that's 5 cents is the price of the ball, then $1.05 plus 5 cents gives you $1.10. If it's 10 cents, which is what most people come up with, you don't get that. People just slide right through that. They don't double check their answer. That fluency bias grabs them immediately. And having seen this over and over and over again, it's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun to let people do it who haven't done it before, and to let them watch what other people are doing, because once we recognize that this is so easy and so transparent, and it so quickly obscures the reality of the answer, then people's lights start to turn on. They start to think differently, which is why we have yet a second one. So in shortcut example number 2, same rule apply. Please keep it to yourself. So in a lake, there's a patch of lily pads. Every day, the patch doubles in size. If it takes 48 days for the patch to cover the entire lake, how long would it take for the patch to cover half the lake? Now you think about that for a second, and then I'll give you the real answer. The answer is 47 days. Now, a lot of people figure that out quite easily. A lot of people don't figure it out quite easily. And the typical answer is 24 days. And I did not take any statistics on how many people didn't get this right. But many do. So both of these come from research independent of me. And the 24-day response is typical. And it comes from something called a linear assumption bias. We won't get into that because it would take a little while to get through. But it's the tendency to believe that a change in one quantity will result in a straight line change in another, even when the relationship is nonlinear. In this case, the lazy mind prefers that simple response. Well, we're talking halves. Half of 48 is 24, so half of it's 24. So it's 24. But that's not the way the problem works. So there's something built into that that's called a linear assumption bias, that we don't want to do it that way unless we have a reason to. Now you're thinking, what did Mark just do to us? What does it mean you've just been primed? So what I'd like you to think about for a second is that if in this room we were to do a third example, and I were to give you the problem, and then I would take that same third problem and present it to another group of similar people up in the classroom upstairs. But they hadn't had the other two problems. Which group do you think would more likely get that third problem right? If you said the instant group, this group here, you would be correct. And the reason for that is that you're already ready for the next adventure. You're already wondering, okay, what's he's got up his sleeve now? So the purpose of me doing this is to let you know that just as you can be primed this way, you can be primed in a longer way. Once you recognize that all of the thinking that we're doing that isn't just simple, like what do I want to have for breakfast, has this particular effect. If you prime yourself in advance, which is what I'm hoping you will be doing as you learn how these kinds of mental mirages will affect you and you won't even know it, you'll be more likely to look for them. So why does this happen? Well, the first reason is that we use mental shortcuts without realizing it. And the shortcuts work so often that we rely on them. And many times they work so well that we don't want to do anything else. When those shortcuts fail, we usually don't even know it until the consequences come. They fail when they miss steps in reasoning. We talked about some of those steps earlier. You miss one of those steps and you're headed for one of those kinds of mirages. And the failed shortcut sees the mirage, in other words, the wrong conclusion, but not the desert. So let's give you a definition of cognitive bias from the perspective of shortcuts. Now there's another definition that's a little bit more elaborate. The cognitive bias is a systematic deviation from rational thinking, and it leads to errors in judgment. It takes a while to unpack that. This one's easier because we know what shortcuts are. So if we work from this definition, that cognitive bias is the tendency to use mental shortcuts when shortcuts thinking fails, then that'll give us a clue as to how we can deal with this in the future. So cognitive bias affects thinking like a mirage affects seeing. What you think is not what it seems. So we have mental constraints too that are involved in this. We have a limited attention span. Our working memory is limited. In other words, working memory is what you can keep in your mind at any time when you're faced with a particular problem. We want to make decisions quickly. And we have this drive, and it really is a drive, to minimize cognitive load. There are hints of that in the two talks that were before me. They did not use this terminology, but there are hints of that. We have this drive to minimize cognitive load. In other words, if it's possible to make it simpler, we will. And if it's possible to think it more simply, we will, even if it means doing the wrong thing. So these mental shortcuts feel successful. And when I was going through this, I was reminded of an adage that if you don't know the outcome, independent of knowing what the outcome is, a stupid decision feels just the same way as a good decision. It feels exactly the same. You can't tell that a decision is poor just by the way it feels. And when we use mental shortcuts, we feel that we're successful because it seems like it's effective. And that fools us. We seek and expect patterns. Well, you say, well, obviously we have to. How can you live if you don't look for patterns? But the problem is we often will see patterns that aren't really there. I use the term clustering illusion. That's one of the many, many kinds of biases that occur. When we're looking for patterns, see patterns that aren't really there. Like the little case that I just realized that the cloud formation that looked like Jesus was exactly this, except that's called pareidolia. And so that's looking for a pattern that isn't really there. The clouds aren't Jesus. We crave coherence. I cannot emphasize this enough, that we need to be really, really careful about our craving for coherence. We as humans want coherent stories. We want coherent explanations, in big part because we want to explain the world or have the world explained to us so that we can unify the way we see things and live in a world rationally and comfortably. But that coherence craving sometimes obscures things. Very often does. Our emotions are their own mirages. I don't have to go too far into that, how easy it is for us to substitute our feelings for knowledge. We pretend like, well, I feel this way, therefore it is. So let's apply this in a real life situation. So let's put a scenario here where a scientist holds strongly to a well-founded theory, then honestly seeks evidence of its truth. What kind of a cognitive bias are we going to run into here? Well, the cognitive bias that we're going to run into here is known as confirmation bias, which is the tendency to seek or see or accept only information that confirms your beliefs. So I give a couple of examples here, and they're pretty obvious to see that if you're cherry picking the information and just selecting the kinds of things you want, that is a confirmation bias. The interesting thing here is that as I'm saying this, I'm telling you, well, cherry picking is wrong, you shouldn't do it. You don't know you're doing it sometimes. That is a confirmation bias, is that it is unconscious. It's obscured. You don't know how it's working, but it is working. The way confirming evidence appears more salient and convincing. That's the essence of the confirmation bias, is that you get this information that confirms what you're believing, and it has so much salience, so much power over you, that it seems convincing and that there's no reason to go any further. It's a shortcut. But let's say we get that done. We go after information recognizing that we have this bias, so we're going to look for stuff that is disconfirming. Have we solved our problem? Not entirely. Because there's something called a disconfirmation bias. And the disconfirmation bias is when you go ahead and you look for this disconfirming evidence, but you put much more rigor into analyzing or critiquing that disconfirming evidence than you give for your own confirming evidence. So the problem there is that you think you're doing the right thing by getting the disconfirming evidence, but what you're doing is you're ignoring it. Or not giving it the rigor that you should. And you should, giving it the same rigor that you gave to your own. So it distorts our view of contrary evidence the way a mirage distorts our view of the sand, and it leads us away from the truth, and that's really the essence of it, is it is obscuring the truth in an important way, both the confirmation bias and the disconfirmation bias, and they both occur unconsciously. So there's another shortcut, it's called the availability shortcut, and it's where we overestimate the likelihood of an event based on how easily examples come to mind. So we recently had some aircraft crashes probably in the past couple of months. At least I've noticed them to show up in the news. And if you are prone to looking at that kind of stuff a lot, it would be easy to say, well, I'm not so sure I want to be on those planes anymore. I mean, look at that last crash. It was killed everybody. That powerful emotional response to that information makes it seem more available, and it also makes it seem like it's more likely than if you didn't see it. Yet there's no difference in the rate of people dying in flights before or after these. It's the same. So it's an unlikely event that seems more likely because you see something that's really terrible, something that has a profound influence on you. There's a lot of these. We don't have time to get into them, but it's important to understand that when you see something and it strikes you with a great deal of emotional power, beware that you don't see this as something that makes all of the same type of thing more likely. It's not. It's the vividness and recency of the examples that make them appear more probable than they really are. It's obscuring. It's a mirage. It's making it seem like that's true, and it isn't. Anchoring is another interesting bias, and it's the first statement says, first a show can anchor the show. That means, for example, if you were going into negotiations, I spent 4 years as the chief labor negotiator for an organization with 13,000 people. I've dealt with 21 different bargaining units. What do you think they want to do? They want to give the most amount of money for their members that they can possibly get. One of the ways that they do that is when they walk into those negotiations is they flop down a number. We want a 27% raise in first year. Okay, everybody knows that's ridiculous. But what it does do, if you don't know what anchoring is about, is it starts the place where you're going to do your negotiations. We're going to start at 21% and work your way backwards. Then you can say, well, I know that. That's ridiculous. I wouldn't do that. You do it. You don't know you do it, and you do it. And it affects negotiations at the bargaining table. It affects negotiations when you buy a car. It affects negotiations when your real estate agent takes you out and shows you that $1.7 million house that you can't afford. And then when they show you the house that you can't afford, it looks like it's so much cheaper and it's a bargain, and you've just been anchored. Framing is interesting too because it's used so frequently. So when you react to information just on the basis of how it's presented rather than on the information itself, you're subject to framing, the framing bias. So imagine you go to a store, one pack of meat says 20% fat, or you see another package that says 80% lean. Which one are people most likely to buy? Well, there are studies on that, and the answer is what you probably think. Most people will go for the 80% lean. But there's no difference between 80% lean and 20% fat. They're both the same thing. How it's framed determines how people react to it. Think of the next example. You walk in to see your doctor. You need some surgery. The doctor talks to you and says, hey, 10% of the patients who go through the surgery die. Or, another example, 90% of the patients who go through the surgery survive. Now, the research on this did this with multiple groups. Which ones do you think were most likely to go for the surgery? It was the ones that looked at the 90%. They're looking at that. It was framed. It's exactly the same thing. If 90% survive, 10% are going to die. Same thing, different framing, different decision. Different decision. So, we talked about logic. Now let's talk about an interesting problem that arises when you use logic. This is fun. So belief bias is when existing beliefs distort logical reasoning. So we look at this argument here. Really simple. All flowers need water, roses need water, therefore roses are flowers. Now, most people look at that and they can figure it out, but here's the important point, is that many people don't. Many people think that that's a valid argument because the conclusion is true. They think, well, if the conclusion is true, they don't even bother trying to assess the validity of the argument. If that's an invalid argument. A lot of people, when you show this in research, a lot of people get this wrong. They say that is a valid argument. Now, it works a different way, too. So in our second example, all mammals walk, whales are mammals, therefore whales walk. Okay, so I haven't seen too many walking whales lately. I do when I look in some biology texts, but I haven't seen any reality. So when we look at this, you think, therefore whales walk, invalid argument. And the problem is that this is a perfectly valid argument. You say, Mark, are you crazy? No, this is a valid argument. You can deduce the conclusion from the premises. What's the problem? The problem is it's not sound. So I'm going to get into soundness and validity, but I will tell you that when we're talking about arguments and validity, be careful that when you're looking at your arguments, you're actually looking at the argument, not just the conclusion. Because very often, and the percentage of this is very, very high, people will judge the argument's validity on the basis of the conclusion's fidelity to their own beliefs. There is a way to get over that. And what's interesting is when they did the research on this, they did the research with people who were trained in logic and people who weren't. Guess what? The same effect occurred in both, not to the same degree. So it's not trivial, it's not a game. So your perception of the conclusion will distort the landscape of the validity sometimes. So what do we do? Okay, there are some strategies that we can use when we're dealing with this. The first one is look where cognitive biases can affect judgments. So if you're looking at, for example, research, what would be the first thing that would pop in your mind? Well, is there a confirmation bias? Yeah, we could look for that. Or disconfirmation bias. A religious debate, you look for framing. Like, I know we've never heard this before, but someone might say, well, if you read Genesis, the plain reading says it's a 24-hour day. And when you say, well, it's an interpretation, well, that's framing. Or is that an interpretation, or is that a plain reading? Be careful how the things get framed. You can see those arguments expand in different apologetic venues. Then there's a knowledge test. Ask how you know a claim is true. Then ask, what would it take to show you it's false? Now this sounds good, but how often do you actually do that? How often do you do it to yourself? How often do you do it to somebody else? This is a really good way of helping to prevent cognitive biases. Now, this area here in structured idea competition is primarily for groups, particularly groups that are working on projects. The reason I included here is because maybe some of you will or are working on projects, and this, when you look at how groups function and how wacky the reasoning goes in groups, you appreciate more and more how you figure out ways to stop it. Sometimes you can't because the groups just don't want to hear it. But one way that you can do it is to have a designated devil's advocate, which is nothing more than some one person who is told your job is to find out to challenge every single claim or all claims that seem like they're starting to gain relevance. Challenge them. Ask questions like, well, what would it take for that to be proved wrong? Something that simple. Why would you do that? Well, the reason you do that is that there are some very, very profound and extremely well-researched cognitive biases that load up in groups. And if you don't have some way of stopping that, it'll derail. And so what you'll end up with is really crazy decisions, and decisions that you wouldn't make under other conditions. The second one, prospective hindsight, is something that I could not possibly overemphasize the value of. Prospective hindsight, you can see just in this slide, eliminates at least 8 at least 8 cognitive biases. And so what's prospective hindsight anyway? I'll give you an example. So you're in a project, a very large project, and I'll tell you how I did it. I was in a very large project. It was a full year long. And the group had already figured it out. All of the stuff had been done. It was led by somebody other than me. And before we started working on what we were going to do next, I said, let's stop here for a second. Now, we were in a room. I told them, turn off the lights or turn them down. And here's what I told them. I said, I want you to think about what the project looks like when it's done. Everything's finished. All of the work has been done. Everything that you planned executed perfectly. And it was a disaster, a mess. Everyone hates you. They think you're an idiot. You're absolutely ashamed of what you did. Nobody wants to see you. You don't want to see anybody else. Write down what happened. Why did it fail? People start writing and writing and writing and writing, and they don't stop. And it's astonishing. I'm giving you some language here that's not just hyperbole. It's astonishing how many things these people will come up with that they never thought of while they were going forward with the project. So it overcomes a lot of biases. It's extremely effective. I did it here just about 3 weeks ago in a meeting, and it was the same thing. We looked at what we came up with afterwards, and we looked at each other and said, this is stuff we hadn't thought of. Yeah, of course you hadn't thought of it. Why? Because there's a whole bunch of cognitive biases that go into the projection of a meeting. When you start thinking about the future and looking backwards, it's a lot different. Very, very, very different. Slow down when you feel emotional confidence. Okay, we don't have to go too far into that. If your emotions get a hold of you, slow down. And in the case of the logic, ask whether the premises necessarily imply the conclusion. That is, by the way, what the researchers did when they tried to minimize the effect of belief bias. They told the research subjects in one group, what you're going to do is when you're done, you're going to determine whether the premises necessarily imply the conclusion. When they taught them that, and they separated the groups, the group that was told explicitly that they're to necessarily determine whether the premises necessarily imply the conclusion, the rate of success went way up. In both groups, trained and untrained. Trained, I mean trained in logic and untrained in logic. Use AI for help. I couldn't have said this 2 years ago, but I can today, and I can tell you it works. So what you're using AI for is a partner to actually position the contraries. So in one example, you just tell it, here's my theory. Tell me all the things that are good about it. Tell me all the things that are bad about it. Give me the best on both sides. Let it work those things out. Ask what decision it would make and why it would make that decision. And then ask it what makes you come up with that. Or, if you want to go another way, you could just ask it, here's my project. Here's what I'm working on. Give me all the cognitive biases that would arise in here. I've already done this, and it spits out a really great list. And you won't know all the cognitive biases, but you're right there in front of the AI. If it gives you the list, you start going through them. Oh, that's what that does. That's what that does. That's how I can avoid that. You realize right now we're in a time in history unparalleled in the world, and something like this, where it took people years and years to develop the ability to think well, AI is actually going to help us. People think AI is going to make us stupid. I'm telling you it's not. AI will force you to think well if you want to use it well. And this is one way of doing it, and it will be your friend in that respect. So why does all this matter? Well, in the first place, self-deceit doesn't yield the truth of the gospel. Whatever else we want to think about thinking well, we need to think about what we're doing in terms of the truth of the gospel and how we convey it to other people. How do we find or reveal truth when it's obscured by cognitive mirage? How do we help others to do that? The second thing is we can reveal mirage if we want to. And what I'm getting at there is that we now, just in this little half hour, 40 minutes time of together and talking about this, are capable of knowing what cognitive biases are, knowing they are there and they're always unconscious, and we can resolve them. We can find them in advance. In important questions, we can get to them and start to go backwards and say, okay, let me look at this differently now. Let me avoid the confirmation bias that's going to happen here. Let me avoid this availability bias now that I've seen all of these events. Number 3, everyone suffers mental mirages. Everyone. Everyone. At all places, at all times. There is no one immune to cognitive bias. No one. The reason that's so important to remember is that if this is the case, then we need to be very humble and very loving and very thoughtful about how other people are thinking. They are suffering the cognitive biases we talked about here, and about 175 more that we didn't talk about here. We need to love them through that and recognize just because their thinking is off or doesn't come to the conclusion we come to doesn't mean that they're idiots. It just means that there is probably some cognitive bias obscuring that's acting as a mirage that they're looking at instead of the truth. And then we need to look at ourselves and realize that God's grace is with us as well, that we're suffering those cognitive biases and someone will call us on it. Thank God. Thank God. Oh, I didn't see that. Yes. Thank you for that. And we're called to be transformed by the renewing of our mind. We've heard that verse many times, but I hope now that as you've seen what cognitive bias can do to obscuring the truth, that we realize that renewing the mind means a lot of things, but one of them is being conscious about the kinds of things that obscure the truth. And Jesus called us to love him with all our mind. And the little subtext there, is a lazy mind what God called us to love him with? Did he? I don't think so. I don't think that sage Logician did that. Something tells me he's a little bit smarter than that. He doesn't think that we are to love him with a lazy mind. Now you know what a lazy mind is. And just for the record, the reason your mind is lazy isn't merely because you're lazy, because you aren't. But you have to be lazy-minded in some cases, because if you weren't, you would be thinking too much about too many things. You don't want to be thinking through whether you're going to make the decision to stop at the stoplight. So your lazy mind works out okay most of the time. The important thing is don't be lazy-minded about things that are important. Do not conform to the pattern of this world. What is that pattern? One of the patterns, it's not just sin. It's the propensity to shortcut. Do not be conformed to the pattern of this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind. And we renew our minds by constantly working through. Somebody earlier said, it's good to be reminded of things. By the renewing of our mind, and in this case, we renew our mind without the mirage. And that's what I encourage you to do. And I pray that as you go through these ideas of cognitive bias and how they influence you unconsciously, that you will renew your mind without the mirage. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark. And completing the Trinitarian perspective, we've had our 3 talks from the academic philosophers about how the importance of thinking well and how to do it. We're going to now shift to the second part of our Trinitarian, where we're talking about the 3 different arenas this plays out. And I'm excited to have Dr. Steve Willing come up. I'll give you a little bit of his background. He is a neuroradiologist, and I thought, what in the world is a neuroradiologist? And it turns out it's someone who looks at x-rays and MRIs and all of the different devices that we use to diagnose what's going on inside a body, figure out what in the world it's telling to know how to deal with it. So I'm excited to hear, just appreciate Steve's willingness or doing that. See that? Steve's willingness, Steve Willing. You got that? That's funny. Come on, there you go. Thank you. I feel a little bit better now. No, he's got 40 years of clinical experience, about half of that's academic. He is a member of RTB Scholar Community, as many of you are here, and also thing that I've put great respect in, not because he had to, but he chose to. He actually wrote a book called Superbia, The Perils of Pride and the Power of Humility. And he is going to be talking to us today about approaching gender ideology from a Christian mindset. So let's give Steve a hand.
In Mere Christianity, C.S. Lewis wrote, "The devil always sends errors into the world in pairs of opposites. And he always encourages us to spend a lot of time thinking about which is worse. You see why, of course. He relies on your extra dislike of the one error to draw you gradually into the opposite one. But do not let us be fooled. We have to keep our eyes on the goal and go straight through between both errors." Now, in the next few minutes, I want to show you what it might look like to go straight through between errors. I'm going to be using a somewhat different approach, but one that fits our polarized, algorithm-fueled echo chamber culture, where a lot of folks seem to get their wisdom from memes, hashtags, and podcasts recorded in someone's mom's basement. We're going to look at transgenderism, but not just from one angle. We're going to look at it through the eyes of two very different people. Think oil and water, cats and vacuum cleaners, Twitter threads and peace of mind. Now, before we dive in, a couple of warnings. First, you might feel like one of these two characters kind of sounds like you. If that happens, take a breath. I've made them intentionally over the top, caricature level extremes, so if you do find yourself thinking, hey, I agree with that guy, well, this talk might be especially for you. Second, just because we're comparing two sides doesn't mean I think truth always lies neatly in the middle. Sometimes it does. Sometimes one side is right. Sometimes it's out in the wilderness, friendless and alone. And for the record, if you're wondering where I personally stand, I've written about it before and I'm not backing down. But today I want to do something totally different. I want to be neutral, not wishy-washy, but wise, because Lewis had it right. The devil loves sending errors in pairs, and we've got to steer clear of both. So with that in mind, let me introduce you to my two imaginary AI-generated friends. Say hello to Jasmine. Jasmine works as a web designer. Her favorite news sources are MSNBC and the Daily Kos. Her preferred social media is TikTok. Last year, she voted for Kamala Harris in the national election. She went to Ohio State, majoring in graphic design, and she's a frequent attender at her local AME church. Now, moral foundations, what is that? This idea of moral foundations comes from psychologist Jonathan Haidt, you know, the guy who wrote The Righteous Mind, which is sort of like a user manual for why your Thanksgiving dinner to a debate club. Haidt's big idea is that morality isn't one size fits all. People care about different things: fairness, loyalty, freedom, avoiding harm, and they prioritize them differently. And that's where things get spicy. When you and someone else build your moral world on different foundations, disagreements are almost guaranteed. Take Jasmine, for example. She tends to put a big spotlight on values like caring and equality, which makes sense because she's, well, Jasmine. Now meet Connor. Connor works as a sales manager. His favorite news sources are Newsmax and InfoWars. His preferred social media is Facebook. Last year, he voted for Donald Trump. He majored in business at Liberty University and is an occasional attender at a Free Will Baptist church. Moral foundations for Connor are purity and authority. Now, Connor also values things like caring and equality. He's not a monster, but he puts more weight on stuff like bodily purity and respect for authority. Basically, if Jasmine is hanging posters about love and fairness, Connor is the one reminding everyone to wash their hands and salute the flag. When you put Jasmine and Connor side by side, you quickly realize these two are marching to very different drummers, probably in different parades, possibly on different planets. So how do you think that's going to shape the way they see the transgender debate? Well, buckle up. According to Jasmine, it's all about power. People with privilege want to control people who are different and marginalized. Folks should be free to express themselves. Connor, on the other hand, is pretty sure he's cracked the code. It's all a pack of lies funded by George Soros, designed to weaken America and usher in the New World Order. Big Pharma is in on the racket. You know how it goes, follow the money, I always say. If we were playing conspiracy bingo, Connor's already got a full row. So, is this whole thing about power and control? Or is it all shady doctors chasing a quick buck? How do two people end up seeing the exact same issue and come to totally different conclusions? Well, we asked Connor, and he said, Jasmine is a Marxist snowflake. We asked Jasmine, and she says, Connor don't know nothing about nothing, and he's a Nazi. So yeah, there's a bit of a communication gap. Naturally, as responsible investigators, we thought, let's run a proper scientific trial. The plan: lock Connor and Jasmine in a room, just the two of them, plus water and a toilet, and let them debate one another until they reach some kind of agreement. Unfortunately, the IRB took one look at that and said, absolutely not. So instead, we had to settle for a high-tech solution. We ran a simulation using the latest AI. In our first simulation, things escalated quickly. It lasted about 7 minutes, at which point Connor and Jasmine had, killed each other. Digitally, of course. We thought, okay, well, let's turn off the violence setting, so we tried again. That run went a bit longer, but ended after a few days when both of them starved to death. Apparently, neither one would agree on who should make dinner. At this point, it seemed like the only thing they had in common was their Christian faith. So we figured maybe there's a crack of daylight here, something to build on. So we gave the simulation some new ground rules. Each one had to apply principles of solid Christian thinking, but only to their own views. No pot shots at the other side, just a little good old-fashioned self-examination. After just 3 hours in the new simulation, something incredible happened. Both Connor and Jasmine had actually reconsidered parts of their positions and were this close to becoming friends. So what changed? How did two people who were basically ready to digitally strangle each other end up softening their views and moving toward each other instead of further apart? What could possibly convince someone to rethink their own stance instead of just digging in deeper? Now put yourself in either pair of shoes, Jasmine's or Connor's. Neither one is an expert in hormone therapy or neurobiology. They're not publishing peer-reviewed papers. They're just trying to make sense of it all. So like most of us, they're relying on trusted voices to tell them what's true. But here's the thing. What happens when those trusted voices disagree? Because let's be honest, when experts argue, it's not like one suddenly throws up their hands and says, you got me, I've been totally wrong for 20 years. Nope. It's up to you to decide who you believe. You're the judge. But are you really qualified to make that call? That's a big question and the one I want to explore. So over the rest of this talk, I'm going to walk us through a few solid principles that can help us make those calls wisely and maybe with a little more grace. Now, if Jasmine's looking for expert backup, she's got no shortage of it. Plenty of major organizations support the idea that gender is distinct from biological sex and that transitioning can be beneficial in certain cases. Here's a quick rundown of the big names lining up behind that perspective. Now, before Jasmine gets too comfortable, Connor's got a list of his own. A lineup of organizations that, to varying degrees, reject the whole idea of let boys be girls and let girls be boys. So here's a big question. Who do you trust? See, here's the tricky part. Medical societies aren't just scientific bodies. They're also political creatures. Their top priority is to represent their profession. They also try to educate the public, but they're not immune to ideological capture. Policy statements often come from a small circle near the top, not a broad membership vote. And here's a shocker. Rank and file members are rarely consulted. It's not exactly democracy in a lab coat. Take WPATH, for example, the World Professional Association for Transgender Health. In 2024, leaked internal documents revealed some uncomfortable truths. Behind closed doors, members admitted that treatments for minors were mostly experimental and that kids probably didn't have the cognitive maturity for full informed consent. Oops. And if that weren't enough, the leaks also showed the Biden administration, via Assistant Secretary Rachel Levine, allegedly leaned on WPATH to make sure their new guidelines left no lower age limit for medical or surgical transitioning. On the other side of the pond, things went a bit differently. The UK's CAS report, a major government review, took a hard look at all the available evidence and concluded there's basically no good evidence that gender transitioning benefits minors. Now, from a critical thinking standpoint, I'd argue that these kinds of panels, like the CAS and others, have more credibility. Why? They weren't pushing an agenda, had no skin in the game, and were made up of scientists, not activists. In Superbia, I laid out what I call the 8 principles of sound Christian thinking. And for the next few minutes, we're going to walk through them together and see how they can help us navigate this issue or any hot button topic with wisdom, humility, and maybe a little less shouting. Let's kick things off with principle number 1, the Christian mind is humble. I asked both Connor and Jasmine, what do you think about humility? Connor didn't miss a beat. He said, Jasmine needs to be more humble. And just like Jasmine, just as fast, said, Connor needs to be more humble. And just like that, we had our first miracle agreement. They both believe that humility is a good thing for the other person. But what does it actually mean to have a humble mind? At its core, humility means being willing to admit, even if it feels about as likely as Jack Black winning the Boston Marathon, that you might be wrong. In Romans 12:16, Paul puts it plainly, do not be wise in your own opinion. That's what we call intellectual humility, or if you want to impress your friends at coffee, epistemic humility. So what does it look like to approach a topic this way? How do we address a vital issue not as know-it-alls, but as people genuinely open to learning? Let's take a look. Now, some folks may say that humility is just the absence of pride, but that's actually backwards. It's that pride shows up because humility left the building. Pride says, I already know everything I need to know. Humility says, maybe, just maybe, I don't. Let's break that down. First, pride assumes we've got all the answers. Humility says, I think I know the answer, but I'm not the expert. Second, pride insists I'm always right. But humility is brave enough to say, I could be wrong. And let's be real, you're only as good as your sources. Are your sources perfect, infallible, hand-picked by angels? No? Then maybe it's worth asking, why do I trust these sources more than others? Third, pride gets comfy. It says, I've learned enough, thanks. Humility says, I've still got more to learn. And that attitude, the one that stays curious, opens the door to growth, change, and yes, even reconsidering our deeply held beliefs. Interestingly, research backs this up. People who are intellectually humble tend to be more agreeable, less combative, and more open to dialogue. In other words, they're easier to have dinner with. So how does all this apply to our 2 stars, Jasmine and Connor? Well, neither of them is a doctor or a scientist. They're not out here running clinical trials or publishing peer-reviewed studies, which means, like most of us, they're relying on experts to guide their views. But here's where it gets tricky. When experts disagree, our natural instinct is to believe the ones who already agree with us, which means the real question isn't just who do you trust, it's why do you trust them? Humility starts with something simple, but not always easy, respecting the other side. Now, that doesn't mean you have to show up to every debate acting like Switzerland. You're allowed to have convictions. You're allowed to think one side has a better case. But here's the thing, stronger claims need stronger evidence. If someone's challenging a long-held tradition, they carry the burden of proof, not the other way around. And don't worry, we're going to get back to tradition a bit later. And the riskier the proposed action, the higher the bar gets. If we're talking about something like prescribing puberty blockers to otherwise healthy kids, or cross-sex hormones, or surgically neutering young men and women, well, we've officially left the realm of harmless treatments and entered the world of radical intervention. And when you're doing something that serious, common sense and sound ethics says the evidence of benefit should be really strong, like not, we think this might help, but this is firmly grounded in the best available data. Principle number 2, the Christian mind seeks wisdom. So what exactly is wisdom? Wisdom is more than just knowing stuff. It's taking what you know, adding understanding, and using it to live well, to do what's right, to walk justly. And according to Scripture, humility isn't just helpful for wisdom, it's required. Proverbs 11:2 puts it like this: when pride comes, then comes shame, but with the humble is wisdom. Translation, if you want wisdom, pride's got to go. Two things that help on the path to wisdom: curiosity, the kind that asks, what if I'm missing something? And a growth mindset that says, I'm not done learning yet. Wisdom doesn't come from doubling down on what we already believe. It comes from the kind of posture that stays open, thoughtful, and willing to grow. Wise people seek knowledge and advice. This brings us to the idea of mindset, a concept popularized by psychologist Carol Dweck at Stanford. She described two basic types. A fixed mindset believes that intelligence is set in stone. You're either born smart or you're not, and that's it. Folks with this mindset tend to avoid challenges, give up easily, ignore feedback, envy other people's success, and often end up playing it safe and small. A growth mindset, on the other hand, sees intelligence as something that can grow. These people seek knowledge, embrace challenges, learn from criticism, keep going when things get tough, and often go further than they thought possible. For Connor and Jasmine, this means being willing to actually study the issue, to look outside their usual sources, to read things that don't perfectly align with their beliefs, and to be open to new perspectives. It's not always easy to find voices of moderation apart from the noise of social media and cable news, but they do exist. You just have to be curious enough to go looking for them. And curiosity, it turns out, is one of wisdom's best friends. So what's the connection between curiosity and wisdom? Well, curious people don't tend to grab onto ideas and clutch them like a toddler with a juice box. They don't embrace positions dogmatically, because doing that would cut off the very thing that drives them, the desire to learn more. Now, curiosity sometimes gets a bad rap, something about cats not making it out alive. Sure, maybe curiosity did kill a few cats, but let's be honest, lack of curiosity has led to some pretty spectacular human disasters. Curiosity is a funny thing. It's not something that you do, it's something that you are. It's a personality trait. And studies show that people who score higher on intelligence tests tend to be more curious. But it's not just about being a trivia champ. It's about having that little voice in your head constantly asking, what don't I know? Or what do I think I know that might actually be wrong? Curiosity goes hand in hand with a growth mindset. It makes you less likely to accept easy answers, less quick to jump to conclusions, and more willing to ask the next question instead of settling for the first answer. And it turns out that curiosity pairs really well with humility. In fact, the two are basically best friends. Because let's face it, if you already know everything, there's no reason to be curious. So the more curious you are, the more you're admitting that there's still something out there worth discovering, and that takes humility. Curious people are more humble, and humble people, they tend to stay curious, but it also takes discernment. The Christian mind is discerning. When it comes to tough issues like transgenderism, discernment is absolutely critical. In fact, after humility, it might be just the most important quality we can bring to the table in this debate. I could honestly spend the whole talk here. Let's start with the big question: who do you trust? Take physician groups and professional organizations. Jasmine trusts the ones I listed earlier, and that's not irrational. Many of them have earned credibility over time. But here's the thing: if we want to be discerning, we need to be skeptical of all sources, not just the ones we disagree with. That means applying the same tough questions to our own side that we throw at the other. Connor, for example, is absolutely right when he says, follow the money. That's good advice. But the media outlets he trusts, they're not nonprofit charities. They profit from every click, every view, every juicy headline while vacuuming up his personal data. His tendency to trust them unquestioningly makes him vulnerable to conspiracy merchants like Alex Jones. On the flip side, Jasmine's also got a point. There's definitely cruelty and marginalization out there, real pain that people with gender dysphoria experience. But she might be a little too trusting of left-wing politicians and activists who wrap radical agendas in the language of civil rights and equality. In short, both of them are partially right, but both could benefit from a little more healthy skepticism, especially toward their own team. That's discernment, and we need more of it. Yes, this is an actual screenshot from last month on InfoWars. According to this highly credible source, radical Islam, George Soros, and a transgender death cult have joined forces in an epic, unholy alliance to bring down the West. Really? Just slightly closer to Earth, but still somewhere in the stratosphere, Secretary of HHS Robert Kennedy speculated that gender dysphoria might be caused by agricultural pesticides. There's zero evidence to support this, by the way, none. Now, people sometimes ask, are conservatives more prone to conspiracy theories? Maybe, but not necessarily because they're more gullible. Conspiracy theories are usually anti-establishment, and if the establishment is run by progressives, as it often seems, then conservatives are more likely to distrust it. Flip the power dynamic, and you might see progressives chasing the same conspiracy rabbit. There's also a philosophical difference here. Progressives often have faith in the basic goodness and even perfectibility of human nature, especially their own. Conservatives, not so much. They're more inclined to believe people are corruptible, fallible, and often up to something shady. So if you already think people are prone to do bad things behind closed doors, conspiracies feel a lot more believable. That doesn't mean, though, that conservatives are more error-prone, not at all. Everyone makes mistakes, just not always the same ones. Each camp has its own unique ways of being wrong, equal opportunity human fallibility. Between our two protagonists, it's fair to say Connor leans a little harder into the conspiracy zone when it comes to this issue. But let's talk facts. Real conspiracies are actually pretty rare, and when they do happen, they're usually clumsy, short-lived, and eventually exposed. Most conspiracy theories don't pass a basic test called the inference to the best explanation. Or, as Hanlon's razor puts it, never attribute to malice that which can be explained by stupidity. In other words, before you go looking for secret puppet masters pulling all the strings, consider the simpler and more likely explanation: people are flawed, follow the crowd, and are astonishingly good at messing things up all on their own. You don't need a vast conspiracy to explain the Wuhan lab leak or most other real-world messes. Here's why this matters. Discernment doesn't come naturally. Our brains are wired for belief. As I've written elsewhere, people are believing machines. We're far more comfortable nodding along than critically analyzing. But God in his wisdom gave us a secret weapon, the BS detector. And yes, BS stands for bovine scat, a time-honored euphemism for pseudo-intellectual nonsense. We all have one. For some people, it's highly tuned, and for others, well, let's just say it needs a factory reset. But the good news, it can be trained. You can sharpen your BS detector through education, deep reading, careful listening, and just plain life experience. The more you engage critically with the world, the less likely you are to fall for intellectual fluff disguised as truth. And this isn't just practical advice, it's biblical. Scripture tells us not to remain as children, tossed to and fro by every wind of doctrine, by the cunning and craftiness of men and their deceitful scheming. So yes, Connor and Jasmine need discernment, but discernment takes work, which leads us to principle number 4. The Christian mind is not lazy. So what does that actually mean? Well, the obvious answer is read more, scroll less, study more, binge watch less. And sure, that's part of it, but intellectual laziness isn't just about what we consume, it's also about how we think. True diligence means not only gathering information, but taking the time to actually process it, to sit with it, reflect, question, turn it over in your mind. In his book, Thinking Fast and Slow, Daniel Kahneman describes 2 types of thinking. System 1 is fast, automatic, and emotional. System 2 is slow, deliberate, and analytical, and yes, more work. Guess which one leads to better decisions and deeper understanding? That's right, System 2. But it requires something we're not always eager to give effort. Take, for instance, our shift to a video-based culture. Watching a video is easier than reading an article. It takes less concentration, demands less from your brain, and tugs harder on your emotions. That's why some people say we're living in a post-literate world. But here's the thing, understanding anything complex takes work. Jasmine, for example, needs to slow down and ask herself some hard questions. What is transgenderism really? What do you mean by gender? Is it something you're born with, or is it shaped by culture? What actually causes gender dysphoria? And what are the long-term implications, medically, socially, and surgically, of transitioning children? And Connor, he's got some work to do too. Are these conspiracy theories really the best possible explanation? What's the track record of those sources you trust? Have they ever been wildly and embarrassingly wrong? In other words, lazy thinking is easy, but serious thinking takes discipline. And if we're going to engage this issue or any issue faithfully, we've got to choose the hard road of thoughtful reflection over the comfy couch of knee-jerk reflection. I hope you're familiar with a little gem called Bulverism, named in honor of Ezekiel Bulver. C.S. Lewis put it like this: you must show that a man is wrong before you start explaining why he is wrong. The modern method is to assume without discussion that he is wrong and then distract his attention from this, the only real issue, by busily explaining how he became so silly. In other words, instead of engaging with someone's argument, we just skip to the fun part, psychoanalyzing their motives. Now, this kind of error often gets confused with the genetic fallacy, which focuses more on where this comes from, its source, while Bulverism zeroes in on why somebody would believe something so obviously wrong. Nobody thinks they do this, but let's be honest, we all do this. If you've ever rolled your eyes at a claim just because it came from Fox News or the New York Times, congratulations, you've committed the genetic fallacy. That said, if a source has a proven track record of, let's say, creative storytelling like InfoWars, it's not irrational to approach with a higher degree of skepticism. If Alex Jones told me the sky was blue, I'd probably step outside and double check. But most mainstream journalists, whatever their slant, have a financial and legal incentive to stick to the truth. Just ask Fox News, who paid $788 million to Dominion Voting Systems for not sticking so tightly. As for Bulverism, it lets you skip the hard work of rebuttal and go straight to motive slandering. You don't have to prove someone wrong if you can just suggest they're brainwashed or evil. And this is exactly where our friends Connor and Jasmine fall into trouble. Both are eager to assume the worst about the other's motives. And when you do that, you're not having a debate anymore. You're staging a courtroom drama where the verdict was already decided. Lazy thinking loves simplicity. It wants the world in black and white, good guys and bad guys, right answers and wrong ones, with no messy in between. But as we grow in wisdom, something else starts to show up, nuance. Here's the truth. Most topics that actually matter are complicated, really complicated. And understanding them well takes time, patience, and yes, effort. The problem is our brains are like that one friend who always wants to take the elevator instead of the stairs. We're naturally wired to conserve mental energy, which means we gravitate towards oversimplification. But oversimplification is the enemy of nuance. And when we trade depth for convenience, we miss the opportunity to see the full picture. Wisdom doesn't rush to easy answers. It leans in, slows down, and asks, what else might be going on here? Connor's favorite mantra is follow the money. And you know what? He's not wrong. It's beyond debate that people, yes, even professionals, can engage in questionable or even downright shady behavior when there's financial gain on the table. That's just human nature. But the problem with Connor's analysis isn't that it's incorrect. It's just too narrow. He's quick to question the financial motives of people he disagrees with, but what about his sources? They're not exactly Franciscan monks. Media outlets, influencers, and alternative pundits all thrive on ad revenue, clicks, and emotional engagement. Altruism is not their business model. And we live in a capitalist system. Like it or not, nearly every legitimate medical practice, from primary care to brain surgery, relies on financial compensation. Does that make them untrustworthy? No, it makes them human, ordinary people, just like you. Speaking personally, I've practiced medicine for 40 years, and aside from some mission work, I've always been paid for what I do. Does that disqualify my thoughts on neuroradiology? I don't think so. Connor needs to step back and consider that motivations aren't always about money. Sometimes it's about recognition, ego, or the never-ending quest for influence and power. Pride can be an even greater motivator than profit. In short, the world is a lot more complicated than he got paid, so he must be lying. Jasmine also raises a valid concern, the fear of one group controlling another, and she's not alone. We saw this flare up in a big way during the COVID-19 pandemic. Lockdowns, mandates, school closures all sparked heated debates about who gets to make decisions about other people's lives. But let's face it, a lot of public disputes really are about power. The power to shape policy, the power to restrict or permit, the power to define what's normal. And power, as St. Augustine warned, can be driven by pride, what he called the libido dominante, or the lust to dominate. So yes, Jasmine's impulse to question authority is not irrational, but here's the flip side. Again, skepticism cuts both ways. It doesn't take a grand conspiracy theory to recognize that the medical and scientific establishment can get it wrong. It's happened before, plenty of times. Think about the waves of enthusiasm that overtook the mental health field in recent decades, the recovered memory craze, the rise and fall of multiple personality disorder, the widespread overprescription of opioids. Each of these started with expert consensus, and each eventually proved deeply flawed. So while Jasmine is right to care about injustice and control, she should also make room for a little constructive skepticism, especially when it comes to fields that, like all human endeavors, can be influenced by ideology, trends, and error. Principle number 5, the Christian mind learns from others. This one may sound simple, but it's big. Humble people seek wisdom, and wise people, they ask for advice. Proverbs 1:15 says it well. A wise man will hear and increase learning, and a man of understanding will attain wise counsel. Translation, smart people listen, and they get even smarter by doing so. So let's take it back to our two protagonists. Connor, bless him, needs to broaden his reading list. He'd benefit from listening to more scientifically grounded arguments, even from people he might disagree with. Yes, even progressives. Because it's entirely possible to be right for the wrong reasons. And when you do that, you risk discrediting your own side by dragging in conspiracy theories and sensationalism. And Jasmine, she's quite right to respect professional organizations like the American Academy of Pediatrics, but she also needs to stay aware of their limitations. These groups are not democracies. Their official positions are often shaped by small groups of academics and can fall prey to ideological capture. When independent, nonpartisan reviews like the UK's Cass report conclude that the evidence doesn't support medical transitioning for minors, that should carry serious weight, especially when those reviews are conducted outside the pool of advocacy groups and professional politics. The bottom line, both sides have something to learn, but learning starts with listening and being willing to take wise counsel, even when it's not what we wanted to hear. Another key ingredient in sound thinking is something researchers call actively open-minded thinking, or AOT for short. Now that may sound like a mouthful, but the idea is actually straightforward. AOT means admitting you could be wrong, being open to new evidence and opposing views, actively searching for the best arguments against your position, and genuinely listening to those who see things differently. In other words, it's not just about having an open mind, it's about keeping it actively open, even when it's uncomfortable. But here's the good part. AOT is strongly linked to wisdom and intellectual humility, and the benefits go way beyond avoiding bad arguments. People who score high on this are less vulnerable to conspiracy theories, misinformation, and clickbait, more content with life, less likely to be depressed, happier in their relationships, And yes, according to some studies, they even live longer. That's right, thinking better may actually help you live better. AOT also helps counter the many cognitive biases that sneak into our thinking, those mental shortcuts and blind spots we learned about in the previous session. But how can we trust the scientific establishment? It's a fair question, and one more people are asking. As this slide shows, there's been a sharp increase in scientific retractions over the past few years. And unfortunately, many of these are due to something worse than error, fraud. This puts all of us in a tough spot. Even physicians and researchers sometimes struggle to know which studies are reliable. So how in the world is a layperson supposed to sort it out? Here's what not to do. Don't fall for the genetic fallacy. Just because some scientists are dishonest doesn't mean we get to write all of them off. That's like refusing to trust any plumber because one overcharged your aunt 12 years ago. Instead, we need to do two things. First, develop your BS detector and tune it well. This doesn't mean becoming jaded or hyper-skeptical. It means learning to recognize when claims don't pass the sniff test. You can be discerning without being cynical, and you can be cautious without being cocky. And second, look for long-term credibility. The best authorities aren't perfect, but they've shown themselves trustworthy over time. Look for those with a track record of honest, measured thinking, not just the loudest voice or the boldest claim. Trust is earned, and so is wisdom. Number 6, the Christian mind is watchful of emotions. Let's go back to C.S. Lewis for a moment. The devil relies on your extra dislike of the one error to draw you gradually into the opposite one. The word dislike features prominently. Scripture gives us some advice that's equally true. Be swift to hear, slow to speak, and slow to wrath. Unfortunately, we tend to flip that around. We're slow to hear, quick to speak, and often quicker to anger. And nowhere is that more visible than in conversations about transgender issues. When we fixate on the extremes, we see both sides boiling over with contempt. That contempt becomes the lens through which each side interprets the other, distorting motives, exaggerating harms, and assuming the worst. Let's be honest, many of us in the gender-critical community feel deep anger, and rightly so, when children are used as pawns in a cultural war, when they're pushed into irreversible medical treatments, or when women and girls are forced to compete on an uneven playing field. That anger isn't baseless, but is dangerous when left unchecked, because anger tends to breed more anger. But as Proverbs reminds us, a soft answer turns away wrath. Let's talk about social media for a minute. A massive proportion of today's circulating nonsense, the conspiracy theories, the viral misinformation, the truth bombs that turn out to be duds, come straight from social media. Commentators like Jonah Goldberg have called this a post-literate age. That's a fancy way of saying we've traded books and thoughtful analysis for 30-second videos and emotionally charged posts. And let's be clear, the mission of Facebook, YouTube, TikTok, and Instagram is not to inform you. Their mission is simple: sell ads, harvest your data, and keep you scrolling. As the saying goes, if you're not paying for the product, you are the product. And how do they keep you hooked? By feeding you stuff that makes you feel good, feel mad, feel scared, whatever keeps your thumb moving and your eyeballs locked in. Sarah Wynne Williams, a former policy chief at Facebook, said it plainly: Facebook profits from outrage. So when your feed seems perfectly tailored to confirm all your beliefs and crank up your emotions, that's no accident. It's their business model. They are targeting your emotions, and if you don't stay alert, it's way too easy to get played. So please, for your own sakes, don't be a sucker. When it comes to transgender issues, there's something pretty unique about the American experience. It's become deeply split along party lines. If you can't stand Biden, you're more likely to reject anything associated with his policies. And if you can't stand Trump, you're more likely to embrace whatever he's against. This isn't always about the facts. A lot of it comes down to tribal loyalty and raw emotion. Now, let's be honest. Asking someone to ignore those emotions, that's asking way too much. We're human, we feel things, we get passionate. But here's the key: don't suppress your emotions, just be aware of them. Recognize when your response is being shaped more by your politics than by the actual evidence. Just that little bit of emotional awareness can serve as a powerful defense against the kind of mental shortcuts, those cognitive biases that lead us astray. In other words, it's okay to feel strongly, just don't let your feelings do all the thinking. The Christian mind honors God's word. Scripture doesn't say much, if anything, directly about transgenderism. We can find verses supporting a gender binary, but this topic was simply unknown in biblical times. But that doesn't mean Scripture leaves us empty-handed. What the Bible does give us is wisdom for how to handle disagreement, how to pursue truth, and how to do it in a way that is God-honoring. As Christians, we affirm that the Bible is the source of truth, but it's not the only way God reveals himself. The Christian worldview teaches that God also reveals truth through nature. Creation itself bears witness to his design, and that design operates according to divinely established laws that can be studied, understood, and used to build knowledge, explain the past, and make sense of the present. In areas like human sexuality and neuroscience, we have a wealth of insight, much of it developed long before the current surge in transgender identification. That knowledge wasn't born out of activism. It came from years and decades of careful observation, study, and research. And if we believe that all truth is God's truth, then both Scripture and science can help illuminate our path forward, especially when emotions run high and clarity feels hard to come by. Our final principle is this: the Christian mind respects tradition. Now, most of us agree that Holy Scripture is authoritative, but let's be honest, Scripture doesn't interpret itself. If it did, we wouldn't have so many doctrinal disagreements. So what will we do in areas of disagreement? A wise approach is to ask, how has the church understood this across space and time? If the church, across centuries and cultures, has spoken with one voice, that consensus ought to carry weight. If it's been a matter of long-standing debate, it might be one of those unwinnable arguments where humility and patience are our best friends. When it comes to gender, church tradition clearly leans toward a gender-critical view, so score one for Connor. But tradition isn't limited to just Christian teachings. Even secular traditions can reflect deeper truths, the kind that societies have discovered, preserved, and passed down for good reason. This brings us to a powerful image from G.K. Chesterton. Maybe you've heard of it. He wrote, "There exists a fence or a gate across a road. The modern reformer says, I don't see the use of this, let's tear it down. The wiser reformer says, if you don't see the use of it, I'm not letting you near it. Go away, think about it, and then come back when you do." That's Chesterton's fence, and it's a caution. Don't discard long-standing beliefs or practices just because they seem outdated. First, understand why they were there in the first place. That's why I said in the beginning, the burden of proof always falls on those who want to change precedent, especially when the precedent has endured across generations. It doesn't mean change is never right, but it means change should come slowly, carefully, and with reverence for what came before. C.S. Lewis also warned against a particular kind of foolishness he called chronological snobbery. Today we might call it presentism. It's the idea that our generation, right here, right now, has reached a level of enlightenment and moral clarity that simply surpasses everyone who came before us. Lewis saw it as a kind of arrogance, the assumption that because something is new, it must be better. That kind of thinking would have baffled people in the ancient world. For most of history, ancient wisdom was revered, not discarded. So we should ask, where were all the transgender people in past centuries? Why are they still so rare in cultures outside the Western, educated, industrialized, rich, and democratic world, the so-called weird countries? The very newness of this phenomenon is a red flag. It raises a serious question. Are we witnessing a genuine discovery of truth, or are we caught in a wave of social contagion, an availability cascade, as some researchers call it, where repeated exposure to an idea makes it feel true regardless of the evidence? That doesn't mean we dismiss other people's experiences, but it does mean we need to be cautious. Sometimes what feels like progress might be just momentum, and not all momentum leads in the right direction. So what are the take-home points for our two colorful protagonists? Let's start with Jasmine. Jasmine, you clearly care deeply about people, and that's a beautiful thing. But don't let empathy alone steer the ship. Good intentions are not always good outcomes. Take a closer look at the wisdom of Scripture and the long view of tradition. They've got some things to say that TikTok might have missed. Try putting the victim badge away for a while. And Connor, well, just because you're suspicious doesn't mean you're discerning. Yeah, there really are people out there doing questionable things for money, but not everyone is in on some grand scheme funded by George Soros. Try putting the tinfoil back in the drawer and cracking open a book or two. You might be surprised. At the end of the day, Jasmine and Connor might seem like oil and water, or maybe almond milk and raw steak, but in truth, they've got a lot more common than either would like to admit. Both need a good dose of humility, possibly available over the counter, but definitely prescribed by Romans 12. Both need to ditch their echo chambers and find sources that don't just confirm what they already think. Both would benefit from logging off social media, if not permanently, then at least long enough to remember what actual humans sound like. And both need to recognize how their emotions, anger, fear, even compassion can stand in the way of clear thinking in a messy world. We don't have to agree on everything, but they do have to think better, listen better, and love better, because the devil still sends his errors into the world in pairs. And we're not called to choose the lesser one. We're called to walk straight between them. Thank you.
Thanks, Steve. Appreciate that. Looking forward to our next talk. We're going to have Kevin Birdwell, and he is a paleoclimatologist, which means he talks about the climate and eats only certain kinds of foods. Actually, I had to look that up. What is a paleoclimatologist? And basically, my understanding of a paleoclimatologist is that we make a whole bunch of measurements using thermometers and anemometers of how the climate and what it looks like today. Paleoclimatologist gets to do all that back before we had any instruments. And so figuring out what sorts of things can we extract just from the fossil record, geological records, things like that. So Kevin Birdwell has a PhD in physical geography from the University of Tennessee at Knoxville. He's a member of our RTB Scholar Community here. And I just say, personal plug for Kevin, I have really appreciated and enjoyed my friendship and interaction with him over the years, because he is one of those people who has good insight into what all's going on in the climate change issue, and yet he's got a very level head about how to talk about it. And finding sources of good information in heated topics is a tremendous benefit for me. And so I've tremendously benefited from being able to interact with Kevin over the years. Given me a lot of confidence of how to be able to go out and talk and articulate with people. One of the cool things about Kevin right now is he decided not just to engage himself in one controversial topic like climate change, he's also working on looking at how do we develop nuclear energy well. Yeah, exactly. So just kind of a glutton for let's deal with controversial issues, and I appreciate that about him. But we get to hear from him today talking about climate change, realities, risks, and resourcefulness.
What I'm going to attempt to do here is, so hopefully you can apply some of the things you've learned this morning. And I'm not going to give you all of my opinion on this, maybe some of it, but you may not totally agree with me, and that's okay. But what I really want you to do here, or to give you here, is some information so that you can hopefully think logically about the issue. Unfortunately, it is often very political. And so I'm going to take you through a brief review of climate drivers and the risks, how we try to measure them, how we try to predict them, and then how do we respond to them? How have we been responding to them? How maybe we should respond to them? And before I go any further, just say that what is climate? Climate is really a statistical average of the weather or the variability of weather over a significant period of time. So like when you hear somebody talk about the normal temperature, they're actually referring to a 30-year average most of the time. And unfortunately, the climate change phenomena is often frequently presented today as a dilemma. Either we act, make significant changes to societal greenhouse gas emissions, especially with regard to energy, or we suffer negative environmental consequences. Sometimes these pronouncements are associated by rhetoric and lead into discussions about human importance versus the planet's care. And others will say, no, it's all a hoax. But with either viewpoint, which I will call catastrophist or skeptical, because I think that's more polite than saying alarmist or denier, the public at large often perceives this as a dilemma, a two-sided issue. But there are other viewpoints. Other advocates take a more moderate approach, suggesting that climate change is real, but it is something that we can deal with. And that those people are sometimes called lukewarmer. Obviously, they didn't consult biblical theology when they came up with that term. But really, when you consider that there are really as many as hundreds of degrees of freedom in trying to model the climate, because we're dealing with the atmosphere, the ocean, the biosphere, the cryosphere, even biology. Yeah, I said that. So all of those things together makes climate science very complicated, and often it's grossly oversimplified today. And we have to realize that there's a human cause side of this, and there's a natural cause side of this, and a lot of times the debate focuses around, how much of which and how do those interact. Notice that graph I have there. So that's the correlation between temperature and carbon dioxide over the last several glacial cycles, and it's a really good correlation, and that's why a lot of people associate temperature change with carbon dioxide change. But I hope to show you through this talk some different ways of looking at this that I think we need to consider as we're figuring out exactly how big of a control knob is, say, CO2 or water vapor or other things. But before we do that, we probably need to understand a little bit more about what the greenhouse effect is. The greenhouse effect is essentially the amount of warming that the atmosphere gains over and above the input of solar radiation, which is like 240 watts per meter squared on average. And it actually adds another 157 watts per meter squared, so a pretty big amount. And you see, basically this happens because the atmosphere is transparent itself to solar radiation for the most part. Most of it hits the ground, and then the ground re-emits the radiation at a longer wavelength that greenhouse gases absorb and re-emit, and that's how we get our greenhouse effect. About 75% of the greenhouse effect is related to the water cycle, water vapor and clouds, and only 19% is related to carbon dioxide. The remaining 6% is methane, nitrous oxide, and ozone. Another thing about the greenhouse effect that I often don't hear discussed very often is the fact that it is not uniform across the surface of the planet. Water vapor being the dominant factor, the greenhouse effect is very intense in the tropical and subtropical regions, as much as 30 C, that it adds to the temperature. But as you approach the polar regions, it gets less and less, mainly because there's less water vapor there. And an extreme of that would be in the polar winter, where it's basically dark all the time, there's no albedo, there's little or no water vapor. You have almost no greenhouse effect in that area. So that means if you can transport the heat from the tropics to these polar regions, it will more easily escape the Earth's atmosphere and act as a kind of thermostat. Also, I'll briefly note that because of the configuration of the continents and the ocean currents, the heat loss that you get in the Antarctic is actually less than what you get in the Arctic. The Arctic's about 50% more of in its ability to lose heat to space. And where is this important? It's important in terms of the configuration of our ocean currents and our continents. So these diagrams are basically showing us a simplified diagram of the present climate and then the Eocene climate about 55 million years ago. And notice that in the Eocene climate, there are open seaways between North and South America and between Africa and Europe. And there are actually closed seaways or nearly closed seaways in the Arctic with Europe and North America being closer together. And also South America and Australia were very close to Antarctica at this time. So most of the heat that is received in the tropics, which is where most of the solar radiation starts, stays there and doesn't escape to those polar regions. And so as a result, the Eocene was one of the warmest climate periods that we've experienced. But in the present day, we have the continents positioned in such a way that the currents are forced toward the polar regions. And we have these deep water formation currents. So like, for example, in Antarctica, the deep water current encircles Antarctica and basically isolates Antarctica, but it also acts as a heat pump that expels heat to space there. Something similar is going on in the Arctic, but it's not a circumpolar current. So we have a lot more heat escaping to space in our present climate, and that's why we're quite a bit cooler, as much as 10 degrees cooler than the Eocene. So if you look at this another way, this is the global mean temperature in orange and the carbon dioxide values in green over the last 67 million years. And you can see the Eocene maximum there at about 25 C. But notice the sharp drop of 2 to 3 C right there about 35 million years ago. That is when this southern circumpolar current set up, allowed Antarctica to glaciate. And despite that, we see carbon dioxide going up. So unlike the first slide I showed you, where there was a strong correlation with CO2 and temperature in the last several 100,000 years, over the last 67 million years, the correlation is still there, but it's only around 50% instead of something close to 100%. So obviously, at least on geologic timescales, there are other drivers, like maybe the position of the continents and the ocean currents, that are dominating the changes in the climate. You see another nice drop there around 4 or 5 million years ago, and that's when the Panamanian Seaway closed, and so now all of the tropical water is having to go north or south toward the polar regions, and that's incidentally also when Greenland became glaciated. So another way of looking at this is paleoclimatologists have divided all of those past climates into about 5 categories: hot house, warm house, cool house, and ice house climates. In the hot and warm house climates, you don't have any major ice sheets. Now that dotted line there is showing about 420 parts per million. That's roughly where we are right now in terms of CO2 concentration. Notice that at least sometime over the last 67 million years, all 4 of these major climate states have existed at this concentration. Now those bars sideways are basically showing you the range of CO2 that has occurred with that climate state. But let's look at what happens when you drop in Antarctica and its ice sheet. Now, after 35 million years ago, the hot house and warm house climate almost completely disappear from anything that we've seen since then. And then going on to the last 5 million years, the cool house climate and the ice house climate are all we have left, and just a little bit of the cool house. And that little green dot is we are now in an interglacial. There's another way to look at CO2 in the present day, and so in 1850 we started with about 280 parts per million of carbon dioxide, and what this graph is showing, so this is actually the lowest part of our atmosphere, but it's turned on its side. Unfortunately, it's the only way I can display it. So to the right is height going up, and to the left is the surface. And where you see the 200 there, that's the 200 millibar level, which is about 30,000 feet. That's the top of the troposphere. But what that's showing you is that first 280 parts per million of CO2 gives us the most warming. And there's definitely significant warming showing there. That's the blue bars in the troposphere. And then there's also even some cooling in the stratosphere. But when you double that amount from 280 to 560, that's the orange bars. And you can see there is some additional warming, but it's a lot less. Now we're about halfway in between that right now at 420. So what this is suggesting is that at least for carbon dioxide on its own, now there's feedbacks and other factors that can cause warming as well, but at least for carbon dioxide on its own, it looks like there's not going to be much additional warming because the atmosphere is nearly saturated in terms of the warming it can receive from that. So before I leave CO2, there is another way that it causes warming at the surface that I've noticed. So I have had the opportunity to keep climate records for a few decades in the eastern part of the US, and the thing I noticed with the warming that was occurring was it was almost all at night, almost nothing in the daytime, and there's a reason for that. So remember I said that the surface is really what drives the heating from below of the atmosphere. Well, the opposite is true at night. So if you have a clear night, the surface is better at radiating energy to space than the atmosphere is. So essentially it ends up cooling the atmosphere that's near the surface, and that creates a temperature inversion where the temperature increases with height for a short distance. And if you add water vapor, like a foggy night, or you add CO2, it reduces that effect, and it makes the inversion weaker, and therefore your nighttime temperature is warmer. That seems to be what's been happening as CO2 has been increasing over the last several decades. And so that picture there is actually showing, if you look, there's a fog layer right there below the base of the mountains, and that's an inversion layer that is likely causing this effect. So that's not really heating up the vertical column of the atmosphere, but it is warming the atmosphere very close to the surface. Now, I would be remiss if I didn't mention the temperature effect and clouds. So this chart is basically showing the last 42 years or so of the annual average global temperature in red, and then in blue is the cloud cover. Notice that as the cloud cover has been decreasing, in general, the temperature has been rising. In fact, you can, if you drop cloud cover by 2%, you can raise the global temperature by 0.2 C. That's especially true with low clouds. Now, obviously, this effect is probably caused by changes in atmospheric circulation, but then the question rises, well, what changed the atmospheric circulation? There could be some influence from greenhouse gases or some other cause. We're just not really sure. And clouds are one of the things in climate models that are very difficult to parameterize. We can't model them directly because it would just take too much computer power. Another thing I want to point out here is that notice how much the global temperature can change in a year or two. So what this is telling us that our noise or variance is very large. So we've had something like a 1C warming or just over since 1850 globally. Yet we can have a global change of 0.8C in just a few years, up or down. Notice also there's been a big jump in the last year or two. Now that doesn't seem likely caused by increase in background greenhouse gases rather, because the increase from that would be more gradual. But there are some other possibilities. There was an El Nino at this time that often causes warming, but also the Hunga Tonga volcano eruption is probably responsible for at least a third of this. It was discovered back in the 2000s that if you remove water vapor from the stratosphere, which is already pretty dry, that it can actually slow down global warming. And that's probably one of the causes for what was known as the pause back then in warming. And most of the time when a tropical large volcano erupts, it gives you a cooling effect for a year or two because of the sulfates that get into the stratosphere and reflect sunlight. In this case, the volcano is a submarine volcano. All the sulfates were basically trapped by the ocean water, but it injected a huge quantity of water vapor into the stratosphere, and that caused quite a bit of warming. This will filter out of the stratosphere over time, probably over the next 4 or 5 years, and it already has started to. But that's probably also one of the contributors to the recent warming. So before I finish about drivers, just very quickly, there are a lot of things that drive climate change. Carbon dioxide is obviously one of them, but tropospheric ozone, methane, clouds, I've mentioned a few of these. Aerosols are another big factor. Now they're typically a negative factor overall, but the problem is we don't really understand how much of a factor they are, and because of that, because they indirectly affect precipitation, clouds, and indirectly temperature. And because of that, there's some uncertainty in how much carbon dioxide is actually warming, and that's why you see the big range there. And the last thing I want to mention there is urban heat islands. These are man-made effects due to things like asphalt and concrete covering up an area such as, LA here. Those surfaces absorb heat and they emit heat, and it warms up the urban area. And in a large city, it can be as much as 10 to 12 C, which is considerably more than anything we're talking about related to greenhouse gases. And I'll say a little bit more about that toward the end. Okay, so what about measuring the change, warming scenarios, or in extreme weather? I can't talk too much about it, but I will mention it. Now, in terms of logic, as I think you're beginning to see the theme of everything in this talk, the drivers, which you might compare to logical premises, there's uncertainty. And there's uncertainty in the way we measure it, and there's uncertainty in how we respond to it. G. Prinz and S. Rayner divided uncertainty into tame, complex, and wicked problems. And I think probably the climate change issue would be closer to the wicked problem side. Now, what is uncertainty? It's an incomplete knowledge arising from limited information or disagreement about what is known. These uncertainties come from differences in modeling physical processes. Maybe we don't understand all the physical processes, or we don't know what values to assign to them, or there's some error issues in, no computer program that simulates the atmosphere is going to be perfect. The external forcing, solar radiation, volcano inputs, there's some uncertainty with that. And we've already talked about biases here this morning that can lead to ad hominems. That's why you hear the terms like alarmist and denier a lot in this topic. And there are a lot of statistical issues that create problems for climate change research, such as outliers, which we call black swans. So these are typically associated with extreme events that only happen rarely or come in small groups. And then there are unknown knowns, or things like, well, these are called pink flamingos. They're basically ignored processes that turn out to be important later. So one example of that might be solar forcing. Solar forcing has been assumed to be pretty constant in climate modeling, and yet now we're discovering that it has a much bigger impact on the stratosphere through solar cycles, and over time, especially say at the century scale, it can make a big difference. And a lot of our assessment reports that are used for climate assessments are not really designed to handle the uncertainty. And then modeling comes up with a lot of scenarios, and we don't always know how plausible all of these scenarios are. Some are more likely than others. So that leads us to what do we know and what don't we know, what do we need to ask? We know that average surface temperature has increased since the mid-1800s, probably at least a degree C. We know that greenhouse gases warmed the planet, and we know that we've been adding greenhouse gases to the planet's atmosphere. We also know that natural climate has warmed and cooled the planet throughout its existence. We are actually in a glacial cycle, and if things were left to themselves in roughly 3,300 years, we'll be back into the next one. But there are a lot of unanswered questions. To what extent does carbon dioxide and other human emissions dominate over natural climate variability? How should we expect 21st century climate to change, and in what ways? And is warming dangerous? And even how do you define that? Will radically reducing carbon emissions benefit or harm human flourishing in the 21st century? And is adaptation or mitigation is adaptation a viable alternative to mitigation? I'll define those a little more in a minute. Now, typically, when we're trying to understand the climate, understand how it might change, we're talking about global climate models or GCMs. And they do serve a lot of useful purposes. They help us with hypothesis testing, with understanding how the climate system works, especially when we alter radiative forcing inputs. They help us attribute causes of past climate change. They help us investigate extreme weather events, their statistics basically. They help us simulate future climate states and even downscale to regional climate changes. But they're not simply prediction machines. They're scenario generators, but they are sources of insight into complex system behavior. Realize you're talking about a chaotic, nonlinear system here. But we have to use climate models carefully because there are a lot of model gaps. If we don't use them carefully, we run into problems of false causes, wrong conclusions, insufficient grounds in our evidence. I already mentioned solar impacts. There are problems with understanding natural ocean circulation changes over decades and centuries. There are issues with vertical heat transfer in the ocean, especially in the deep ocean, like below 1,000 meters. Translating a lot of the fast changes that happen in weather to the climate model is sometimes challenging. We're still trying to better understand how carbon cycles through the climate system and ice sheet dynamics. And nearly every model is tuned to the 20th century climate observations, but yet they often produce different results for the 21st century. And some models are even frequently tuned to provide a particular climate sensitivity. I'm going to define that in a minute too. But that's a problem if by definition you're trying to understand what the climate sensitivity is. Now, I don't want to leave the impression that they're not useful. They are definitely useful. Climate models basically started from weather modeling, and I've actually had the opportunity over the last few years to be involved in testing some weather models. So some years ago, I did my dissertation research on the complex terrain of East Tennessee and how it affects the meteorology there and the climate. And I used strictly observational data, and I found out a lot of good things. But when I started applying some of this to weather models, the weather models revealed some effects from some of the terrain, such as the Crab Orchard Mountains there, that didn't show up in the observational data. You're not going to have observational data for everything, and this is where models come in because they can give you additional insight that you can't see in any other way, and that's also true of GCMs. Now, in recent years, efforts are being made to apply machine learning and artificial intelligence to both weather and climate models, and they're having some success. So one of the successes is that you can refine the short-term weather errors and reduce those, and when you put those into the climate model, then that gives it a more accurate basis to start with. Also, researchers have been actually testing not even using the physics. In other words, you train the model based on the physics and based on the weather it's seen, and then it produces forecasts that are as good or better than the physics-based model. Now, where is that important? It's important in terms of computer costs. We're talking about maybe as much as a 50x reduction in computer costs. Now, what is climate sensitivity? It's defined as the global surface warming that occurs when the concentration of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere is doubled relative to pre-industrial levels. And this is not a value that should be assumed to be constant, although it's probably fairly constant. But what I mainly want you to see here, and how do we estimate it? It's from our understanding of the climate system and how feedbacks work. It's from climate model simulations. It's from historical observations and paleoclimate observations. So those are things based on things like tree rings, ice cores, ocean barbs, and so on. But on that graph, on the light blue side on the left, what you're basically seeing is the climate sensitivity estimates based on paleoclimate feedbacks and historical observational data. And the orange line there is the mean, and roughly you're seeing something close to 2C there for the effect of doubling. But on the right side of the graph it's at 3C, and those are the numbers that most of the climate reports have been using for the last 50 years. Notice also their ranges of max and min are a bit larger. Now, climate models, there's many climate models, and they're run as ensembles, and there are many outputs, but there are 4 outputs that are often talked about in the climate literature, and these are called both shared socioeconomic pathways, SSPs, and representative concentration pathways, RCPs. I like the RCP term. So you have RCP 8.5, which is the warmest. In the past, it's been called the business as usual model, the RCP 7, the RCP 4.5, and the 2.6. Now, these are based on estimates of future population growth, education, urbanization, land use, things like that. But what I want to point out here is that RCP 8.5 in the last number of years has really come to be viewed as implausible. It's really not the realistic model. It's based on fossil fuel use that is far beyond what is likely, even if there isn't a major switch to renewables. And that's a problem for the literature. So this chart is showing you the Global Scholar article hits, and you can see that RCP 8.5 gets the most. And usually when you see very sensational climate change claims, it's based on that scenario. But if that scenario has a very low chance of occurring, then it's probably not the best to use that as our basis for policy. Many scientists are coming to realize that RCP 4.5 is probably the best worst case scenario now. And it does get a lot of reference as well, but not as much as 8.5. And there really isn't anybody in the climate community who determines plausibility. Now, the last part of this measurement section, I want to mention what the IPCC AR6 working group said in 2021. So what they tried to do is list a bunch of extreme weather scenarios and say, okay, can we detect the change and can we attribute it to global warming or climate change? As you can see, most of them, the answer was no. For flooding, for drought, for various types of tropical and extratropical storms, for thunderstorms, tornadoes, hail, and lightning, and even extreme winds. In fact, extreme winds have actually diminished a bit. But there were 3 areas they said yes on. One of those is heavy precipitation. I agree with that one because with the somewhat warming climate that we've had, as well as the denser vegetation has resulted from the increase in CO2, and that means that there's more transpiration of water vapor into the air, and then more precipitation comes out of that. That's not the same thing as flooding, but I can definitely agree with that one. With heat waves, it's really more an issue of the land area involved in heat waves increasing. Because if you're looking at the extreme value, you actually have to go back to the early 20th century to get the extreme values. And then the fire weather, I would kind of push back on that one. I'm not really sure why they came up with that conclusion, because if you look at satellite data, the global area of burned land has actually decreased significantly over the last 25 years. I think the issue there is more regional, and so like, for instance, the climate here in California is pretty dry, and when you have increased population, you're going to have increased fire danger. Now, the last part I want to talk about is energy and human thrivability. And what is the cost, and is it better to have adaptation policies or mitigation policies? Lawrence Peters said, if you don't know where you are going, you probably will end up somewhere else. Good advice. And what is adaptation? I've been talking about that. Well, it's the process of discovering methods to remain flexible and thrive during periods of change. With climate, the adaptation process seeks to minimize the negative impacts of climate change while employing opportunities that may appear for the positive impacts. And resilience is basically the capacity to adapt. Mitigation has been the primary method of dealing with climate change for the last few decades at least. And usually, at least in terms of the United Nations, that has involved trying to eliminate fossil fuels and reduce carbon emissions and other greenhouse gas emissions, and thus end up with a reduced climate change at some distant point in the future. And I wish I could say differently, but unfortunately, all of the studies that I have seen on the results of this, so like, for example, the Paris Climate Agreement, do not give you any meaningful results at the end of this century in following those policies. Yet they cost $1 to $2 trillion a year. Adaptation, however, tends to be more local and immediate in terms of its benefits. And actually, what you see here in this chart is weather and climate-related deaths since the 1920s by decade, and you can see it's decreased by about 95%. Well, why did that happen? It mostly happened because of cheap energy. It happened because cheap energy is essential for human thriving. It reduces global poverty and it improves our ability to protect ourselves and get ourselves away from threatening weather and climate situations. Unfortunately, the rush to transition from fossil fuels to things like wind and solar and other renewables has threatened to stall or reverse the conquest of poverty, especially in developing countries. Now, am I saying wind and solar is bad? No, not necessarily. They probably have a role. But with wind and solar, you're dealing with an intermittent energy source. You're dealing with the need to store the power, unlike something, let's say, like natural gas, which already has its own power storage. And you have to transport it where it's needed. And sometimes that requires immense transmission lines. And I think what's basically happened is there's been such a rush to change to that. These other factors have gotten left by the wayside and really not dealt with appropriately. So basically what that chart is showing you is, generally speaking, there is not such a thing as a low energy, high GDP country. Generally, high energy is associated with high GDP. That's certainly been true in the US since 1870. Our improvements in living standards have been accompanied by a 21 times increase in total primary energy use. And even on a per person basis, it's about 2.5 times. We are richer because we have 60 times more power than some African countries, basically. So what's different about the transition? There's been lots of energy transitions in the past. I mean, in the past, we used more coal, we used whale oil, we used different things. We used animal labor, human labor. Well, what's different about this transition is it's been a very top-down international directive to reduce or eliminate greenhouse gas emissions. The need has been determined to be urgent. And, if it is urgent, okay, but one problem with being urgent is that it can lead to haphazardly done changes, basically, a sort of a fear factor. The scale of the transition is huge because we're talking about the globe and the global population, which is larger than it's ever been. And the wind and solar component of electricity production has been subsidized heavily by governments, and so it's not really been a natural market evolution. I believe that things like wind and solar could achieve a natural market evolution, but we're not quite there yet. Even the UN climate panel in 2018 said that basically the hit of global warming with a 4C warming, which is probably more than we would expect, would be something like 3% of the global economy. Now, but I have to ask the question, why are we not addressing the climate change issue the same way that we would address most other issues, and that's cost versus benefits? Now, if you're going to do that, we've got to understand what the economic impacts will be. We've got to balance trade-offs with future harm and present mitigation. That's called a social discount rate. We've got to account for potential catastrophic outcomes. But in the past, innovation has actually proven to be very effective. So, I, for one, am actually for the idea of continuing to research all of these things, because usually we find a way to do it better and do it economically. Now, in 2010, Nordhaus dice model was created, and so this is 2010 US dollars in trillions, but it basically ran a model with those different RCP climate scenarios I mentioned, and plotted climate costs from climate change in the blue there, and climate policy costs in the orange. And what you see is that as long as your climate change is at RCP 4.5 or below, the climate policy costs are actually more expensive than the costs from climate change. That really hasn't changed in the last 15 years. And if RCP 4.5 is indeed the worst case scenario, then we probably are better off with an adaptation approach. The blue shaded area is based on historical observations, is basically what we're seeing so far in terms of warming. And that's definitely in that lower area. So just real quickly, let me mention a couple areas where you could do adaptation much more effectively. In coastal areas, and I haven't had a chance to talk about sea level rise, that is an issue, and there is a longer slide deck that I have that I believe is going to be made available to anybody here that's got more than double the slides in it than this. But take Florida, for example. If you spend billions of dollars on coastal protection, better coastal protection, you can actually save tens of trillions of dollars in damages. Now, what's changed about Florida? Why are the damages more today? Well, in 1900, you had roughly the same number of hurricanes as today, but the difference is there's 67 times more people living on the coast. So a lot of times these issues have a lot more to do with population demographics than they do with climate change. Urban heat islands that I mentioned earlier, you could put highly reflective materials on surfaces. You can increase vegetation, which increases evapotranspiration and cools the surface environment. Enhance ventilation, add more permeable pavements, and add water features. Research has shown that you can lower the urban heat island effect by several degrees C doing these sorts of things. And that is a human-caused effect, but it's not greenhouse gases. So just to conclude, what are some elements of successful climate risk management? First of all is proportionality. We have to balance the level of effort put into risk management with the risk level. And we have to align our policies. What that means is reduce conflicts between competing risk policies and integrate them with other policies. I've worked for the government for many years, so I could talk about that one all day. Comprehensive policies. Consider all aspects of the system at risk. Perhaps that's something that hasn't been done well up to this point. Policies need to be dynamic. They need to be responsive to political, economic, and technological environment changes. And we have to always consider the human versus natural factor, because even if we do everything that we want to do to mitigate or reduce human-caused changes, there's still going to be those natural changes that we're going to have to deal with at some point. We have to have better use of no-regrets policies. No-regret policies involve avoiding controversial, uncertain, or immeasurable benefits when we can. Oversimplification has already been mentioned here today. That's definitely true in climate change. With our soundbite culture, this issue gets grossly oversimplified by both sides. And I even hesitate to use the term both sides because, as I said, there's really more than one side. And there's the testable versus politics issue. Testable science is neither neutral nor is it capable of answering political questions, but has often been used in this issue in that way. And unfortunately, that leads to suboptimality responses to climate because of a urgency or panic-driven mindset that means that we're applying policies that aren't necessarily the best ones or the most efficient ones. I think we always have to remember that science is a process seeking universally valid knowledge as a public good, requiring objectiveness, inquisitiveness, and originality. Genesis 1:28 talks about humans being commissioned to care for the planet. And just a few verses before that, it mentions that humans were created in the image of God. So we've got to balance those two, but not ignore either one. And we've always got to maintain that mentality of testing. 1 Thessalonians 5:21, that testing is good for prophecy and it's good for science and lots of other things. And I just want to encourage you here to, I know there's a lot to take in here, but apply these principles of logic to climate change like anything else. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. I appreciate that. I've enjoyed the opportunity. Like I said, I enjoy being able to talk with Kevin and hear Dr. Willing talk, and just another area where there's a lot of heat and not a lot of light if you look at just the public discussion of it. And so I'm excited to have bring Fuzz up, Dr. Fuzz Rana, our biochemist, president, CEO, and senior research scholar at RTB. He has a PhD in chemistry with an emphasis in biochemistry from Ohio University. And he wrote this book called Humans 2.0, which is a Christian view of bioengineering and biotechnology. And one of the things that I love about Fuzz is that he is not at all afraid to go delve into areas and bring up and take positions that are well-reasoned, even if people get upset at him for it. And so he's just fearless in going in to do that. And I think that's a great attribute of someone who follows Christ, is being fearless to go where the data leads. And so with that, I'll bring Fuzz up, and we're going to talk about should we play God, thinking through critical questions about emerging biotechnologies.
I learned a lot of really important life lessons in high school when I took a driver's education course. And of course, and one of those lessons was how to safely operate a motor vehicle, which an invaluable lesson because I use that information every day of my life. But there's other lessons I learned as well. And one of them is never overdrive your headlights, right? And I think you all are aware of this phenomena that at night, when there's no other lights around, if you're driving at a speed that is such that your stopping distance is greater than the distance that your headlights illuminate, you literally are driving blind, right? You're driving into the unknown, being unable to predict what's about to happen. And so not only following that advice can save you from an accident in driving a car, it's valuable advice just living your life. That if you're going at too fast of a pace, you're not able to adequately predict the future. And nobody can really predict the future, but as much as you can, that correlates, I would argue, with being able to successfully navigate life. If you have an idea what's coming, you can prepare, you can react, you can anticipate appropriately, right? And so it's really important that we slow down, that we don't go too fast, that we take time to think. And this was the point that Steve Willing made, this is the point that Mark Perez made, and I'm making that same point too. Well, this is also a lesson that really is valuable for our society at large with regard to emerging biotechnologies. So some of the things that are being developed in biotechnology are going to be transformative to our world. They're going to be economically disruptive technologies that are going to drive economic growth. They're going to be advances that are going to revolutionize medicine, giving us the means to treat diseases and debilitating injuries that we don't have treatments for. They're going to be technologies that will help us to feed an ever-growing population in the world, technologies that will help us to mitigate damage that's being caused to the environment, and the list goes on and on. But each of these technologies also have some significant ethical and safety issues connected to them. And some of these issues are rather significant and complex and hard to navigate. And what's happening is that technologies are advancing at such a breakneck pace that we don't even have time to effectively deliberate about a particular technology before another advance happens and another advance happens, and each advance raises new ethical issues and new safety issues. And so we literally are going pell-mell blind into the future regarding emerging biotechnologies. And so there's, again, a number of significant ethical questions and safety questions that could be summarized in a singular question: should we play God? Should we play God? Alan Lightman, a physicist and a best-selling author, said this in an interview in Aegeus: "I have no opposition at all to technology. I think technology is a wonderful thing that has to be used thoughtfully, and we can't just assume that every bit of new technology improves the quality of life. It's really in how the technology is used. What I'm very disturbed about is this trend of everything happening faster and faster and faster, and there being more and more general noise in the world, and less time for quiet reflection on who we are and where we're going." Right? And so what we have in front of us as Christians is a challenge. How do we think well about emerging biotechnologies? How do we think Christianly about emerging biotechnologies? And how do we contribute to the overall dialogue taking place in our society regarding emerging biotechnologies? And I'm going to illustrate the problem with one example. In the summer of 2022, just about 3 years ago, there were headlines that showed up all over the internet about scientists from Cambridge University, and also in collaboration with scientists from the Weizmann Institute in Israel, announced that they had actually created synthetic embryos from mice stem cells that actually proceeded through the beginning stages of organogenesis. Within a matter of weeks, a research team from China announced that they had done the same thing, creating synthetic embryos from monkey stem cells. So now these are synthetic embryos of a non-human primate. And then, lo and behold, shortly after that, the same team from Cambridge and Weizmann Institute announced that they had actually made synthetic human embryos in a laboratory. And we're going to talk a little bit about what synthetic embryos are in a minute. But right away from these headlines, I'm sure there's all these thoughts going through your mind about what does this technology mean, and why on earth are these researchers doing this kind of work? And so, again, the challenge in front of us is, how do we think well about these emerging technologies? And so George and I are putting the finishing touches on a manuscript that's going to editorial hopefully on Monday, God willing, where we are looking at this very question. How do we equip people from a Christian worldview perspective to think well about emerging biotechnologies? So what I'm going to do is offer some thoughts as to how we might go about doing this. And I think what you're going to see is some of my suggestions are going to dovetail with what you've heard already today, particularly in the first 3 talks about how to reason well. The first thing is we want to get clarity, right? We want to be careful thinkers. That means we first of all need to understand the technology, its intended use, and the motivation of the researchers doing the work. When I see Christians and non-Christians, but particularly Christians, respond to emerging biotechnologies, I can only cringe, because the response that I hear from them tells me immediately that they have no clue what they're talking about. They have no understanding of the technology. They are just firing off thoughts from the hip regarding what they think the technology involves, not what it actually involves. There's so much hype associated with biotechnology as a rule of thumb that we're well served in slowing down and taking the time to understand the technology and why are the researchers doing this work? Why are they doing this work? So towards that end, let's start talking about why are scientists creating synthetic embryos and what are they and how are they prepared? And to understand that, we need to talk a little bit about embryogenesis. And I'm going to focus on human embryogenesis, even though much of this work has been done on mice and on macaques. I'm going to talk about human embryogenesis. And this is just a very broad, quick overview of the process, just so you're familiar with the concepts if you're not already. And of course, the process of embryogenesis begins with a fertilized egg. And that egg will undergo a cell division to a 2-cell stage without any growth of the egg cell once it's been fertilized. And then there'll be a 4-cell stage, an 8-cell stage, and over time you'll wind up with a berry-like structure called a marilla. And then once the marilla forms, you start to see the cells begin to migrate relative to one another as they grow and divide, forming a hollow spherical structure called a blastula. And in one of the poles of the blastula, there's the formation of what's called the inner cell mass, which is going to become the embryo proper, whereas the cell wall of the blastocyst is going to become the placenta. That's called the trophoblast. And then you start seeing an invagination of the blastocyst at the inner cell mass region, and those cells begin to proliferate and specialize into a gastrula, which consists of 3 cell layers. And we'll look at that in a little bit more detail in a second. This is another picture of a blastocyst with the inner cell mass. And you can see from this diagram that at this stage, under natural conditions, it will implant into the wall of the uterus, into the endometrium, and that's where the beginning stages of embryogenesis will continue. Gastrulation involves, again, an invagination of the blastocyst and a proliferation of the cells in the inner cell mass, migrations and specializations into 3 distinct cell layers called the ectoderm, the mesoderm, and the endoderm, and each of these layers is fated to develop into different types of organ systems. So for example, the ectoderm will develop into skin and nerves, the mesoderm into bones and muscle, and the endoderm into liver and thyroid tissues and other things as well. So now, one of the things that scientists do is to isolate the cells of the inner cell mass. And of course, this involves destroying the embryo in order to isolate the cells of the inner cell mass. And these are called blastomeres, and they can be cultured in a laboratory to produce essentially a cell culture that is immortal, that can be propagated on an ongoing basis. And these cells are called embryonic stem cells. So that's what an embryonic stem cell is. That's where it comes from. So I'm going to show you 3 figures taken from papers published by these different research teams describing the work towards creating synthetic embryos. And so what the team from Cambridge, in collaboration with the team from the Weizmann Institute, did is they took embryonic stem cells, and they also discovered they needed to take cells from the yolk sac as well as from the trophoblast of the mice, mix them together, and depending on how they cultured these cells, they could actually get them to form an embryo-like structure called a blastoid, or a synthetic embryo. And they, in fact, were able in the laboratory to get this cell culture that, again, resembled an embryo to the 8-day stage. And I believe they used about 10,000 embryos, and they took 50 to the 8-day stage. Now, that's not great statistics, but it's remarkable to think they could even get 50 to the 8-day stage. Now, the gestation period in a mouse is about 20 days, which means that's about a third of the pregnancy. That would be at the stage of organogenesis and about 3 months in a human pregnancy. Now, working with mice systems is all well and good, but you really, if you're wanting to gain insight into what's happening in humans, you want to move towards a more relevant model. And so the team from China did similar experiments where they were trying to create synthetic embryos of macaques, of non-human primates. And again, they did a very similar approach where they took these embryonic stem cells and they cultured them in the laboratory to produce these synthetic embryos that they actually implanted in surrogates. And for 20 of them, they got the embryo to persist for 20 days in the surrogate before it just simply was absorbed into the uterine wall. But one of the things they showed is that in these synthetic embryos, the cells of the embryo behaved in the same way as corresponding cells in natural embryos, which is remarkable, and the gene expression patterns were the same. Now, the research team that created the human blastoids did something a little bit different. They, instead of using human embryonic stem cells, they actually used human-induced pluripotent stem cells. These are stem cells that are derived from adult skin cells called fibroblasts, and you can, I'm not going to get into the details, convert them into these embryonic stem cell-like stages where they function like embryonic stem cells, and these are called induced pluripotent stem cells. So they actually use these induced pluripotent stem cells to grow human blastoids, human synthetic embryos, and I believe they were able to get it to about the 20-day, 21-day stage before the embryos, or the synthetic embryos, died in vitro. So the question here then is why? Why would you do this kind of work? What's the point of this? Well, there are very good reasons why these researchers are doing this work. One is, and you could even argue that this is, in some degree, something that people that hold to a pro-life position would be sympathetic, and that is you can't really work with natural human embryos, right? That for ethical, there's just ethical reasons associated with that, regulatory limitations, and so we need to have research tools to be able to study the early stages of embryo development. And the fact of the matter is, this is a black box. It's a very difficult, these are very difficult systems to study, and so the thought is that if you could create synthetic versions of natural embryos, you now have a research tool that not only allows you to develop a basic understanding of what's happening during embryonic development, but you can do interesting things like introduce mutations into different genes and see what impact that has on embryonic development. You can actually look at the effect of drugs on these synthetic embryos, giving you an idea what a pregnant woman might be susceptible to. And there are these types of toxins called teratogens, which are reproductive toxins. You can identify reproductive toxins using synthetic embryos as a screening device. Also, one of the visions in biotechnology is to develop a robust regenerative medicine where you can replace damaged or dead cells and tissues with replacement cells and tissues. This is the idea, and stem cells factor significantly into regenerative medicine. But one day people are hoping to be able to not only develop cell and tissue replacements, but organ replacements that could actually be grown in a laboratory. And so because we don't understand, again, what's happening in organogenesis to a full degree, that insight could actually help us one day grow organs in a laboratory. And in fact, there's some people that are suggesting that maybe we could even use synthetic embryos as a bioreactor that could actually grow the organs. Now, this now allows organ production to be scalable. If there's some people who've actually speculated on the prospects of using natural embryos in this way, but The problem is that apart from the profound ethical questions that arise, the problem is it's not scalable. You have to have a source of eggs, and it's just simply not practical. But synthetic embryos, because they're derived from immortal cell lines, provide an ongoing source of cells that can allow you to produce organs at any scale, at any level. So we've done the first thing, which is to make sure we understand the science and the motivation behind this. The next thing that we need to do, and my apologies to George, but I'm of the opinion that when it comes to engaging technology, and particularly biotechnology, we have to remember that we don't want to lead as Christians with an ethical engagement. We want to lead with a theological engagement. This is really a theological issue where the ethical concerns and our response to the ethical concerns flow out of the theology. And so we need a robust theology for biotechnology. And the approach that George and I take in our book is using the Christian meta-narrative of creation, fall, redemption, and consummation. Okay, so with regard to creation, right, I'm going to just give some highlights here. I'm not going to go into a lot of detail. The most important idea is that as human beings, we bear God's image, right? That we are image bearers. That is a really significant theological concept with regard to how we think through biotechnology. And there's a debate among theologians as to what precisely do we mean when we talk about the image of God. And that's an interesting debate. I've got a perspective on that. But what's most important is that as image bearers, we have certain responsibilities, which is to multiply and fill the earth, to subdue the earth, to rule over the earth, and to care for the earth. That we have been granted dominion over the creation, and that with that is two large responsibilities: human flourishing, which Kevin pointed out, and we also need to be caretakers of the creation. We need to be stewards of the creation. So we are, in effect, co-rulers and co-stewards with God. That is, image bearers, we've been given that responsibility. And we also, because we bear God's image, we could think of ourselves as co-creators, that we have a capacity to create. And that, in fact, when we create, we are manifesting and displaying the image of God, which brings glory to God, right? This is part of who we are and who we've been made to be. And so I would argue that with regard to biotechnology in general, because we've been granted dominion over the creation, because we are, in a sense, co-creators, that we actually have legitimate justification to manipulate living systems. That this is actually falls under the purview of the dominion that we've been granted over creation. That this is something that's completely permissible. But the problem isn't playing God, right? Because I would argue we have no choice but to play God. We're made in God's image. The problem becomes when we try to take God's place. When we try to take God's place. And one other point here too that's relevant to how we think about synthetic embryos is that we've been granted dominion over the creation. We've not been granted dominion over human life, right? That belongs to God. That's God's purview, right? So there's nothing fundamentally wrong with human beings engaging in biotechnology, taking what we have learned about the world of living organisms and using that knowledge to promote human flourishing, to care for the planet. That the Christian mandate, because we bear God's image, is to, again, promote human flourishing, to be stewards of the planet. And that in order to do that requires developing scientific understanding of the world and using that understanding through the development of technology. I would even include biotechnology. When people ask the question, should we play God, what they really mean by that is that they're concerned about the impact of the fall, right? I see the idea that we are playing God in positive terms, but there's a negative connotation, and what really people mean by that is they're concerned that we're trying to take God's place, and that because of the fall, we are sinners, that human beings are sinful, that we do, instead of being stewards of the planet, we cause damage to the planet. Instead of promoting human flourishing, we promote human pain and suffering. And there's a really interesting quote from Ronald Cole Turner regarding emerging biotechnologies and how people who advocate for their development think about what they're doing. And Cole Turner said this, biotechnologists, synthetic biologists seem a little naive about the human predicament and therefore overly optimistic about what it takes to engineer solutions. What theologians call sin, humanity's unexplained but inescapable tendency to pervert and destroy even its best achievements, is missing. Also absent is any realistic attitude about how well and at the same time how badly things will go as we make progress towards improving our lives. Our technological power is great and is growing quickly. It is never pure, never characterized by singularity of purpose in pursuit of the good. If the self-sabotaging inner disorder is a limitation of our biology, it is one we seem unwilling or unable to transcend, all the more so because too rarely do we admit it's real. And so if Christians have anything to contribute to this conversation, it's a realistic picture of human nature and the idea that as human beings, we are sinners. And not only do we have a propensity to use good things for evil purposes, but we lack wisdom, that we are filled full of pride as human beings that you might characterize as a type of hubris because we do not recognize our limitations and our weaknesses and therefore engage in risky things because of the issue of pride, as Steve points out. But as a result of the fall, there are damaged relationships with God, with one another, and with creation. And so this is significant because, again, instead of loving people and helping to promote human flourishing, we many times do evil and wicked things to others. That instead of caring for the creation, now the earth is cursed because of us. Because we are in a broken relationship with creation, we are unable to be effective stewards and the planet is going to suffer. But also part of our theology is the idea of redemption, right? That God hasn't left us to our own devices, but he has stepped in through the person of Christ and his life, death, and resurrection to redeem us, to rescue us from our sin. And as a result of that, we now undergo a transformation where we become ever increasingly like Christ. And that means that as we have these damaged relationships repaired, that we now are right with God and we have the capacity to become right with other people. We have the capacity to be now effective stewards. And for this reason, it becomes very important for Christians as redeemed people to engage biotechnology because not only do we have a realistic understanding of the fall, but because we are slowly recovering the lost image of God, the damaged image of God, that it now means that we, of all people, have the wherewithal increasingly to actually carry out the responsibilities and use biotechnology responsibly. In terms of the extent of the redemption that is offered us, Christopher J.H. Wright, who was a longtime associate of John Stott, published an updated version of Stott's classic Christian Mission in the Modern World. And Christopher Wright includes essays where he reflects upon Stott's ideas. And in one of those essays, he said, integral mission means discerning, proclaiming, and living out the biblical truth that the gospel is God's good news through the cross and the resurrection of Jesus Christ for individual persons, for society, and for creation. All three are broken and suffering because of sin. All three are included in the redeeming love and the mission of God. All three must be part of the comprehensive mission of God's people. In short, we are ambassadors of reconciliation. We partner with God to help reconcile people to God, reconcile people to others, and reconcile humanity to the creation. I'm going to skip these just for the sake of time. But this leads us again to this whole idea of how does redemption influence how we think about biotechnology? And again, I would argue that as Christians, we can see biotechnology through this redemptive lens, that we are able to recognize that not only is biotechnology something that we can do legitimately because it falls under our dominion, but in fact that this becomes a tool in our hands to love our neighbors as ourselves and to care for the creation, to promote human flourishing, and to care for the planet. That this technology, as I mentioned, is going to potentially provide means to feed an ever-growing world population. It might be the technology that we need, as Kevin said, to adapt to climate change. If indeed it's happening, if indeed it comes, that we can develop GMOs, for example, that can grow under conditions that are now widely available in the world, for example, or that we can use GMO organisms to develop drugs and use them as bioreactors to produce drugs, or create GMO animals that we can use for research purposes, right? And the list goes on and on. And that through biotechnology, I would argue that it allows us to live out more effectively the values of the kingdom of God, right? That as Christians, we live in this tension where the kingdom of God is already here, but it's not yet fulfilled. And that we can, through the use of biotechnology, can actually employ these, again, to manifest to a greater degree, to a greater extent, to extend the influence of the kingdom of God. So this technology, or this theology, actually takes a relatively positive view of emerging biotechnologies. Our orientation as Christians towards emerging biotechnologies should be largely positive. Now, we also, before we even begin to engage, we also need to make sure we understand the ethical issues and identify different ethical systems and different worldview considerations associated with these ethical issues. Don't have time to do that today, but what I will do is just delineate some of the ethical concerns that are associated with synthetic embryos. And these are not ethical issues that I came up with. These are ethical issues that people that are working in this area, who actually hold, in many instances, a secular perspective, are identifying. So these are ethical concerns that secular people are raising, not people with a Christian worldview exclusively, though I think we would share many of these concerns. But one of the criticisms of developing synthetic embryos as a research tool is their limited usefulness, right? These are mouse synthetic embryos. These are non-human primate synthetic embryos. And even if we're working with human synthetic embryos, these are facsimiles of natural embryos. They're not natural embryos, which means that not only do you have a species problem, but you have a problem that these are artificial constructs that look like and behave to some degree like natural embryos, but they're not natural embryos. So that means what we learn with these synthetic embryos, how transferable is that insight into an understanding of what's happening with natural embryos? So they have a limited usefulness. So right away that raises questions about, really, is this something that we ought to be doing, particularly in human systems, if they really truly have limited usefulness? Now, we're really in the early days of developing synthetic embryos. In fact, it's spawning a whole new area of embryology, believe it or not. called synthetic embryology, where people are looking at this as a research industry, if you will. And so people are aggressively trying to improve the quality of these synthetic embryos to make them more and more like natural embryos, which now raises the question, what are they? What are these synthetic embryos, particularly if they are largely indistinguishable from natural embryos? And I don't know the answer to that, right? It's because they are created in a very different way than a natural embryo. But if they are indistinguishable from a natural embryo, do they have the same moral status as a natural embryo? This is a very complex question. In fact, it's such a complex question that I actually saw an op-ed in Nature of all places, where they said, we really think that work in synthetic embryos should be slowed down or even halted until we can actually figure out what they are. And so there are a number of ethicists who are not from a Christian worldview perspective who are actually arguing that until we know what these synthetic embryos are, we need to treat them as if they were natural embryos. And therefore, they need to be regulated and again, viewed with the same moral consideration as natural embryos. And there's also concern about the destruction of human embryos. In order to grow human synthetic embryos, in some instances, you're going to have to use embryonic stem cells, which means you are, in a sense, creating embryos to destroy them. Now, just a point of clarification, when people are using embryonic stem cells, they're not taking an embryo and isolating the inner cell mass and then creating stem cells. They're using stem cell lines that have already been established, which then in and of itself leads to a very complex and interesting ethical debate. If I am using an embryonic stem cell from a stem cell line that was created 20 years ago, am I actually engaged in a morally culpable act by using that stem cell? Because I didn't create an embryo, I didn't destroy the embryo, I'm just using a cell line now. So and the argument is that's a secondary act, right? But then the counter argument is, well, maybe you're not directly morally culpable for destroying an embryo, but you're engaged in a practice that's encouraging it. So you can begin to see how complex this is, that even just because we understand the science and the technology, just because we have a theological framework in place that we probably all would more or less agree upon, doesn't mean that it makes the ethical deliberations any easier, right? But at least we're better equipped to think through what are the real issues and what do we need to focus on. And then finally, there is some fear that these synthetic embryos might be used for reproductive purposes. Now, right now, many of the scientists doing this work see them as a research tool. They have no intention for using them for reproductive purposes, including the Chinese scientists that implanted these embryos in a surrogate. The reason they did that is they wanted to see if they behaved like real embryos. That was the motivation. But if you now have synthetic embryos that are no different from natural embryos, and you implant them in a non-human primate, it's only steps away before somebody's going to say, let's implant them in a human. We just want to see how it's going to work. What are these really like natural embryos? And that is a slippery slope towards potentially even using these for reproductive purposes. Okay, so I'm just going to simply close with just my thoughts on this area. And as a whole, I'm actually highly positive about emerging biotechnologies. I think in most cases, for most applications, these are things that even though they seem scary on the surface, when we think through and we understand the science and the technology and how it's going to be used, there are good reasons as Christians to affirm that work. So I'm generally positive. But when it comes to something like synthetic embryos, this is a place where we are overdriving our headlights, where I don't think we really understand what we're doing here. And that becomes frightening. But this is a place where, as Christians, we need to take the lead in our culture in terms of guiding the development and the use of this type of technology. right? And people need to recognize that we are great dialogue partners, right? One of the things that is profound to me about the Christian worldview is that even though this worldview is 2,000 years old, it's a worldview that emerged in a pre-scientific age. It's a worldview that actually is very positive towards the development of science and technology, but it also has a robust ethical framework that emerges out of it that actually guides decision making about biotechnology probably better than any other ethical system or any other worldview. Because again, it's pro-science and pro-technology, but at the same time recognizes that we are sinners and that there's limitations and boundaries that we shouldn't cross, and is willing to clearly identify what those boundaries are. So the point here is that as Christians, we not only do we need to think well about this technology for our sake, we need to think well about the technology for the sake of the world. All right, thank you.
Like I said, Fuzz is no stranger to wading into troubled waters or controversial waters and seeing it. Lots of good stuff here. And I am sitting there thinking about Fuzz's talk, and there's some language he uses that troubles me in my thinking here. And so I'm, just thinking how to think clearly about it. Are we co-creators? There's something about that almost sounds like we're playing God. And, so it's fun to talk about, and it's weighty at the same time. So one of the things that I have truly appreciated about Ken is that he is passionate about how we think about God. And you look at his books and you can just see that's going on in there. And this whole idea of education and propaganda is a great place where it plays out. So let's give Ken a final hand here while we have our final talk.
There are a lot of things in culture today that disturb me. Maybe the one that disturbs me most is that our children and our college students are not being educated. They're being propagandized. And that concerns me significantly. I can't imagine paying $50,000 or $60,000 to send my daughter or my son to an elite school and have them come out propagandized. In fact, if I were to start over today, I might skip college and go to the library and read the great books of the Western world. I'm not kidding. That's how challenging things can be. We talked about a superpower. I think your use of logic can be very, very powerful. I like this slide a lot. Education, like logic, it orders your thinking, right? What does propaganda do? It's deception. It's trickery, it's fallacies, it's conspiracy theories, cognitive biases. It rattles your cage. And education should lead you to a point you can have lots of doubts, but you've thought through the issues. And I think education is the answer to propaganda. I think a classical liberal education is the answer to propaganda. And when I say classical liberal, I don't mean the Democratic Party. I mean a classical liberal education that emphasizes things like great books, that emphasizes the need to think through issues, be exposed. So let's move ahead here. In Chapter 8, I talk about propaganda and conspiracy theories. And by the way, I distinguish between conspiracies and conspiracy theories. I have a lot of problems with conspiracy theories, right? I remember watching Oliver Stone's movie JFK, and I thought to myself, where did all these people meet to plan the assassination of President Kennedy? Madison Square Garden? The more people who know about the conspiracy, the more people are going to tell you. They're going to spill the beans. We'll talk a bit more about that. Okay, we've talked about, Kevin talked about our climate. I'd like to talk about our cultural climate. And I think since 2020, we've had remarkable events taking place. Like what? The pandemic, gender, race, class debates, fake news, post-truth claims, conspiracy claims, the Israeli-Hamas war, all of these controversial ideas have created consternation. And so I asked the question, what significant ideas, beliefs, and values uniquely reflect our present cultural climate? What's interesting, the Germans have a term for that. It's called a Zeitgeist. Zeit means time, and Geist means ghost or spirit. So the spirit of the age, the overall intellectual, moral, and cultural climate of a specific age. And of course, I wonder, how did we get here? How did we get here? Well, my impression is that often STEM people are a little bit impatient with philosophy. They wonder, what does it do? And then I think George mentioned in the ancient world, doesn't bake any bread. When I told my dad, I want to major in philosophy, he said, how much money does it make? And I said, well, Dad, remember the people you fought in the Second World War? They had ideologies, philosophical systems. Well, here are three individuals, unless you think philosophy doesn't have an impact, and I like what C.S. Lewis said, you need good philosophy if for no other reason than to answer bad philosophy. Sometimes when our leading scientists speak philosophically, they get in trouble. Like Stephen Hawking saying philosophy is dead. Well, that's a philosophical statement. So philosophers have to be careful about science. Scientists have to be careful about philosophy. Here are three French thinkers. From left to right, Jacques Derrida, the father of deconstructionism. Michel Foucault developed the idea of oppressors and oppressed. So looking at society rather than through economic sphere, looking at it through a racial sphere. Jean-François Lyotard, he is the one who questioned all meta-narratives. Any big picture view of reality, he was going to question them. So those three French thinkers have had a big influence on the world in which we live. Now, it seems to me that when I've studied philosophy, all the great philosophers have an antagonist, okay? And Socrates, his antagonists are the sophists, and you can see I've divided them on one side and the other. It used to be that people thought Greek philosophy corrupted Christianity. You know, Augustine was too Neoplatonistic, Thomas Aquinas was too Aristotelian. I think now, if you read Plato and Aristotle and Socrates, they're allies to Christianity. They have a lot in common. So things have kind of changed. Now, take a look. Socrates, I would call Christian theist. Truth, it's objective. It's out there. It's not inside you. It's out there. It's absolute. It's knowable. You can discover it. It corresponds to reality. And it is the object of life's pursuit, to pursue the truth. The sophists, who are very much similar to secular postmodernists, and of course this tells us as much as things change, they remain the same. Truth is subjective, it is relative, it may not be knowable, it's invented. I know some postmodern mathematicians, there aren't a lot of postmodern mathematicians, but some of them tell me that math is invented, not discovered. And thus truth is useful or workable. That's what truth is. Whatever is useful or workable. American philosophy produced pragmatism. And truth is less important than power. Here's what one of my intellectual heroes said. This is Mortimer Adler. He was a great educator and a philosopher of Aristotle and Thomas Aquinas. He said, the line that Plato drew to distinguish the sophist from the philosopher, both equally skilled in argument, put the philosopher on the side of those who, devoted to the truth, would not misuse logic or rhetoric to win an argument by means of deception, misrepresentation, or trickery. I think we live at a time where the sophistry is thriving, where people want to persuade other people not by arguments, but by rhetoric, by trickery, deception, misrepresentation. Of course, the problem with postmodern ideas of truth is that truth then becomes indistinguishable from power and propaganda. So let me introduce you to C.S. Lewis again. He was born in 1898, died in 1963, the exact same day that President Kennedy was killed in Dallas, Texas. In fact, the same hour. They died the same hour. Well, 50 years before Lewis was born, there was a secular revolution taking place. Marx in politics, Darwin in science, Nietzsche in philosophy, Freud in psychology. So there was a huge secularization. In fact, it would be fair to say that people like Marx, Darwin, Nietzsche, and Freud, they killed God. Nietzsche said God is dead. The intellectual elites of Europe no longer believe in God, but I love Nietzsche. I remember one time my doctor asked me, he said, I had an illness. He goes, well, have you done any risky things? And I said, well, I read Nietzsche from time to time. Nietzsche was very honest. Nietzsche said, if God is dead, objective morality is dead. If God is dead, science is dead. Because science depends upon a variety of unscientific propositions. I love Nietzsche. He was raised in a Lutheran family, lost his dad, who was a Lutheran minister. Nietzsche would often remember the Christian hymns that were sung in his family. Well, the abolition of man. This isn't an easy book to read. If you think of Lewis, you probably think of his literary ability. This is a dense read. It's not explicitly Christian, but it's critically important because Lewis says if you adopt a subjective approach to life and you lose sight of the objectivity of truth, it will lead to the abolition of man. It will lead to the death of man. May I say, we live at a time where I think we have led to the death of man. There are men who say they are women, and there are women who say they are men. I think we are losing humanity. And that was Lewis's point. Now, this book is not an easy book to read. Read the first section of Mere Christianity. You get a summary of these basic ideas. But let me hit you with one point that Lewis makes here, which is very powerful. Lewis says that all of the major world religions and all of the major philosophical systems adopted an objectivity of values. And so I started thinking about that. Platonism, objective morality. Aristotelianism, objective morality. The third one I'm missing there in Greek philosophy. Stoicism, objective morality. Now let me introduce you to the religions that have objective morality. Judaism, Christianity, Islam, Hinduism, Buddhism, Taoism, Confucianism. In fact, all of those religious systems and philosophical systems have the last 6 of the 10 Commandments. Do you remember the last 6 of the 10 Commandments? Honor your mother and father. Of course, some of the Asian religions take it further, almost worship your ancestors. But what comes next? No murder. So a pro-life emphasis. No adultery, so a family marriage emphasis. Don't steal, so honesty. Don't lie. Don't covet. It seems that Lewis has discovered that humanity, regardless of their philosophy or their religion, believes in a fundamental objectivity of values. That's exactly what Paul says in Romans 1 and 2. So it's a great book, not an easy book to understand. Here's what the C.S. Lewis Institute says about the abolition of man. Lewis was prophetic in pointing out that relativism, the idea that there are no absolute truths, would lead to the decay of morality and a lack of virtue within society. Without a belief in and the teaching of universal moral laws, we fail to educate the heart and are left with intelligent men who behave like animals, or as Lewis put it, men without chests. I think Lewis was right. I think he was a prophet. We have reached a point where people question objectivity, and I think when we do that, we begin to lose our humanity. Now let's go a little bit further. We've got 3 eras here philosophically. Christianity emerges in what we call the pre-modern era. And we can define that in various ways, but I could say that objectivity is found in God. God has revealed himself, he's the creator. Or I could use the prism of truth, goodness, and beauty, founded in God. In the modern period, objectivity is found in science, or it's found in reason. The postmodern perspective is objectivity cannot either be found or it's purely subjective in human beings. We could talk about the different prisms. A classical Christian prism talks about truth, goodness, and beauty. God is truth, goodness, and beauty. Jesus said, I am the way, the truth, and the life. God is truth, goodness, and beauty. He created the universe, so everything in the universe is to some degree embedded with truth, goodness, and beauty. By the way, these are correlates, truth, goodness, and beauty. They circle back on each other. So it's like there is 1 and 3. I think this is a powerful analogy of the Trinity, truth, goodness, and beauty. You can't have goodness without truth. You can't have truth without goodness and beauty. They circle back on one another. As opposed to today, where we look at the world through the prism of race, gender, and class. Now, how about education and propaganda? Well, I think there is a lot of discussion about things that relate to education and propaganda. We have fake news. There was one gentleman who worked for ABC News for 25 years, big name newsman, then left and became an independent journalist. And this guy's not right-wing by any stretch of the imagination. He said that in his opinion, 95% of the news organizations are on the left. 95%. Now, so half of the population is politically left, the other politically right to some degree, but 95% of the news organizations are on the left. How about yellow journalism? How about political propaganda? How about conspiracy theories? Now, I want to warn you, I actually think Oswald killed Kennedy all by himself. So I just want you to know what kind of crazy nut you're working with here. I don't believe in the conspiracy theories. So on vacation, I talked my wife into going to Dallas. And I thought, you know, Oswald's first shot missed. Maybe I could find it. Shut all these conspiracy. Let's leave that alone. I'll get in big trouble there. Conspiracies. Whenever I talk with people who believe in big name conspiracies like the JFK assassination, like 9/11, like UFOs, I ask them how many people would have to know about the conspiracy. I say, how would you falsify your conspiracy? I just ask them questions, and it's difficult to answer those questions. Okay, I love this. That really grips me. When critical thinking isn't part of the curriculum and opinions are presented as facts. So we have people come through the public school system and they don't come to independent views, they're propagandized. I wonder what should our children here in California be taught? I wonder what are students being taught at major universities? Okay, a few months ago, maybe it's been a couple years now, they had the president of Harvard, the president of the University of Pennsylvania, both Ivy League schools, and the president of MIT. And they grilled them on what is anti-Semitism. So I listened to them for a long period of time. By the way, I think all three ended up resigning. They had a hard time of defining anti-Semitism, but I'm going to give you my take on it. I'm okay if you want to badmouth Jews, as long as you also have the opportunity to badmouth Palestinians and Muslims. But if you don't want to badmouth Palestinians and Muslims, then don't badmouth Jews. But that's the problem we have on these elite universities. It's okay to be anti-Semitic. It's not okay to be anti-Palestinian or anti-Muslim. If I was the president of the university, I would just say, look, I'm going to invite a Nazi to come and speak. And you're not gonna shout him down. But I want you to know that when that Nazi presents his viewpoint of National Socialism, we're going to critique everything he says. Let the Marxists come to the university. Let the Klan member come to the university. Just know that you're going to get evaluated, and it may not be pretty. I'm concerned that we don't have freedom of thought in our country anymore. Okay. So what's the difference between education and propaganda? Let's look at 7 ways education differs from propaganda. But first, as my colleague George would say, we have to define our terms, right? Mark, our analytical philosopher, you got to define what those words mean, language and logic. So let's take a look at these 3 words, education, indoctrination, propaganda. Education is the pursuit and discovery of information, knowledge, truth, and wisdom through critical analysis. The goal of education is for students to develop the ability to form an independent, reasonable judgment on the topic studied. So education, the classical liberal education, which by the way came out of Christianity, you emphasize things like truth, goodness, and beauty. You emphasize things like intellectual and moral development. A good education should not only put a lot of information in your mind, it should challenge your heart. You can use the great books. If it's the lower levels of education, you can emphasize things like the trivium. So education, the goal is to get people to think for themselves. So I listened to Kevin. Well, let me listen to Kevin. Let me follow up on all the information he has, and then I'm going to come to a judgment. Or I'm going to go to Fuzz, and I'm going to look at what him and George have to say about biotechnology, and I'm going to make it through it, and I'm going to ask critical questions, and I'm going to make the decision for myself. You know, atheism came out of Christianity because Christianity said that if you go through a process of the search of truth and you think there's no God, then you have to pursue that. We think you're wrong. We might even think you're foolish. But if truth leads you away from God, we'll allow that. And so skepticism and atheism came out of Christianity. Or as Tom Holland says, everybody in the West swims in Christian waters. How about indoctrination? Indoctrination can refer to simple instruction on a specific topic, but it often holds a negative connotation of promoting ideas without critique. This teaching method lacks essential critical analysis. Indoctrination is more akin to propaganda than to education. So I homeschooled a couple of my kids. It's kind of a challenging thing to do. But I wanted to expose them to a lot of things. So we had a long discussion about evolution, about science. We had a long discussion about relativistic moral theories. I wanted to expose them to those ideas. I wanted to get them to think about these various issues. I wanted them to read the very best books and to think through those ideas. Now, to some degree, was I indoctrinating them? Well, a little bit. I think to give any subject, whether it's about climate or whether it's about bioethics, you have to expose people to content, but you teach them how to think. You don't tell them just what to think. So I risk the idea my kids might go to school and say, well, Dad, but I wanted to expose them. And I think they know that truth is really, really important. Okay, so what is propaganda? Propaganda entails the dissemination of information, including biased or misleading details, to persuade individuals to adopt a specific agenda, often of a political nature. It intentionally seeks to manipulate individuals into embracing a particular viewpoint or ideology. So if you have to lie, if you have to deceive, if you have to trick, that's part of it. Now we might think, propaganda, I'm not going to be taken into it. Well, we're all susceptible. One might even say vulnerable to propaganda. I found this little thing on the web. It says, good citizens don't think. It comes from China. It says in the small print, thinking leads to reasoning. Reasoning leads to right and wrong. Wrong leads to revolt. Revolt leads to bad citizens. Did you know that Chairman Mao's little red book is in the top 5 selling books of all time? And they didn't sell them in China. They gave them to people and expected them to read them. Now, if you think that propaganda isn't all that powerful, I want to introduce you to someone. His name is Albert Speer. Albert Speer was Hitler's architect. He was university trained, but he was such a good administrator that Hitler made him in charge of armaments and munitions. And he was such a good manager that he exceeded all of Hitler's war goals, and Winston Churchill called Albert Speer the most important Nazi. He said, without Albert Speer, the war would have ended 2 years earlier. Now, what does Albert Speer have to say? He's an architect. He becomes armaments minister, but when he's in Spandau prison for 20 years, and of course he escaped with his life, he essentially exposed a lot of things during the Nuremberg trials. But he lamented. He said, you know what? I kind of gave in to propaganda. He says, my decision to enter Hitler's party was no less frivolous. Why, for example, why wasn't I willing to abide by the almost hypnotic impression of Hitler's speech had made upon me? Why did I not undertake a thorough systematic investigation of, say, the value or worthlessness of all the ideologies of the parties? That's what a university scholar would have done. Why did I not read the various party platforms, or at least Hitler's Mein Kampf or Rosenberg's Myth of the 20th Century? Rosenberg was the Nazi philosopher. And if you read Mein Kampf, Hitler says what he's going to do. Albert Speer said, I didn't do that. He said, as an intellectual, I might have been expected to collect documentation with the same thoroughness and to examine various points of view with the same lack of bias that I had learned to apply to my preliminary architectural studies. As a result, I remained uncritical. Now, of course, some people have come along and said, well, Albert Speer was just trying to save his neck because he had a lot of people who were in camps that were essentially building these German weapons. But the more I read Speer, the more I think he was being honest. He said that the first wave of the Nazi movement came from the university students. And he says he was just swept up in it. Okay. So public opinion can be a powerful influence. It can be influenced by factors such as propaganda, conspiracy thinking, cognitive biases, informal fallacies. Let's talk a bit about journalism. This is Jim Lehrer. How many of you used to watch the McNeil Lehrer NewsHour? Some of you. Jim Lehrer was a Texan, covered the Kennedy assassination. A lot of those guys who covered the Kennedy assassination went on to be big name news people. That was kind of the first major event of their lives. Lehrer died a few years ago. Well, he has 16 guidelines for journalism. How about if you apply these to apologetics? How about if you apply these to how you do science? 1, do nothing I cannot defend. 2, do not distort, lie, slant, or hype. 3, do not falsify facts or make up quotes. 4, cover, write, present every story with the care I want if the story were about me. 5, assume there is at least one other side or version of every story. 6, assume the viewer is as smart and caring and as good a person as I am. 7, assume the same about all people of whom I report. 8, assume everyone is innocent until proven guilty. 9, assume personal lives are a private matter until a legitimate turn in the story mandates otherwise. 10, carefully separate opinion and analysis from straight news stories and clearly label them as such. 11, do not use anonymous sources or blind quotes except on rare and monumental occasions. No one should ever be allowed to attack another anonymously. 12, do not broadcast profanity or the end result of violence unless it is an integral and necessary part of the story and or crucial to understanding the story. 13, acknowledge that objectivity may be impossible, but fairness never is. 14, journalists who are reckless with facts and reputations should be disciplined by their employers. 15, my viewers have a right to know what principles guide my work and the process I use in their practice. And lastly, I'm not in the entertainment business. You know, I grew up watching the CBS Evening News with Walter Cronkite because that's what my dad watched. And I think looking back, I wanted to be closer to my dad, so I gravitated to things he liked. So I'd watch the news, and if you talked while Mr. Samples was watching the news, you were in big trouble. My thought looking back was a lot of those news people, they were on the left, but they tried to be fair. There are a lot of people today who don't try at all. They glory in giving you their own perspective. What if we did that in apologetics? What if we did that in science? Powerful stuff. I think education differs from propaganda in 7 ways: ideals, practices, virtues. And let's look at them. Number 1, education emphasizes how to think instead of just what to think. How to think instead of just what to think. Don't tell me that Marxism is the way of the future. Why don't you why don't you give me your best case for Marxism and then invite somebody in who critiques it and then let me decide. Don't tell me what to think, teach me how to think. But that's a dangerous thing, because if you teach me how to think, like I taught my kids how to think, they might disagree with you. But as a Christian, I think truth will have its way. Genuine learning requires developing critical thinking skills that can aid the student in analysis and evaluation in order to form a reasonable judgment on a given topic. Did you know that Harvard University, by the way, Harvard University formed out of a Bible study. It was Trinitarian, then later it became Unitarian, and now Harvard University was voted the most biased school among the elite universities. What happened? What happened? We're supposed to teach students to become thinkers who can come to their own objective way of thinking. Here's Robert P. George. I like Robbie George. He teaches at Princeton. He contrasts teaching and telling. He says, why can't people understand the difference and the importance of the difference between education, good, and indoctrination, bad? This is not hard. It is not a fine line. Teaching young people how to think carefully and critically is different from telling them what to think. I'm okay with teaching postmodern ideas. I'm okay with teaching woke ideas, as long as we get to critique them. If I was the president of a university, I know that my Jewish friends wouldn't like it if I had a Nazi come on campus, but I think I would anyway, because I want that Nazi to defend his position. Tell me why it was okay for Hitler to exterminate 6 million people. 2 million were children. I went to the Holocaust Museum in Washington, D.C., and you walk into a room about twice this size, it's filled with children's shoes. Tell me why that ideology should be accepted. By the way, I saw a statistic not long ago that 1 in 9 German adults did not know what the word Holocaust meant. A couple years ago, I came across a stat in the United States. 23% of young people in America couldn't identify the Holocaust, and even more of them thought it was a myth. I remember asking my dad when they finally got into Germany, 1945, my dad said you could smell the camp for more than a mile before you saw it. And then he began to describe things that when I was a boy, I thought, I can't get my mind around these things. Now they think maybe 70 to 85 million people were killed in World War II. Maybe 50 million alone in China. 27,000 a day. There's Robbie George. Thoughtful guy. Princeton decided they weren't getting a lot of racial minorities into the classics program. So they said, you no longer have to read Latin and Greek at an intermediate level. We'll just let you in. Which hurts racial minorities because they're not prepared for that rigorous analysis. So dropping mathematics scores hurts the students because they get into MIT and they look around and everybody's way ahead of them. One author wrote the book, Stop Helping Us. A good education prepares students to develop the necessary skills to learn and think for themselves. Propaganda tells a person exactly what to think. Number 2, education pursues objectivity instead of subjectivity. Fairness. A solid approach to learning acknowledges the challenge of human bias and prejudice and seeks to promote reasonable open-mindedness and even-handedness and a basic fairness when it comes to considering issues. Education usually serves to broaden one's perspective. Propaganda is agenda-driven, focused upon the subjective goal of persuasion, and tends to significantly narrow one's perspective. University of Chicago is a very interesting school. Early in the 20th century, Mortimer Adler and another individual, his name kind of came out of my mind just now, but they started a great books program at the University of Chicago. And they have had the most robust defense of freedom of speech. A lot of schools have now come to adopt the University of Chicago, although I heard recently that there are even protests about not giving people freedom of speech even there. I hope that's not the case. Here is the report of the Committee of Freedom of Expression. The university has a solemn responsibility not only to promote a lively and fearless freedom of debate and deliberation, but also to protect that freedom when others attempt to restrict it. Should you shout down speakers? If you look at the small print, the group that says you should not shout down people, either never or rarely, is the people who are most open to differing views are Christians. At the bottom, atheists. They think you can shout down people. Wow. Number 3, education introduces controversies, disagreements instead of shielding them. I feel bad that there are people who are indoctrinated into young earth creationism. Then they go away to a university and they discover that not only are people critical of any kind of creationism, but especially young earth creationism. And these people take a jolt. They take a jolt. You need to introduce people to controversies. You need to let them recognize their disagreements. You need to be Socratic. Discovering genuine knowledge and truth about life and the world is seldom without controversy and disagreement among people. That's the way God made us. Learning. A good learning environment exposes students to the general and important differences concerning topics and perspective. Propaganda selectively shields people from controversies. Marxism has never worked. Why do you think it will work now? Don't propagandize me. Persuade me. Make a Marxist out of me. Go ahead. Safe spaces. I don't want to use a word that will trigger and make you feel uncomfortable. Can you sense I feel pretty passionate about this? I think a good university ought to make you feel very uncomfortable. That's okay. That's what an education does. Mark Perez does that to me. He makes me feel uncomfortable. All of the scholars do that. George Haraksin comes and hits me with an argument. I don't like that. But then I go back and think about it. Hugh will come along and talk to me about science, and I'm like, oh, that bothers me. How do I deal with that? But I don't want to be in a safe space. I want people to hear my arguments and critique them. And if they correct me, it might hurt my feelings, but they'll be doing me a favor. Here's Hannah Holborn Gray. She was a former president of the University of Chicago. Education should not be intended to make people comfortable. It is meant to make them think. Universities should be expected to provide the conditions within which hard thought and therefore strong disagreement, independent judgment, and the questioning of stubborn assumptions can flourish in an environment of greatest freedom. I believe that. I believe that. And I'm willing to tell my kids, I don't hold to Darwinian evolution. I am an old earth creationist. I think that's the position that is best defended from the book of nature and the book of scripture. But there are people thoughtful people who disagree with me. And here's what they say. Think these issues through for yourself. I think one of the strong points with my own children is they thought, Dad's always fair. He doesn't push his views. He'll always give you the perspectives. Or as Joey says, he comes into my office and with a question, and I give him 5 different answers, and I don't even tell him what my view is. Well, I'm an educator. I like that. A university ought to be a place that makes you feel uncomfortable. 4, education examines both sides instead of just one side. Both sides. When topics are divided between viable positions, a good model of education exposes students to a fair-minded discussion of both sides of a controversial issue. Propaganda tends to manipulatively one-sided in perspective. Here's a report on the Committee of the Freedom of Expression at the University of Chicago. Of course, the ideas of different members of the university community will often and quite naturally conflict, but it is not the proper role of the university to attempt to shield individuals from ideas and opinions they find unwelcome, disagreeable, or even deeply offensive. I agree with that. I remember I was in college and my counselor said, Ken, you need to take a hard science. I said, they're all hard for me. But I remember taking, I don't know if it was a geology class or an earth science class, and the first day, the professor said, I hope there's no creationists in here. And I thought, bring it on, baby. Give me your best shot. Although the university greatly values civility, and although all members of the university community share in the responsibility for maintaining a climate of mutual respect, concerns about civility and mutual respect can never be used as a justification for closing off discussion of ideas. I always wanted to go to a truly great university. I wanted to go to a university that would really challenge me. 5, education reviews strengths and weaknesses, pros and cons, instead of just one or the other. Proposed solutions to problems can be controversial, usually involve potential strengths and weaknesses. Strengths and weaknesses. I've learned a lot. I've worked at RTB for 28 years, and I've learned a lot from my science colleagues. They've taught me things like natural evil or disasters. There's often a trade-off. Yeah, these can be devastating, but they actually contribute something. I always like it when the deer escapes, the wolf. I'm always pulling, go, go, go. But then I thought, even the wolves and the lions, they got to eat. There's a trade-off, and if you don't have a predator, the ecosystem goes wacky. So Hugh and Fuzz, I've been listening. Fair-minded approach to learning involves examining both pros and cons of a position. Genuine learning involves knowing both the strengths and the weaknesses of a viewpoint. I often think that before I criticize a view, I should be able to state it in its most robust way before I criticize it. Propaganda, on the other hand, is all about persuasion, thus the focus is exclusively on either the strengths or the weaknesses. 6, education promotes honest intellectual inquiry instead of deception. Honesty, I loved Steve Willing's talk on humility. I love his book on intellectual integrity. And there's a reason why humility is a virtue and pride is a vice. Honesty. I think about the scientific enterprise. You got to have honest scientists. They can't fudge the data. They have to be painfully honest. Proper education stresses the critical importance of the virtue of honesty at every stage of the learning process. In education, ideas are prized and therefore treated with integrity. Manipulation and deception are the hallmarks of propaganda and are never acceptable. Intellectual historian and political philosopher Richard M. Weaver contrasts education and propaganda. He writes this: "It is of primary importance to distinguish between propaganda and education. These two are confused in the minds of many people because both are concerned with communication. Education imparts information and also seeks to inculcate attitudes. Propaganda frequently contains information, and it is always interested in affecting attitudes." He then says a good part of modern propaganda furthermore tries to parade as education. The critical difference appears only when one considers the object of each. To go to a good university, the professors, they have to be honest. I wrote a book entitled Without a Doubt, but I have doubts from time to time. My hypocrisy knows no bounds. I think we have to be honest about our ideas. Number 7, I'm on our way home, and we'll have a time of Q&A. Education encourages dialogue instead of monologue. Dialogue instead of monologue. Learning is enhanced by respectful dialogue, discussion, and interaction. Learning under multiple voices is often superior to learning under one voice, as in propaganda. I really like Tim Keller. He's not a perfect man. He needed a savior like all of us. But he was a very fine pastor and a really good scholar. That's not always an easy fit. He says when you listen to and read one thinker, you become a clone. 2 different thinkers, you become confused. 10 thinkers, you'll begin to develop your own voice. 200 or 300 thinkers, you become wise. I think we need Socrates. I think we need Confucius. I think we need Nietzsche to challenge our thinking. A good education, either unaided or aided, you can get a good education by reading books, or you can get a good education by being taught by teachers, can provide the critical tools to help students gain knowledge, truth, and wisdom. Think about that. A good education can give you knowledge, truth, and wisdom. I have to tell you, I was not a diligent student as a young boy. I wanted to be a professional baseball player, and I didn't want my algebra to get in the way. Now, I wish I could go back to school and tell my teachers, I finally got it, what you were saying. And I'm sorry I wasn't more diligent. Unfortunately, since I've got gray hair, a lot of those teachers are retired or dead. But I regret it. I wish I would have paid more attention to English grammar. I wish I would have paid more attention to public speaking. And here I'm getting this education for free, and I had no interest in it. I was able to graduate because I could always do enough to get by. Here's Robert Hutchins. Him and Adler brought the Great Books program to the University of Chicago. They say our students should have freedom to discuss any problem that presents itself, to insist that the cure for ideas we oppose lies through open discussion rather than through inhibition. The answer to propaganda is a good old-fashioned liberal education. That'll solve it. He says later, free inquiry is indispensable to the good life, that universities exist for the sake of such inquiry, and that without it, they cease to be universities. They cease to be universities. A noble learning experience illumines the human condition and greatly enhances the human experience. You know, loving God with your mind, it's a wonderful thing. It's a wonderful thing. I don't want this. I didn't sign up for this. I close with the words of our Lord and Savior, and George Haraksin's persuaded me. When I think of Jesus, I tend to think of him as the second person of the Trinity, our Lord and Savior. But George had me go back and look, and I discovered that Jesus is indeed a masterful storyteller, a masterful logician, a first-rate intellect. He's probably better than Socrates, Confucius, and Siddhartha. That's another reason, I think, to believe that he was who he said he was. So I want to thank all of you for coming to our workshop. I want to thank the speakers because this is something I hoped we could do for a long time. And I'm going to stop so we can get the changes made and have a little Q&A before
We had
end today. Thank you.
two different sets of talks there. One about, or three, the first three were about, critical thinking, how do we do it? And then the last four there were kind of in the vein of, here are some areas where it plays out. And so this one I'll throw up, and just for George, Ken, and Mark, as all three of you are talking, it strikes me that critical thinking is a challenging task. It's like there's a part of being able to know how to make an argument, whether it's a good argument. So my question is, do we need to be formally study critical thinking? And really kind of where I'm driving at that, is this a skill set or a character trait that you have?
Yes. Is it on?
Yeah.
There we go. Okay. I think it would be, in critical thinking, I think what you just gave was a false dichotomy.
Okay.
Because I think character is involved in the pursuit of truth, or as virtue ethicists would see those two things connected.
So kind of follow up to that, what is it that we do to develop our character so that we are critical thinkers?
Ken?
Well, I would say I remember the first time I taught logic was 1990, so it's been 35 years. It's the only class, really. I had students come to me and say, I now have a skill. I feel empowered. I can actually point out fallacies. I even know some of them in Latin. And they were talking to me as if they had just been brought up in terms of thinking. I do think you need training. The first time I took a logic class, I wasn't very good at it. I had to practice. In fact, I became a lot better at it once I started teaching it. But I don't think it's required in K through 12. I don't think it's required at any of the major universities necessarily. And I'm going to say something controversial that Hugh Ross is going to be mad at me. I don't think studying math is the same thing as studying logic. Even though there are mathematical logics. But the good old-fashioned arguments and inferences. Mark, you've taught logic and critical thinking. What are your thoughts?
I think the initial question was, is it something that you come with naturally, or is it something that can be taught? Is it a skill? The way that we defined it in the book, the way that I studied it, and the way that I developed that particular definition was to view it as a skill, something that can be developed and that should be developed. And it's a skill that has several parts to it. And that's important because if you're going to look at critical thinking and you want to teach it to somebody, then you need to know what the parts are. So it's the reason that I even came up with a definition was because I saw that there were so many of them. And you're an analytic philosopher, it is illegal to not have a concise definition. I just want you to know that, and I'm not going to commit that felony. So I see critical thinking as the skill of selecting and analyzing and questioning and applying information to solve a problem And section B of that would be, and the skill of discerning cognitive biases to avoid them contaminating your argument. So on one half of it, a skill of dealing with information, and the other part is a skill of being able to avoid the distortion of thinking proper. So in that respect, you can teach both elements of that, the A and the B, and then all four components of it. Yet there are people who do a lot of that naturally. There are people who are just naturally curious, who ask a lot of questions. If you talk to the right 5-year-old and you hang out with them long enough, they'll start doing some really good critical thinking. They'll start asking you questions that you have a hard time answering, and if you ask them questions, they'll throw it right back at you. And they do a great job of it. It just comes naturally to them. Somehow it gets extracted from them and we have to go into something else. But in response to your question, yes, I believe it is a skill. And I also believe that there are some people who do it better than others. Is that responsive to your question?
Yeah, it is. And I want to do two things here. One, I just want to remind people, feel free to text your questions in until we exhaust our time here. We'll get to as many of them as we can. But I loved your kind of description of it. It's like it's a skill that we can learn, because I think there's, one of the things that it seems about Christianity is that we're to make disciples who can make disciples. And it seems like we need to be very good disciples of this so that we can disciple others with it well.
May I throw in a comment here?
Please do, Steve.
Yeah. Without intellectual humility, you are somewhat fighting a losing battle. It turns out you can teach critical thinking skills to people, and they learn it really well. And they get really good at finding the logical fallacies of other people. But to get it to apply them to themselves, that's a much higher bar.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. So, do you have a fun?
I teach ethics to data scientists, and I had one student who was very bold, and she came up to me at the beginning of class, and she said, "This class is going to be an entire waste of my time." And I could have been offended. I go, "I so appreciate your honesty. If I could give you a prize on the first week of class, I would." And I told her, I said, "Okay, I have 2 to 3 weeks to prove you wrong." And like you're saying, Steve, can we have, I didn't use this word, but can we have some humility to think that I don't know everything and that I can learn something in this class? And so that's why I think the virtues, developing those, are important. And other things like curiosity. There are also intellectual virtues, not just moral virtues, curiosity, things that you mentioned, Ken, that are important in developing that.
No, I appreciate
part of us.
that. This one's for Ken, or Steve, Ken, Fuzz, and Kevin. Says, I was just kind of curious, because you all talked about different areas where controversial, how do we engage critical thinking well? What would be the single piece of advice you would give to Christians when engaging controversies?
Humility.
Humility?
My whole talk's on that, really. It's without that, there's no forward progress.
Yeah, well, in the area of biotechnology, I think it's the patience to first of all develop a thorough understanding of the technology and what are the ethical issues before you engage. So I would say it's patience, but it's also humility and curiosity. That if you don't start with that posture, you're not going to be effective.
I think I would say in terms of climate science is really understanding the frame of reference of your data, because I see data presented in so many different ways and slants, and it can really affect the outcome, and it's a real problem. It's there. You have to look at all of these different aspects of, okay, how was it collected? Where did it come from? Where, how is it being presented properly? Those kinds of things.
I think a mindset, and the mindset I'm thinking of is you're presenting your view. My view is very different than your view, but I'm not listening to you. I'm waiting till you shut up so I can start talking. So what I try to do, and I don't always do it well, but I try to do it. I try to say, now let me see if I can state your view back to you. And that just changes the whole tenor of discussion. And you stay away from straw man, red herrings, because you're saying, now, let me see if I can state your view. An example, I call this intellectual Good Samaritanism. Eleanor Stumpf, she was one of your professors, wonderful woman, great thinker. She was at a philosophy conference. She's Catholic. She was defending her view of the incarnation, Jesus, second person of the Trinity, taking human nature. She was getting a lot of heat. So one of the top atheists in the world, a man named Lewis, he's passed away now, he raised his hand and he said, you know, I'm an atheist and I don't believe in the incarnation. But if I did, here's how I'd reason through it. And the room was just totally quiet. Listening to another person, trying to restate that position, all of my defenses go down when I think somebody is really trying to understand me. Then it's a give and take, a dialogue, no longer a debate.
We used to, I used to help partner run a premarital marriage program at the church that I pastored, and Peter, who was here, was a part of that program and was one of the leaders. And we would teach a technique where we'd get a piece of tile from a floor tile, and we would teach the couples, okay, when you hold the tile, you have the floor. It's your turn to speak. And then while you're still holding the tile, you could see the other person wanting to jump in, and they're trying to, you can see their body moving. And it's like, no, you don't have the floor yet. And before you could get the floor, you had to be able to restate what that person was thinking and feeling or how they viewed the problem. And then if that other person said, yeah, you understand me, you got it, then you hand over the floor. And
So
then they could take the floor.
Was this just marriage or was this group dynamics?
This was in marriage counseling, but I thought it translated really well to apologetic conversations, or when I would go meet with people who are struggling or deconstructing their faith or something.
Yeah, well, we tried that with Connor and Jasmine, but they just threw the tile at each other.
That was our first simulation where they go. So I wanted to follow up on your talk, George. I thought this idea that our culture is Jesus haunted. And, the thought that came to my mind, I want to say it's Don Richardson, that God has put the gospel in every culture. Is there some way to use that for evangelism? And I put use in quotes, the Jesus hauntedness of our culture.
Oh, yes. I have a relative, younger, and they are decided to run for Congress. And they have very, very different views, let's say, than I do or we do. And I see a lot of their, from TikTok to Instagram, they're really good on social media and presenting their cases. But I've noticed a few things, and it comes from one of the books that I put up there, The Air We Breathe, and Scribner. Things like equality, compassion, all these values and virtues, and that they're affirming. I would say to her, "Wow, it's weird that you believe the same things Jesus did. Do you like? Have you been reading him or whatever?" "No, I haven't been reading Jesus." Oh, okay. And I don't mean it in a manipulative way, but so where are you getting the foundation for? What's the motivation for equality and these other values? And I find a number of times people go, I don't know. I just know it's the right thing to do. So I think showing them or reminding them or opening them up to where some of these values come from is a fruitful endeavor that I've seen applied in various places.
So I'm going to throw it over here to Mark, and I was told to remind you to have your mic up a little closer so that we can hear
Like
you
this?
well. Yes,
Can you
like
hear me
that.
now?
There we go. There we go.
Okay.
You mentioned a lot of cognitive biases, and I would have to say I find it intimidating to have to remember all these cognitive biases or to be able to identify them. But my question is this. Are these cognitive biases the way God designed us? Are they part of his very good creation, or are they a consequence of the fall?
Well, thank you for that question. I've heard it many times, and I have had different answers many times. So I'm going to give you the one that I've come up with recently. So I believe that when you think about cognitive biases, you can't look at it as one thing. So there are different kinds of cognitive biases. So the one thing I would start with is finitude is not the same thing as fallenness. So when Adam and Eve, before they fell, they were still finite. There were certain things that they had that we have. For example, they did not have an infinite capacity for short-term memory. They didn't have an infinite capacity for long-term memory. They didn't have all sorts of things. Their brains were constrained. So we have similar things with us. It doesn't mean that we're fallen. It means that we are human. So finitude starts out the problem. So if we're finite, and if there are some things that we are constrained intellectually and cerebrally, I mean literally with your brain, then it's the way God designed us, that there are certain things that are going to happen because we're designed with limitations. So just let's look at a thought experiment. So Adam is going around and it's like a few thousand years, after creation, not too long. And things are getting more complicated. And let's say he's starting to see patterns. And he sees a pattern over and over and over again. Would it be reasonable and rational for him to see that same pattern and have the same reaction? Of course it would. He would have to. But it turns out that he's looking at a pattern that actually isn't there. Is that a problem of him being fallen? Or would it be a problem of his intellectual limitations? You have perceptual limitations. We saw the two things that I showed you. One of them was a mirage. Another one was that box or set of boxes that fooled the eye into seeing one line bigger than the other. That happens all the time. Would that not happen to Adam and Eve? It's built into the brain. It's built into the cognition. It's built into us. So in some respects, some of the things that we experience through cognitive bias are not a problem with the fall. They're just a problem with our finitude. But there are others that are. So when you hear something that it's a term called, I just lost it for a second there, motivated reasoning. There we are. So motivated reasoning is cognitive bias infiltrating because of some kind of emotional commitment. So when you have an emotional commitment, we talked a little bit about emotions, then the cognitive biases are going to go in a particular direction. So they could go, a confirmation bias could occur and be neutral, or a confirmation bias could occur because you planned in advance not to look for it. One of them is definitely a problem with the fall because you have ill intentions to start with, and it magnifies an already existing bias. On the other hand, it could be totally neutral. So is the fall implicated in confirmation bias? Sometimes it is. Sometimes it's not. But cognitive bias across the board is not necessarily a result of the fall.
This kind of comes up in Kahneman. I talked about the system 1 and system 2 thinking. System 1 is quick, effortless, lazy, and often wrong. System 2 is slow, reflective, deliberate. Reasoning usually leads to better results. One thing that didn't come up in the topic today is the whole issue of heuristics. These are mental shortcuts that we use to get to quick, instant decisions. And they interact. Heuristics are not the same as the biases, but the heuristics are uniquely susceptible to biases. Because the slow thinking is a defense against that. What emerges is that heuristics are very useful, and that's this quick thinking, and it's not a part of the fall. It's necessary to function as individuals. We couldn't do it if we had to lay out every decision and apply system 2 to what we're going to order in the restaurant or what we're going to put on in the morning. We couldn't do it. We would be incapacitated. What's interesting about the biases, though, is that they're not random. They don't go in unpredictable directions. They go in very predictable directions, which are almost always self-serving, almost always emotionally driven, almost always ego gratifying. So again, pride comes back into that. But when we're talking about the biases, we have to realize that they're operating in the realm of heuristics, which are a good and necessary thing.
You know, I just love listening to the conversation because, you know, there's this idea that Adam and Eve, that they were perfect and complete. And I haven't found a good word for that second part, but it's like, it seems like God intended for them to grow and mature. And, you know, part of these things are related to, you know, what you're saying, you know, you've got these shortcuts we use that God's designed it that way. You've got these heuristics that we use. We're disordered after the fall, but God has designed us to grow and mature in there. And it's just kind of an interesting interesting consequence of the fact that these cognitive biases are present in creation, regardless of the fall. But I want to throw a question over to you, Steve, because I know all of you have talked about finding good sources. And one of the challenges I have had in dealing with gender ideology is kind of knowing what Scripture has to say in the broad principles about but finding what does the medical actually have to say, especially in light of COVID, where there are just some very blatant times where trusted sources, you know, was it the Wuhan lab? No, it wasn't. You know, I mean, all the trusted sources said no, and then it turns out that that's the way it was. So these trusted sources are muddied, if you will. We're living in a messy world. What can you give us some good sources of where to get good information about the medical stuff related to gender ideology?
A couple of suggestions there. One is a Christian Medical and Dental Association, cmda.org, that has a lot of resources that come out with position papers on controversial issues, moral issues, things that concern us, particularly in the areas of medical ethics and human sexuality. As a general rule, I'd say let's look about COVID. They didn't really come out with a lot of direction on COVID. We had some blog articles, we had some posts that sort of tacked a middle course there. When you're confronted with something like that, where there's a high level of uncertainty, there's a lot of fear-mongering, there's a lot of pandering, there's a lot of politicians getting involved with their propaganda. One thing that I found useful was stick with the people who have shown themselves to be trustworthy in the past. You know, the people who just showed up on the scene, America's frontline doctors, for crying out loud. I mean, these people who just show up at the scene that nobody heard of the day before yesterday have no credibility. But when people like John Ioannidis at Stanford speaks up, he'd had established authority. Jay Bhattacharya, who's now head of NIH. Do you listen to people who have established their credibility and their seriousness before the crisis at hand? Those were two suggestions. It could be more.
I appreciate that. That's very good. I'll kind of have a similar sort of question to Kevin. You know, the climate crisis has been around, or the climate crisis, that's not the right way to say it. Climate change has been around a lot longer, at least the discussion. I guess, you know, it seems like it's easier to kind of navigate finding good sources of what's going on there. I guess my question to you is, how do you bring the gospel into discussions about the climate? I mean, you gave a lot of information about how to think about it. How do you turn those discussions towards who God is and how we relate to him where it's appropriate?
Well, just like many of the other aspects of the physical world and universe, the atmosphere, the climate seems to have design features to it that are difficult to explain in a naturalistic sense. One that's talked about in terms of astronomy a lot is, of course, the moon forming impact and how that essentially left us with the atmosphere that we have because based on the Earth's size and gravity and so on, it should be something like 80 times more dense than what it is, and in which case it would be unlivable for us. It'd be more like the planet Venus. But I could probably go on for all day about those things, but the way that water, for example, it manages the system. So the atmosphere has twice the heat carrying capacity to move heat around than it would if it was just simply dry without water vapor. Water vapor is a tremendous mover of heat. But as far as sources go, you have to tread very carefully. It's similar to what Steve said, but I found that when I started getting into this issue, say 25 years ago or more, it was difficult sometimes to separate good sources from bad sources. And you eventually find those people who do have a good reputation and a good standing, for example, and, people who maybe have a long list of credentials and they've been, not politically motivated on one side or the other of the issue, but just really doing good research. But sometimes it takes a while to find those people, and especially when the issue like this has been so politicized.
Appreciate that. I was going to throw a question over here to Fuzz, and it'd be a little bit obnoxious in my question here. That's Jeff. So if I could characterize, maybe it was a little bit of an obnoxious characterization, but some of your positions seem to be motivated on a way of looking at Scripture, or at least that we're co-creators. And I will just be candid, that term strikes me as, I don't know, a little uncomfortable for some reason. But flowing out of that is that it's this idea that we're supposed to be doing this. God intended for us to do this. I guess my question is, how much of the downstream position, or how much of that position hinges on looking at Scripture this way? And what would you say to the person who says, I don't know that we're supposed to be co-creators, that we're kind of submitting to God, not co-creating with God? Do you get the nature of my question?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and George and I have had ongoing conversations about the whole concept of co-creator. And I was first introduced to this idea reading a South African theologian who was writing, one of the few theologians who's actually writing on synthetic biology and biotechnology from a theological perspective, named Reader. And he cites this theologian named Philip Hefner, who is a liberal theologian, to be clear, but he in the 90s introduced this idea of human beings being co-creators as a way to understand what the image of God is. And as I thought about the idea, I felt that it was a really helpful idea, particularly reading how Reader applied that idea to, again, thinking about biotechnology. When you look at Scripture, no theologian seems to have a problem with the idea that we're co-rulers, we're co-stewards, we're co-heirs with Christ, right? So why would we be troubled by the idea that we're co-creators? And so as I look at the human origins account, God creates Adam, and he's then causes the garden to grow. And Adam is placed in the garden, he's to work the garden. And so the garden is depicted as the sacred space where Adam and then Eve, when she's created, are in an intimate relationship with God, and they are learning about really managing the creation and what is their place in the creation. But I believe that the intent of God when he said to multiply and fill the earth and to subdue the earth, bring it under your control, and rule over it, is the idea that humanity, Adam and Eve and their descendants, were to take the order in the garden and then turn the disorder outside the garden into order, right? So that they are now finishing off the work of creation by partnering with God, by functioning in this capacity as co-creators. So that's how I see Adam and Eve's responsibility as co-creators. And in addition to that, the idea, when you look at what's happening in biotechnology and synthetic biology, human beings are literally creating novel, non-natural life forms that don't exist, that didn't exist prior to their work. So we are actually functioning not just simply using what's available in creation and manipulating it. We actually are creating something novel and new, right? And we're transcending what many people think to be boundaries that we shouldn't transcend when we're creating life. Right? That the idea is that becomes exclusively God's purview, but we seem to be able to do that. And this is where the co-creator idea becomes, I think, very powerful in terms of thinking that through. But if you look, I mean, if we are image bearers and we reflect God and God is a creator, then we are creators too. I mean, that we're compulsive creators. Everything about us, everything we do is functioning in a creative capacity. And so we're not omniscient and omnipotent, right? But, when you look at in Genesis 1 and Genesis 2, when God creates, there are these bara creations, which is to originate something new that's never existed before. Sometimes Hugh will refer to these as transcendent miracles. But, when you look at the word asa and yatsar and bana, God is taking existing material and making something new. And a lot of times that's in reference to creating new life forms, is those words are used there. And so if we're image bearers, then I would argue that we have that capacity to function as asa, yatsar, and bana creators, where we can take what's available and we can create something new. We've demonstrated that capacity already. And so then the question is, are we transcending divine boundaries or not? And I don't think we are. I think, that's part of having dominion over the creation. And I think it glorifies God when we function in that way, when we're doing it to fulfill the Christian mandate. So that's, where I understand. Oops. I guess that's a sign I should stop talking. But I understand it's controversial, and George likes the term sub-creator. So we kind of navigated that in the book, right? And I understand where George is coming from, and I'll let George speak for himself, because you don't want to unduly elevate human beings, right? To the level of God. But on the other hand, if we're image bearers, I think there's also a mistake in denigrating humanity at the expense of trying to elevate God, because it's profound to think that we bear God's image, right? I would argue that when you think of general revelation, it's not only God revealed himself through what he's made and through our conscience and the law he's written on our heart, through his providence in the world, but it's also through human beings, that we are part of general revelation, that we reveal God because we bear God's image. And so I also think we want to be careful about denigrating human achievement that reflects God's image, that glorifies God. So I'm completely comfortable with the idea. I think I understand the basis for the discomfort by talking with George, but I just see it as a useful concept. And I think it actually properly positions how we should think about human beings. I mean, the second person of the Trinity took on human form because human beings bear God's image. Right?
As we've all learned from the Jurassic Park movies, tinkering with life is completely safe.
Well, I mean,
I want to say I just appreciate your clarification. That's really helpful. So.
Yeah. I mean, I'm curious to see George respond, because this has been a running conversation. So I'm perfectly fine if George disagrees with it. But see, I think this is actually part of what we're doing here is, these are not simple issues at all.
Yeah, I told Fuzz, I feel like I'm back in high school and Fuzz is going out into the schoolyard picking a fight, and he's calling to me saying, come on and help, No, but I proposed a model in the book.
Yeah, that's actually good.
That might diffuse some of the worries. I would be interested to hear, what are your worries behind using that label? Fuzz has tried to give his answers, but I suggested using a vertical axis and a horizontal axis. In relationship to God, we are sub-creators, because that keeps God in his rightful place to be able to create ex nihilo, all these sorts of things. There's certain aspects of God being a creator that are what theologians call incommunicable. He doesn't hand those over to us. However, there are communicable attributes that God gives. And so on a horizontal level, we are co-creators in that we are to partner with one another in community, and then with God's wisdom, through the Holy Spirit, his community, we are to create and fulfill that mandate. And I find it actually helpful to think about it from an artistic standpoint. I think God has given us the capacity to bring thought into existence from our imagination, from our intellect, and we can create, like Tolkien did, these wonderful stories. And yes, in line with God, we're sub-creators, but I'm willing to use that co-creator label on that horizontal axis that God has given us a mandate to do these things.
No, I appreciate that. I could sit here and ask questions all day just because this is fascinating. I've thoroughly enjoyed listening to the talks and thinking deeper about them.
We'll have a really long, this will be another IDS item that lasts for months in our scholar meetings.
I would agree there. So Joshua asks a question. I don't think it's directed to anybody specifically, so whoever has thoughts on this. It says, it appears that if not the solution to the current atmosphere of academia is to have Christians with strong philosophical and theological backgrounds in administration. How can we convince the church that we need more Christians entering academia, not less? And how can we provide resources for churches to help train, equip, and encourage children and young adults to enter into academia rather than business or medicine, as a couple examples? And I will say this is a question I have as a parent who is trying to help my kids navigate these things, that I don't mind having them there, but there's not always a lot of resources from the church to help me navigate all those things. So any thoughts?
That's going to be a tough one just because of the state of academia. I read recently we've just hit peak college age population, and with declining birth rates, it's going to be decreasing. You're going to have a simultaneous phenomenon of fewer and fewer jobs because colleges are closing, and also you have the tenure so that those who have jobs are going to hold on to them for a long time. Mm-hmm. So in that context, it's going to be very difficult for anybody to really get into academia. But I mean, never undersell our abilities to persuade. I mean, the academicians themselves are a mission field, and if more Christians did like RTB does and present themselves with thoughtful intellectual integrity and humility, then maybe we could, rather than trying to take over the academia, maybe we should try to evangelize academia.
I think I've never, been in a full-time faculty situation. I have been a part-time professor, but I do think the whole idea of gentleness and respect is very important. I started my PhD program shortly after I became affiliated with RTB, and so I was able to apply some of those principles to when I was in that program, and I found that they were often quite effective. I would, just sort of naturally get in some conversations with people about, God's creation or something like that, and they would say something after about an hour of talking. Well, it's really nice to talk to a Christian about these issues without getting in an argument. Which, I understand they were trying to compliment me, but it means that a lot of Christians are very argumentative. So,
Amen.
I think there's definitely something with that gentleness and respect thing.
I think that there was a Catholic scholar who was, I think he was the founder of Ignatius Press, Catholic publisher in San Francisco. He said that homeschooling is the new monastery of the new Dark Ages. And what I find interesting about that is, if the university is going to expose people to the best ideas, then I think it's well worth being there, and I think Christians in administration and professors could work well. But if we see the stats where you're going to spend $50,000 and your children are going to be taught postmodern philosophy, I think I could have benefited more from going to the public library and get Mortimer Adler's Great Books of the Western World and just read them. So I think the universities have to stop taking public funds, and they need to educate people and not propagandize them. And if they're going to propagandize, they're going to get a lot of pushback.
One thing that I would consider too is that we have to ask ourselves what the model of education is going to be 20 years from now. And especially in a world where large language models and AI has such an incredibly large capacity to answer questions that previously only professors could answer. And is it possible that the model of the university, where there's professors all over the place in specialties that people want to get certificates for, is going to be supplanted by a different kind of education, where it will be education that will be in part self-education, guided by a handful of people who can prove that they know how to guide you? I don't know, but I could foresee that. And I know that in some respects it's already happening. There's a country down in South America that replaced some of its K through 6 teachers with an AI system. And the AI system works with the students in such a way that the students have to, they have to move through the curricula. But each single AI platform is able to do it very carefully with each individual student. So it acts like there's one teacher for every student. And it does it better than the teachers do. It follows them better, it teaches them better, and when it bumps into things that it can't do, it can still bring a human in. Now that's one model of doing it. Could that happen on a larger scale? Why not? I don't know why not. But we ought to think about that. So if I was going to say to a young person, say, well, should you get prepared for the university? Perhaps. But perhaps you may also want to get prepared for something else that's more influential.
I've taught in university for over 20 years. I'm going to borrow a metaphor from J. Gresham Machen over 100 years ago. If you're on a ship and there's problems, you have to make a decision to abandon ship. Maybe it's leadership problems. Do you take over leadership? Or Machen suggested, do you consecrate the ship? And I think the question is very context sensitive. There may be cases where you abandon ship, homeschool, other options, whatever. There may be other cases where you're talking about labs involved in STEM fields where it's not as easy to go to a library and get that type of education, or to a certain mentor. Then you might need to consecrate. Or like we have with Jay Bhattacharya, he's at the top of the leadership right now, but he's a very devoted Christian. And so he's captaining the ship right now. And so it really depends on your context, what kind of range of powers God has allowed you to be a part of. And so I prefer kind of local, options and the context to help you determine whether to abandon, consecrate, or take leadership.
I'd like to tell a funny story. I asked AI a question about St. Augustine, and it quoted me, and I thought, maybe it does think. Pride.
Flattery will get you somewhere.
There you go. I got a question from John Ween to all the speakers. How do we rationally engage a fundamentally irrational culture? And I will just kind of echo that comment. It was like, as multiple of you were talking, it's like, wow, if we're going to do this, we're swimming upstream at the very least.
Oh, get me started. In my book, the 8 principles of Christian thinking come from chapter 13 of Superbia, but in the 3rd chapter, it's about intellectual pride, and especially I dig deeply into why people believe the things that they believe. And the reality is that although we think that people derive their beliefs from facts, experience, and logic, in actuality, it's a long list of factors, including things like heuristics and traditions, but maybe more important than anything else, emotions. People truly are emotionally driven. So, as a practical matter, and I think a direct response to the question, probably the most effective approach is not to bombard them with facts and evidence. It's to use stories that speak to the heart of people. And I'm a very, like, what is it, left brain kind of person. I relate to the facts, but I'm kind of a weirdo in that regard. Most people, that's why fiction is so much more popular than nonfiction. You know, the whole mindset of the country on the issue of homosexuality was not transformed because people read scientific papers on the origins of same-sex attraction and its medical consequences. It's because of TV shows and movies like Will and Grace and the long list of other things that follow along. So if you really want to influence people, yes, know the facts, but be aware that they're not going to be primarily persuaded by facts. And if we're going to use the stories, we've got that on our side because all the stories of wonderful outcomes with LGBTQ lifestyles are fictitious. You know, the reality is one that's very dark and painful and harmful to the flourishing of individuals in society. But you can apply that to everywhere. We tell the success stories, the testimonies, the marriages that make it, the people who overcame same-sex attraction, the detransitioners. There are the victims. And that's why I think we're seeing with the transgender thing, it's going to follow a very different trajectory, I predict, than homosexuality. Because with homosexuality, society's opinions changed, but there were no clearly identifiable victims. They were out there, but they're kind of obscure. With transgenderism, the victims are upfront and visible. The women who are being raped in prison, the young girls and women who are being forced to compete in sports against biological males, the detransitioners. There are a long list of very visible victims, and it's going to be these victims, it's going to be these stories that have a greater impact on public opinion than all the evidence I can muster.
Can I make a comment on that? Yeah. And, you know, I think we need to ask for the Holy Spirit's direction. I mean, sometimes we're having an impact when we don't think. Joey Versace and I were talking about this last night, but I had a friend in high school way back in the 80s who, I'm dating myself, but, you know, basically identified himself as gay. And, you know, back then I didn't exactly have a lot of tact in high school, but I told him the gospel. And didn't know if he ever received it. And I was actually on my way home from here about 12 years ago. And there's an upside and a downside of the story. The upside of the story is he called me literally while I was standing in front of the Grand Canyon. And he had somehow run into my dad and anyway gotten in touch with me. And he called me to thank me after 28 years that I told him the truth way back then. And he told me that he had gotten out of that lifestyle a year and a half before that. He was in church. He was actually wanting to go into ministry. The sad part of the story is that he died a short time later, probably due to complications of the lifestyle and the medical things. But you know, it was just so awesome to see that God didn't forget him, you know.
Amen.
I would also just point back to the person of Jesus and how he handled logic and what I was talking about, emotion, passions. And if we say that it's a fundamentally irrational society, but people are still created in the image of God, and they do have a set of emotions, they have a rational capacity, they have an aesthetic or a potential to create beauty, and to be in relationship with God. So we must assume those things are there and find ways to have God make them alive. I think in Jesus' approach, if you remember that story in Luke 13 about the woman who was bent over, he's teaching in the synagogue, and what does he do? He sees her. How many times was she there and not seen? He calls her forward. She may be considered unclean. She may be, if it's demonic activity, who knows how people viewed her. Bring her up. And he says, your wounds are healed. And we know that Jesus could heal from a distance, but he then decides to go and touch her. And she lifts up and she praises God. And then he moves into his logic and he critiques. the Pharisees in that situation. So there's an interesting model in Jesus for us to really study, take in, be formed by, and then have the Holy Spirit help us apply it in situations.
You know, one last thing.
Please.
So one of the questions you have to ask is if the culture has gone irrational or non-rational, depending on how you want to put it, how did it get there? So first of all, let's think about it like engineers. How did we get to the system we have? What is the system that produced it? What are the means that occurred? Have we looked at those means to see whether we could replicate them or defeat them? So number one, let's look at how you got to where you are before you start asking how you're going to do something else. Number two, if you think about the cognitive biases that I talked about, and I don't want to be a one-trick pony here. It's not all about cognitive biases. Certainly a lot of other things are involved in this. But think about the fact that, particularly what Stephen Willing talked about stories. What was one of the cognitive biases that I mentioned earlier? It's this craving for coherence. People want a story that coheres. They tend to believe stories that are coherent. If you give them enough of those stories, they'll start to believe it. That's another thing that Stephen talked about. He talked about that availability cascade. You hear it often enough and you start to believe it. There are other cognitive biases involved in there too, and one of them is the one we talked about earlier, which is fluency bias. If it's easier to believe something because it's simple to understand, are we simple to understand when we communicate with the people? And then the last one is that people tend to believe things that have a kind of rhythm to them. So believe it or not, there actually is a cognitive bias that if it rhymes, it's more credible than if it doesn't rhyme. It sounds crazy, but it works. And so if you look at everything from propaganda to advertising to all sorts of other means of public persuasion, you will see it suffused with these kinds of cognitive biases or the exploitation thereof. And that means that we as Christians get to see the same things and recognize the cognitive biases and use them godly. And recognize them when they're occurring because they occurred all along the way to get us to where we are, and we let them.
I think Ken Samples might want to say something about the noetic effects of the fall and its application to this question.
Yeah, Mark made a very good point that there's finitude and then there's fallenness. I think sometimes we blame things that are finitude on being fallen. A person with finite limitations, they have boundaries. That's part of being a creature. The noetic effects of the fall are how the fall affects the mind. And it seems to me, when I read Romans 1, it seems to me that sin is defined a couple different ways. In the Old Testament, it's you've broken the law of God, so you're a lawbreaker. Another one is that archer missing the mark. That's another way the Bible illustrates it. But I think the most frightening thing about sin is that it blinds you. And so I believe that this is a very important one. When people talk about the hiddenness of God, I'm writing a new manuscript and I have a chapter on the hiddenness of God. I don't think God is hidden. He's revealed himself in the heavens. He's revealed himself in our conscience. He revealed himself to the Israelites in the Old Testament. God became a man in Christ. But I think that, so I use a baseball analogy. Is the hiddenness problem, is it a sender or a receiver problem? So I used to be a catcher. The pitcher and the catcher have to get together. The atheist says it's a sender problem. I would say it's a receiver problem. You have to go to God on God's terms, not your own. And the dangerous thing is that you can be biased and blinded and not even see it. And it happens to all of us every day, where I'll say to my wife, did I really say that? I can see her faults. And sometimes I'm blind to my own. And I have a further problem. I tend to exaggerate other people's faults and minimize my own. Original sin is going down, I read a stat from Ligonier. It said 65% of evangelicals believe we're born innocent. But here's an atheist, Keith Parsons. He's probably the only person I think who might have beat Bill Craig in a debate. And I think Bill would even say that. Keith Parsons said, I'm usually knocking down religion, talking about how ridiculous it is. He says, there's one thing, though, those Christians get right: original sin. And he says it even affects our mind. So the noetic effects of the fall, that's where grace has to come in. I don't think you pour evidence over people's heads and convince them to become Christian. I think those arguments and evidences are used, but it's the Holy Spirit that's involved in that. And so the noetic effects of the fall can be disturbing. Now, one more point. I think it's a narrow area. I don't think the noetic effects of the fall affect your mathematics, although I'd like to believe that I can't do math because I'm fallen. I think the closer it gets to God and your spiritual and accountability, that's when the darkness comes out the most. So, an atheist can be a great scientist, a great philosopher, a great artist, but there's something about that blindness that scares me. I remember the first time I read Plato's Cave. I've never gotten over it. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night and I wonder, am I in Plato's Cave? Am I just looking at shadows on the wall?
Yes.
Scary.
So Haley has a great question here. It says, what questions can I ask teenagers that I mentor to help them escape propaganda and think for themselves?
One of the classics is, how do you know that? How do you know that's true? Why do you trust them?
So just getting them to explore more deeply, be able to defend the positions instead of just take it at face value.
And I think that this has been my experience. There were students, and they actually said, hey, you know what? I can actually develop arguments. I can present a rational case. I do see this. I think showing them that they don't have to go by just their feelings, they can think through these issues. I think logic it sucks me in. I bet it does you too. These ideas, thinking carefully.
It does, and I think if I were going to be talking to a teenager about it, asking, I would start with questions. Exactly where Stephen would start, which is, how do you know this is true? What would the world need to look like if it were true? Let's explore that. Does the world really look like that? Beyond just your echo chamber, let's go outside of your echo chamber. Let's explore the real world, because the world you're talking to me about does not seem real. Let's get on. Let's do it. That's the way I would engage them that way.
I would also add with that, my kids are, my youngest is now 17, in that rate, so I'm done with getting done with teenagers. But I look for I've enjoyed the opportunities where there's a seemingly straightforward decision where I could just make the decision and it's pretty clear what to do. And just inviting them to walk through all the hard steps of thinking through it. Because it's not like I'm sitting there thinking, oh, how do I do this? I kind of know where we're going to end up, but it allows me to step out of what's really going on here? It's like, okay, how can I help them learn to do what others have taught me to do? And so, look, it's so easy for me to just want to answer their question, but to take the time to walk them through learning how to answer a question. I see my kids benefit from that, and I see where I've had opportunities with other kids, just be willing to take the time.
Am I still on there? There we go. A framework that I would use with my kids as they were growing up, but also with students, is I would 4 things. What do you believe, and then why do you believe it? and just ask clarifying questions. Don't try to persuade. What do you believe? Why do you believe it? And then I would ask the question, what do you think Christians believe about this? And why do you think they believe that? And two applications, I'll use my son. We were driving, do a lot of driving in Southern California, and we would sit, I was on the radio and the word abortion came up. And he was probably like 8 or 9. And I saw that he picked up on it. I go, do you know what abortion means? Well, and he tried to give his statement. I said, well, what do you believe about it? Why do you believe that? And I was a pastor at the time. He knows I was a professor. I said, what do you think I believe about that? Mm-hmm. And why do you think I believe that? Now, he might just say, I don't know. But do you want to hear about it? And I had endless conversations with that. And one time he came up to me when my younger son, when he was around 18, and he said, we were talking about cohabitating as far as, relationships. And he says, well, Dad, you believe this. And I said, well, how do you know I believe that? Well, it's your view. I go, have you ever asked me my view? And he's like, no. And I said, what do you think my view is? And he would lay it out. I said, well, why do you think I would believe that if that was my view? And he laid it out. I said, well, what do you believe? And then we just walked over. We were near a BJ's, so pizza. And so let's go get pizza. We walked over to BJ's, sat down. I bought him pizza, and we talked about it for almost the rest of the night. He goes, I didn't know you believed that. And he didn't know the reasons I believed it. And then when he was dating, he would bring up the reasons. And that's how I knew it sunk in.
Something that's happening a lot right now in culture, and I'm both seeing it and reading about it, is that the parent-child interaction can be affected by politics. And there are people who live and breathe politics. And if you're convinced that Joe Biden is the Antichrist or that Donald Trump is the Antichrist, then that percolates through all of your discourse. Then when it eventually comes around to something spiritual, your child's perception is going to be influenced this. Well, if they're on a different side of the political realm, I think, well, if you're not credible on this, then you're probably not credible on anything else. It's like, okay, we have to be consistent across the board in our humility and our critical thinking and our discernment. And if you're way off in one area, that's going to really influence your credibility in other areas.
I appreciate that. I have a question here for Fuzz. It says, are there examples in biotechnology from past situations that seemed morally dubious, but are now considered benign, or that were broadly considered, quote, taking God's place and therefore became taboo?
Wow, that's interesting. We don't really address this issue in our book, but I think in vitro fertilization is maybe one of those areas. What were the two options?
That seemed morally dubious, but are now considered benign, or that were taking God's place and therefore taboo.
Yeah. I think in vitro fertilization might be a good example here. And one thing that I've come to appreciate as I've read through a lot of the ethical debates is this idea of normalizing things, that people hear about stuff enough that it becomes, that they no longer are impacted by the potential ethical issues, right? And in fact, it's interesting because with regard to the creation of human-animal chimeras, there was I can't remember the name of the society, but it was a professional society. Maybe it was a society dealing with stem cell biology. And they actually looked at survey data and said most of the public is now ready to accept human-animal chimeras, right? And so they were using essentially the degree of normalization to say the environment now is such that we can really pursue this technology aggressively without the concern for regulations, right? And so, normalization is part of this factor, that when you think something may be morally problematic and then no longer do you think that the case, you have to ask the question, how much is influenced by normalization, right? But to me, with in vitro fertilization, it's maybe gone the other way for me personally. And I know this is going to be controversial, but
Hey, we're learning how to think critically here, so
right.
go ahead.
But I could, in vitro fertilization, on one hand, the motivations behind it are really good, right? You're trying to help couples who want to have children, right? And for whatever reason, they can't get pregnant, and so, here you're using this biotechnology to create, embryos in the lab and then to implant them. And, and on the surface, once you had the very first test tube baby born and it became normalized, people didn't think much about it, right? But when you really start, pushing the specifics of the technology and how it's implemented, there's just a lot of really concerning issues with in vitro fertilization. Number one is you have to create more embryos than you're ever going to be able to implant, right? So now what do you do with those embryos that are not going to be used, right? They're frozen or they're destroyed. And so it depends on your view of the embryo. I personally see a human embryo as a human person, but that becomes problematic. A lot of times there's multiple embryos that are implanted, because they oftentimes don't take. Then what happens if you have multiple pregnancies? When you a lot of times the advice is to undergo basically selective reduction, reducing the number of children in the womb in order to ensure the health. And so as you really are looking at a technology that on the surface seems to be really well intended, that I just think opens up some very deeply concerning issues. So, but on the other hand, like human animal chimeras, everybody reacts to that like this is horrifying, that you would actually, create these, you would take a human cells and you would introduce them into animal embryos, for example, or you take human cells and introduce them into adult animal tissues. But these human animal chimeras, even though it really seems deeply problematic, when you understand what's going on, there's hardly any ethical issues with it at all. And it's because these are research tools that have very specific purposes. And in fact, what people are doing is they're trying to create systems where they can get understanding without actually using human embryos. So it's actually, I just can't find an ethical issue with it when you really understand the technology and how these are being used, right? And you avoid the sensationalism, like putting human stem cells into rats' brains are going to somehow give rats, human characteristics and things like that.
Appreciate that.
George, I'm curious how you would react to that question.
I think you covered it well.
I'm going to ask Ken a quick question, and then I have one that's a follow-up for everybody. So my iPad open back up here. It says, this is from Darren Williams. He asked, how would a parent guide a student, and I'm going to ask you to ask her kind of quickly here, but how would a parent guide a student through a great books curriculum if their young adult did not want to attend college?
Well, let me start a little lower. There are classical schools that have taken off, particularly in light of the pandemic, where there are opportunities to do that. There are some great book schools. They have a program at Biola. They have one at Thomas Aquinas College. But there are also reading programs that are not college oriented. Mortimer Adler used to take people through great books. And, I think the amazing thing about great books, Jeff, is you can never exhaust them. I've read Augustine's Confessions probably 20 times. Every time I read it, I find something new. I'm challenged. I feel like he's writing about me. So there are programs available that you could study the great books without going to college.
Very good. We got about 8 to 10 minutes here left for discussion, and I thought this one would be an interesting one. It says, we may not be thrilled with the social media culture, but it is part of our world. How have you guys been able to apply these principles of civil argument to this arena? I would say ineffectively. But I'll throw that open for a more complete discussion.
Well, I think you have to recognize first that different social media platforms are distinct, right? So one size doesn't fit all. And in my view, X or Twitter is one of the worst places to be. That is just absolutely a cesspool. Facebook can be bad at times, but it's nothing like in my experience, Twitter and Instagram seems to be relatively benign. I think TikTok can be a pretty nasty environment, but I think you need to understand what you're walking into. So, on Twitter, I think you have to be very careful how you engage people, right? So I think you have to understand when to even try to engage a person and when not to, and be willing to walk away from that interaction. But I think, one approach, and I've picked this up from just watching Hugh in action, is that whenever there is a challenge or an objection, even though I suspect that person has, nefarious motives in terms of raising it, it's always to try to respond at face value to the question and engage it sincerely, and fairly and honestly, right? And with gentleness and respect. And sometimes you'll turn the tide, sometimes you won't. But I think you just can't, I think you can't lower yourself to their level, right? You just have to either not engage or decide this is the way I'm going to engage.
I'm not really comfortable with the idea that social media is going to have any positive good, regardless of the state of mind of the questioner. I mean, I do spend some time on Facebook, and mostly it's just for entertainment purposes. I keep a thick skin. I block a lot of people. There's an impish side of me that sometimes likes trolling people, but I try to do it humorously, not with meanness or vulgarity. But the problem, the biggest problem with Facebook, probably Twitter, anything else, is this thing I talked about, nuance. You really, somebody will say, they'll put up a Facebook comment, prove to me that the Earth is 4.5 billion years. Then they expect you to answer that question in a Facebook comment. First, that's an utterly unrealistic expectation, but maybe that person actually believes you could settle it in a Facebook comment. And that's this is laughably impossible. I mean, if you want to be responsible, you could say, this is too complicated, go take a course in geology, or maybe that's the trolling part of me. The non-trolling part would be maybe to point them to a Grand Canyon monument to the ancient Earth. Chances that they'll ever read it, probably zero. But that's the problem with social media, is there's no opportunity for this nuance. People have sound bites. They have these little colored squares with pithy sayings that are unsourced and usually complete nonsense. But that's not a place to really engage in rational dialogue. I don't know. That's kind of a skeptical view, but I'm not like an absolutist on this either.
Well, I will say I tend to agree with your assessment, but I also recognize that we live in a world where a lot of publicity, for lack of a better word, comes through social media, and that's where people live and engage stuff. So, at some level, you could just say, well, let's just let it be and let it go wherever it's going to go, and that's probably not going to be a pleasant place. Or as a Christian, we can say, how do we engage that well? So, I mean, just knowing what I know, there's various ways we approach that, but I'm just, how do you just not say, well, it's just awful, let it be, and how do you engage it well?
Well,
It's awfully hard. You're in the balance. How would RTB increase its social media exposure? How do you go from 1,000 to 10,000 likes? Say something outrageous, say something insulting, say something that makes people angry, say something that appeals to their emotions, say get very political. None of that which we want to do.
Right.
So you're kind of it's a balance.
You know what, I guess I wouldn't disagree with you at all, Steve, but I just keep thinking that if we are just not willing to engage, then who's going to, right? And so do we just want to completely withdraw? Because if we do, then there's no Christian influence in that environment whatsoever. And so the question is, how do you learn to be effective in that environment without compromising your principles, or to be as effective as you can possibly be? But I also have seen good things, particularly on Facebook more so than Twitter. But I have reconnected over the years with people I went to high school and college with, and just about a week ago, one of my high school classmates discovered that he had a brain tumor. And it was really touching to watch how, his wife posted that, and just all of his classmates that knew him were just posting prayers and words of encouragement, and when he came successfully out of surgery, they were celebrating that. So that's a place where I see good things in Facebook that are redeeming. And so it's, it's not either or.
The frustration there is I signed up originally Facebook just to follow friends and family, but they have designed it. I would, if I could design my feed, I would have nothing but friends and family, but they purposely made that impossible.
Yes.
It's algorithm driven, and they're going to put in your feed what they think will keep you scrolling.
Yeah.
I agree. It's
Yep,
like
yep,
I said,
yeah.
it's the dilemma.
Yep.
Yeah.
You're right, though.
Any thoughts from the left side of the room?
I mostly just use a limited amount of social media, really, just to keep up with apologetics and some basic news and some things like that. But I don't post very much.
I've run into some difficult people, and I've probably been difficult with some other people.
Yeah.
I try to think about what other people are going to think when they read our interaction. And so, I will, if a person takes a view that I strongly differ with, I'll start it by saying, greetings, and I'll always use their name. And at the end, I'll try to critique their argument, but at the end, I'll say, peace be with you, brother. I think that Facebook is largely other people observing. And yeah, there are difficult people, and sometimes I'm frustrated with it, but I try to conduct myself in a way that illustrates the values that we believe in. Is it an intrinsic good? I doubt it.
Well, we are running up on the edge of time here. I would just encourage everybody to give the speakers another round of applause. Again, it's a great time today. And I guess I will just kind of, as we're wrapping up, I would reiterate this thought that I do think that when you look at Scripture, it's hard to walk away from how God interacts and reveals himself through Scripture, that we are called to be critical thinkers. And I just look at the character or the habits it takes to build that character, how to make sure that we have the time to think well or considering arguments well, engaging people well. All of that's part of building disciples, which, when Jesus was leaving, he said, go into all the world, and in your going, make disciples, teaching them to obey all that I've commanded you. And so I want to just kind of my challenge to all of us as we're wrapping up today, to not just think, how can I use this? How can I grow? But how can you teach others to do this as well? And just thanks for coming out today. It's been a fascinating, enjoyable time hanging out. Thanks for your time here. Let's pray, and then we will be dismissed. God, our Father, we do just thank you that you are a God of order, that you want our minds and our thoughts to be ordered, that you want us to engage people well, that you modeled how to do that. You ask us to do that. You give us the ability to do that. And we just want to live well and honor you, glorify you in all that we say and think and do. And we want to enjoy you forever. Lord, we just praise you, Father, Son, and Holy Ghost. Amen.